And I said, that's not my wife, that's a bathroom. What's up, everybody? Welcome. Hello. Hi. I am leading us into another day of the War Chest Team League. It's Rifkin versus Maynard, although I don't know which way to point for him. Hey, buddy, how you doing?
I'm doing great, dude. I'm really it became grindingly apparent to me very recently, like abrasively even apparent, that my team is actually not anywhere near the top of the ladder. Looking forward to changing
first series and still managed to pull off a win. That terrifies me to my core for today.
What's really great is that our
to do. Remember to mention that there are 6 best of 5s happening today, guys, as we start loading into our first series, first match of the day, actually.
That's so smooth. No, that's absolutely true. We got a long day of StarCraft. A lot of these War Chest streams have been so long, and a lot of them are not our fault. All right, we all picked really good teams. They're very stacked, so they've all gone to the ace match for the most part.
But, no, it's great. The only people are complaining are Wardy. Let's be real.
Yeah, and Olivia, like the admins are complaining basically. And every single Korean player, because and I guess the Australians as well, because it does run until like 5 a.m.
Well, we should talk a little bit about some of the behind the scenes stuff that's going to affect some of these matches, like this first one today. We'll jump into the intros here, but real quick, guys, just noting that there are a lot of server coin flips that go on, and for us on this one of the big ones is the fact that this is a West Coast match, so it's a little bit of a disadvantage for Clem.
Yes, that's I was very happy to see the server sections, but anyway, let's start introducing the players. I'm going to lock onto the correct guy. I thought we were introducing my guy first. Is that right?
That's what I thought too.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there you go. I was locked onto the camera, make sure we were correct. In the bottom left here, in the blood red for the Dread Knights, it's my boy, putting the Alpha and Alpha X, Ragnarok.
And I've once again brought a special guest to bless us with some sweet intros. Take it away, Tempo.
No coin flips needed. Is that a shock? A god that will survive Ragnarok? It is France's most precious gem. He is Liquid Clem.
Woo!
I think next War Chest season, I need to get some more funding. I need like a senator to fund my team, or at least have some kind of sponsor so I can afford a
hype man.
To come on in there. Yeah, a hype guy. That's right.
I brought my hype man. His name is Tempo. He's awesome. You should look him up sometime.
I should look him up sometime. It's almost like we've been doing a show together.
The great thing about having Tempo here is even if Clem doesn't play Max, somebody's still spitting fire.
It's been a while since we've cast together, Rifkin, but I'm glad. You know, a lot of these old feelings are coming back. I'm like, that's right.
I know we're supposed to be smack talking. Right. We're not going to be smack talking. We're just going to be shenanigans for most of it. But we should pay a little bit of respect to the fact that Clem and Ragnarok is actually such a legit, super sick matchup. Obviously, I'm Team Clem, so I'm going to hype up my boy. But I've also, outside of the Team League, been on Team Clem. Like, he's actually been the rising star of like 2020, I feel.
I would say definitely. You know, a lot of people were saying last year that it's, Clem is Mr. 2020. It's going to be his year. And, I was definitely one of those guys that was a believer for sure. But
until I drafted him.
Which is not Clem's fault. He doesn't have a choice as to where he gets drafted. That's up to the team owners who picks who. So that's all on you. But I have to say that also Ragnarok's a guy that's been building up a lot of steam lately over the past year and a bit. Specifically, I think it was I Am Katowice, where he kind of showed everyone in the open bracket where everyone was just kind of written him off as dead. He got all the way through. He was an absolute beast and turned a lot of heads in the community, got into Psystorm for a bit, and is now on Alpha. And he's affectionately referred to as Rutroll Raggy because of his incredible builds. Like sometimes it's just he'll straight up win or straight up lose, but he's that kind of player and very, very deadly in a Desta 1.
Well, I gotta pay respect where it's due, right? Because those Lings were actually handled pretty perfectly. Not a single one goes down to that Reaper, and that's not so great for my Terran player, but at the same time, there's no need to kill those Zerglings, right? It's like you're just trying to get in there and pick off a creep tomb. If the Lings are dead, it's a little easier. At the end of the day, Clem just needs information more than anything else on Ragnarok, because while he's not doing roaches, man, as a fellow Terran player, are you just always paranoid about roaches? Because I am, every game.
Specifically against Korean Zergs and specifically against Ragnarok, I'd be terrified of roaches for sure. Yeah, this is the kind of build where I wouldn't be surprised to see Clem go into a Banshee pretty early just for safety. Although it doesn't look like he's doing that. His starport's sort of nestled away from the barracks where he's getting that tech lab. But, it's one of those weird situations, right? Because you were mentioning at the start of the cast, we're playing on West. So the ping is not great for Clem. It's a lot better for Ragnarok. And playing bio with not great ping, I know Clem lacks his bio in TVZ, seems a little bit tough. Although at the moment, it looks like he's going for it.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to me the way strategies have changed actually with TVZ in general. Not just even in the last couple months, but I would say even over the last couple years in terms of like how we're treating mech. Because once upon a time, it was like you either play Turtle Mech and that's it and nothing else. But now we got Cyclones, we got Thors that are so good at dealing with Zerg late game. This matchup is so wild right now. It's still easily one of my favorites.
It is actually my favorite. The TVZ has always been my favorite, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. It's got so many different ways to play it, and it's just one of those actually like really hype, really explosive matchups with a lot of comeback potential, and actually a pretty awesome late game now. When it used to be the Zerg gets to late game, they get infested Broodlord, it's over. Now it's actually pretty dynamic. I like it a lot.
It's one of those things too where like I feel when you watch a player win in this matchup, even if you're biased one way, you can kind of respect the loss. Like when I lose to a Protoss player, I'm like, that wasn't a good player. That was a good race, right?
Yeah,
But you lose to Zerg, you watch pro players lose to Zerg, and you're like, you know what? That was a sick macro game out of that guy. Like he deserved that win. Or like with Terran, it's like a good push, good timing. I like this matchup because it feels like it's not like disproportionate. But I got to, again, like the servers, just go back on that. We saw this last week. Clem did suffer off server. We saw some little latency problems. I'm so worried about that happening because this match is Banelings, right? This match is Mutas. This match is a lot of micro.
And it's been all about the Mutts lately. Speaking of which, Wardy highlighting that there is a Spire on the way, unbeknownst to Clem, who's yet to get that juicy tidbit of information. This is a fast Spire too, Riffles. Pre-5-minute Spire being dropped there from Ragnarok in the natural, deliberately trying to force a fast flap build on the Terran. And that is specifically like before the 3 barracks productions kicking in, before you've got your turrets blindly up just in case. And before scans even go across the map. You're like, this is getting to that point where Clem's going to be like, all right, I'm a little bit frustrated with this lack of information. My Liberator's being forced back. I might need to scan and see what's up, or even scout with the Liberator potentially, but that's a tough place to scout with the Liberator.
I just want to quickly thank you for reminding me that Australians barely speak English with mutts and flat flaps, but I think I was able to fill in the dots, figure out what you were saying.
Also, thongs are footwear for Australians. So you have to remember all these little tidbits of information.
Well, going off of information, like you brought up, the Spire's unbeknownst to Clem, and this will actually affect the way he builds, because you initially as a Terran player, you're going to get 2 tanks out, usually about 2. And if it's mutas, you swap into Widow Mines because the tanks aren't going to do you any good versus those mutas. And the longer it takes Clem to realize that, the more it could hurt dealing with pushes. Defensively speaking, he's going to have Marines, he's going to have 1-1, he's going to have Stim. I'm not worried about the mutas causing great damage at home, but I'm worried about how little damage Clem's going to be able to do when he doesn't have Widow Mines to support this, as that second tank's about halfway done.
You know what? I would be a little bit worried about how much damage these Mutalisks are going to do. Yes, there's Stim Marines, but there's no turrets just yet from Clem because it's a little bit too early for that. Liberator's still dancing around looking for that damage on the mineral line. Okay, this is going to give Clem time to build those turrets. Gets a Queen there with that Liberator. I guess that's nice, but he is going to have to deal with 9 Mutalisks floating across the map right now.
Yeah, it's there's so much that's going to be positioning. The Hellions, if they at least get an advanced scout on where these mutas are, that's where the Marines run in. I like that Clem's waiting to stim. If you pulls the trigger too soon, it's just damage for nothing. So rather than chase the mutas, he pushes forward and maybe wants to force Ragnarok back home. But Ragnarok's got a few Banelings up his sleeve. If Clem's not perfect with his engagement here, he could fall apart.
I'm a little worried for Ragnarok here. The Banelings are trying to come in. There's not that many Banelings just yet. There's a tank over here. And yes, the mutas are doing damage, but there's not many Banelings left for Ragnarok. He's very far away from having Baneling speed relative to the fact that the Terran is already on his front door with those machine guns.
And 1-1's finishing up as we speak, so there's more power to the Marines as this goes on longer. Baneling's trying to come in, but the tank's got some good snipes on that top side. Oh, Maynard, the focus fire is so sick! This is why I'm on Team Clem right here, baby!
Oh my god, I can't believe how lucky Clem is. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, he picked Terran as a real lucky choice.
So lucky. Jesus. Ragnarok clearly outplaying him in every sense, but he's just lost his third base. Meta's coming in there to try and grab those Marines. There's too many of them, and Clem's just going to win right here, I think, with the Marines.
Yeah, killing the mutas was big. Killing the Banelings was bigger. The fact that the Banelings are here, there's no threat to the Marines. And even if Clem's attack here is fully cleaned up, he's just killed the entire investment of Ragnarok this game. That was like, what, 7 mutas or something? 9 mutas, 900 minerals, 900 gas down the drain. And Clem sits pretty at a 20 supply lead right now. My boy, proven servers do not scare him.
Yeah, it was a ton of micro there with that A move. The thing is here, I feel like there is a chance for Ragnarok to come back if Clem just sits there, but I think Clem is a better player than that. Yeah, he's moving out on the map. He's like, yeah, no. We're not going to give that Zerg room to breathe. We're going to go across the map with our very upgraded Marines that are very, very frightening to your lack of Banelings, and we are going to just seal this deal. Ragnarok's dreams rest on him getting good Baneling connections, which is very hard to to get against someone as good as Clem, even with latency.
I gotta say, good job with the Ling handling there. Even a small amount of Lings from Ragnarok could completely throw Clem off his push, but With that being cleaned up very quickly, there's no counterattacks to worry about. It's just frontline focus. And yeah, this is terrifying because he's on creep, but there's no bailing, just a couple of G's.
Just a couple of G's. And a lot of luck. Very lucky game there from Clem. Well played, I guess.
You know,
well played.
We're going pretty quick from game to game to game, guys. Just so everyone's aware, there's not going to be a lot of downtime as we swap. It'll just pretty much be like going to the next game, going to the next lobby. But while we have a few seconds here, I know some people have commented in the previous cast about my camera point of view. Do you know why the camera's at this point of view, Maynard?
Because it makes you look taller than you already are, even though you're pretty tall.
No, it's so they can all experience your point of view.
All right.
So we're up 1-0 versus Team Maynard. For those who don't know, this best of 5 is a best of 5, but all 4 games are played regardless. So this could go like 2-2, 3-1, whatever the case is. Next up,
3-1. That was your map win. It's over.
Okay.
Now it's going to be all Red Knights from here on out. That's your map win. I'm actually going to I'm going to tell the Discord group what you just did and what you just said to me, and I'm going to hopefully light a bit of a fire under their bellies. In fact, I'll just say it at time.
Are we on this server, by the way? Or
very rude to me. We're still in America.
Okay.
Please defeat Lambo. It would make me feel better. Thanks. There we go.
Why can't I? Can you guys invite me or?
Of course. It'd be my pleasure, friend of mine.
I don't know. It wasn't giving me the option to join off anybody. I was confused what happened. Also, I made the mistake of joining the wrong lobby initially, so that went well. But anyways, yeah, so Lambo versus, I don't know, whoever your guy is.
Time. One of the greatest forward Terrans, along with Clem, I suppose.
What really sucks is I actually really like your team. For those who don't know, in the draft pick order, Maynard was in front of me. And like, Cure, for example, is one of the guys I wanted to reach out for. Maynard picks him before me. Time's another guy I'm looking at. Maynard picks him. I'm just like, Maynard, stop! Get out of my head, man! Quit taking all my guys.
You know who this is legit. My first pick was going to be Clem, and it was the same day as your birthday, so I was like, or the day after your birthday. So I was like, ooh, I know Rifkin's gonna pick Clem. I know it's his favorite player. I knew that was your first draft pick. Everyone picked who I knew it was gonna be, and I'm like, I really love Cure, and Rifkin will be sad, so I'll let him have Clem because I knew that was gonna happen. I knew you were gonna pick that guy.
You're such a nice guy.
I was very close to picking Clem and then saying happy birthday, Rifkin, immediately afterwards.
Actually, I'm just curious.
That was the other end of the scale.
For when you were picking, were there a lot of times where your next pick got picked before you? Because I feel like that happened to me both on the turnaround from the opposite order and from the forward version.
So the Discord glitched out right there. What did you just say to me?
Oh, I was asking when you were picking, like I kept feeling like I had to pick 3 players in my head because whether it was going from the front end or whether we're coming back from the snake pick, every time the first person I had on that list was picked by the person picking in front of me. I'm just curious if you ran into that a lot, or did you were these pretty much all the people you wanted?
The first 2 picks were actually from I went straight into my invite pool immediately with the first 2 picks because I was really excited about a lot of the invite players. And I was actually very lucky to get Cure and Parting. I was actually almost picking Parting first because I thought that if it came around again, less likely Cure would remain, but maybe Parting's still there. Maybe no one picks him. So I was really, really lucky to get Parting for the next thing because I just think he's the best of 1 killer. Speaking of which, we're going into a match here. Another TVZ, another one on West. So we got the ping advantage. Let's see if it matters this time.
And I'm pretty sure we're supposed to be starting on time.
That's right. That's right. We're just doing a little bit of an elbow nudge into the ribs of our producer. The bottom left here. In the red. For the Dread Knights. Recently off of a 3-0 victory in the Alima League Grand Finals. It is time.
Yeah, it's time to hear a better intro. Take it away, Tempo.
Time is running out for his opponent. To the machine, that's his team. He's a vital component. Somebody better call an Ambo, but not for this guy. It is Lambo.
Woo! Let's go, Lambo! Lambo's actually a player I wasn't first draft picking, but I'm really happy that I picked. Because I think amongst the player discussion, Lambo's had a lot of input in terms of like what sounds good for maps, what he thinks other players are going to pick. Like he really is the brains behind my team, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Lambo is actually one of the most smartest guys in the whole scene. He's actually got a ton of knowledge about all the matchups, really. But of course, you know, anything involving a Zerg is definitely his forte. I've had the pleasure of being able to hang out with him, cast with him, even at Home Story Cups, and just having time to speak to him and watch you stream a lot. Usually, he's streaming when I'm finishing up a broadcast. Sometimes the EU time slot ones where I can just give him a host, and he's always lovely to sit there and pick the brain off. I'm sure your team's been getting a fair bit of it, as you know, it's better to have one brain on the team than zero, I suppose.
Yeah, well, who's got that one team, no brain, no pain, something like that?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're winning pretty hard at the moment, but they have played more than everyone else. We're going to get our games in this weekend.
Yeah, this is actually a really busy day for me. I'm playing first, and then I think I take a break, and then I'm back for like games 3 and 4. So I told my players, I'm like, y'all make sure you get rest for today, please. This is going to be a long one for us.
We'll see. We'll see about that. It's definitely been extended by you winning the first game, but we'll do our best to make it at least a quick first match. So Time's been looking really good in TVZ. Not sure if you've seen some recent results from Time, but the 3-0 was actually against my Dread Knight teammate Ragnarok. It was an old Dread Knight grand final of the last League.
Oh.
He also defeated Dark on the way there. No big deal. Just defeated Dark. Defeated Hurricane.
I actually don't think that's such a big deal, to be honest, to brag about beating Dark online. But versus Ragnarok, I can respect that. Even outside the bounds of this team league, I'd be like, oh, that's actually really good for Time. Like Time, the first time I ever saw Time, context here too, is like he was playing versus TY in some map contest we were hosting. It was like a best of 9 and he won. I had literally never heard of this Chinese Terran before, and he defeats TY in a TVT. I'm like, okay, maybe this guy's actually a hidden gem like we've never seen before. Then of course later I found out he's from China, so it's like harder to get in contact with, etc.
Yeah. I actually had to reinstall Skype on my computer specifically for this team league because of Time. You can't have Discord, unfortunately. But he was my dark horse pick. He was my last pick for the team, and was in the invites list. And I'm like, you know what, this is the guy. I got so much faith in this kid. This actually looks like it's potentially a DC build from Time as well. He's going for a second Marine here out of that naked barracks. Usually that's because you want to keep that Overlord at back because you want to drop that Tech Lab, get that Fusion Core, and tactical yump some tier 3 units into the face of the Zerg.
I'm such a fan where BCs have come and gone over the years. Like they went from being those useless Terran, like no one's ever going to build these, to, oh, it's our first unit on the field sometimes if you're rushing some cheese. They are the most, I think, like they've got the greatest story in terms of like how they've been introduced to the meta of the game. But I can always respect BC builds because they're so cost efficient. Doesn't matter who the Zerg player is, even if they counter it hard. Usually the battle cruiser is at least worth, but apparently we're not going battle cruisers.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a Hellion Medevac ferry build here from Time at the moment. Lambo is getting up his lair pretty quickly along with the Baneling Nest. I know a lot of Zergs at the moment, a lot of EU Zergs at the moment, as well as some of the Korean ones, really do enjoy just going Baneling speed immediately before everything else. Obviously, Ragnarok played very weirdly and differently last game, his own style. Oh, this Ling nearly getting a good scout off there. It sees a lack of stuff in the naturals, so I guess you at least know that Terran's coming across the map.
Yeah, scouting information is such a big deal, man. Like at lower leagues, you're not smart enough to take advantage of that. But at these guys' level, like this isn't even Grandmaster. This is like a hidden rank above tournament player, right? And these guys, even the smallest bit of information can change the course of a game. But Spire's on the way.
Very similar build to Clem from the last game, but maybe a couple more Hellions here for Time, and of course the Medevac. So went for the Liberator up here. Medevac and the main base as well with some Hellions.
No way!
There's going to be some drone damage.
Yeah, the Queens are body blocking perfectly. Oh my God, they're
Rifkin! Tuck in your big Rifkin!
I hate it! 9 drones!
On your chin, man! Oh, baby!
Oh no! 13 workers dead. That's pretty brutal. It's not over yet. The combo attack of the main base is rough too. I love he had that set up though. Like in fairness to Lambo, that was a really sick move out of Time. That's why even I was kind of nerding out about that push. The grenade split the Queen so perfectly. Like in every possible way, the doorway was open and the Hellions running in was risky but worth it for Time, and I hate that.
Time also scouted the Spire. So not only did he do all that drone damage, he knows about the flappy flaps, you know, that word that I've created. They are on the way, and Time is preparing. He's actually getting 4 engineering bays right now, which is not something I'm used to be seeing. But that is no doubt for the 1-1 and also for a fast wall off or something like that. Or maybe he's just like
building armor and high sec auto tracking, right? It's all about the
yeah, calculated. That's definitely what you want to do here, Terran.
This is tough. Lambo's alive. I don't want to say Lambo's in an unrecoverable position, but he's certainly lost any chance of being the lead of this game. Even if the mute is harassed, there's only so much they can do. And yes, Time is technically only on 2 bases for the time being, but Lambo's economy should be way better than Time's, and it is just simply not.
Yeah, he's definitely playing from behind at the moment. There's a lot of weight on the shoulders of these mutas to do a whole lot of damage. I feel for Lambo, like they kind of really need to pay off for the investment because going for 6 mutas is expensive. It's 600, but going off 6 mutas when you only had 30 drones, only just now starting to recover, getting up close to where the Terran's worker count is. It's such an investment. It really needs to pay off for you. He's even investing in a +1 attack now, really hitting that ZVT meta, which is so muta heavy right now. Time obviously knows about them. He's got army in position.
Missile turret.
Yeah, and a turret.
I gotta say, if this was a lesser Terran player, I would not be doubting Lambo in the slightest. I've seen Lambo go against champions and still pull out victories and best of 3s that you can't imagine. But this isn't a best of 3; it's a best of 1, and it's all on one guy who's not afraid to push out with the advantage. It's a server advantage for Time too. And I'm not balance complaining, but I'm just saying in every way possible, this game advantage favors Time, and it's up to him to really either win or throw it away.
Yeah, really. He definitely has a lead at the moment, but of course Lambo is doing the right thing. He's making a handful of units, still keeping that muta count relatively small, so he can still force back things like this Liberator, although the Liberator is denying quite a bit of mining time here. It's obviously going to be forfeit. The mutas could just chase it down and kill it, so not a hugely great investment there from Time, but he is pulling him to the right side while pushing to the left side with most of this army, which is about to hit 1-1 and combat shield.
This is what really stings for Lambo because he just doesn't have the army to split. He could take on either of these armies all at once, but not split apart, and that's where this is going to really hurt.
Well, he is at least going to have Baneling speed, but and there is a fair bit of creep here, but not that much, I feel. This is still very dangerous.
I think all we're proving with this cast in the previous game is that Terran's OP and Zerg needs buffs.
I mean, that was clear in game 1 that Terran can get very lucky in a move, but this Time is,
very lucky. Okay,
he will split. He will fire.
Ooh, he dodges a lot of the tank shots, but there's just not enough nothing left over to deal with the Marines. Lambo's so close to holding this, but he won't hold this.
He's gonna shave through those Marines a little bit, but then just target fire. That's a GG. Terran OP? I don't know.
It hurts. It hurts so much.
Right now, are you seeing these Terran wins against less than 10 minutes? I'm sorry, Rifkin, did you need an ambulance?
Yeah, but not for me. You wait for the comeback for our next game, because let's not forget there's still more games coming, buddy.
Oh, I know all about it.
Are we swapping servers production? I don't actually remember which is which.
We're going to Korea, I believe.
Korea.
All right. Land of the Free.
Well, this is
we're
good.
Going to Cure versus Cure versus Rogue is the next one. So that's going to be a very cool TVZ. If you like TVZ, you're in the right place.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth today. What I'm actually interested about was with Cure, because again, for me, Cure was definitely one of these guys I was looking to pick quick, but then of course you snagged him from under me. I'm wondering if this match will show me A, was it a mistake not picking Cure, or B, will I be thanking you for picking Cure?
Well, the elephant in the room is that Cure is yet to win a map for the boys. At the moment, all the heavy countering is being done by literally everyone else. Times win some clutch matches. We've had Parting win some great matches. No one's won in the ace match, but that said, though, we've only had 2 ace matches, and one was against Raynor and one was against Serral, and both were on NA Central. So,
at least
a little, he hasn't had a chance to shine, I feel. Now we're playing Korea.
For neither you or me, we have to worry about living with the guilt of knowing that we had Serral carry our team. Each of our players at least had to put some effort in, win or lose. So we've got integrity no matter how today goes.
That is true. Like if our team wins, it's because they just worked harder. They didn't have that just the freakish lab experiment that is Serral. I'm pretty sure Serral was actually made in a lab somewhere. Like he was inside of a test tube that was just bred from RTS. Like back in the 90s when RTS was like a lot bigger, they started creating the ultimate RTS player, but it took a long time to gestate in that test tube. And eventually Serral did, come apart, but it feels like a superhuman mutant of some variety made specifically to play this version of the game.
I really like the meme. I think it was Borsti. I don't know who. I saw it on Twitter, but it's like Serral win one game, or any of his pigs team just needs to win one game, so Serral can win the other two.
I felt that so hard as soon as I saw that, and then like the pig, like the finger guns thing. I'm like, oh, I feel this so hard. I know exactly how Zombie Grub feels right now. All Pig's team needs to do is win one, and then Serral carries the rest. Every single time. That's all he needs to do is win one map. Unbelievable. We'll be pushing for best of 7 for the next War Chest Team League.
Well, I have to play. I think I have to play Pig later today, so I'm a little worried about it. But our star player Rogue is going up against Serral, so that'll be interesting. So we get a little bit of Rogue here, a little bit of Rogue there.
Just make sure you win 3 in a row, and you'll be fine.
Easy peasy.
The only way. It's the only way.
Well, that's what's been so interesting, actually. The whole coin flip for server things. Obviously, proven at this point through many matches, it doesn't mean you win or lose, but it influences it greatly. And for Pig, I think we didn't get a lot of server advantage. So I'm a little worried about that later on. But luckily for us in this match, there's no server questions at all. It is Korea versus Korea. It's Cure versus Rogue. And to be honest, this is like something right out of GSL, mostly because of my player, but maybe also because of yours.
You mean the guy that made it to the grand finals the last season in GSL? Somewhere that
Sorry,
Rogue was nowhere near.
What about this season of GSL though? Just who's
Okay. This season of GSL, not so much. Last one, definitely so. And Cure,
Because I mean,
you know,
you know,
he's had some big wins online, and we are playing online. All right, he got to the ace match against Cyril in a best of 5. That's not bad. You know, at least it's a map against Cyril, which he has yet to have done against Pig's team. Better late than never, I guess. Anyway, I'm not salty. I'm not bitter. Let's get into this game. Where is our boy Wardy? There he is. In the bottom left. In the bottom left. The handsome gentleman from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, the most bestest part of the Dragon. It is Cure.
And at the top right, you'd think I'd be doing the intro, but I'm tossing it off once again to Tempo.
It's the Protoss beast from the far east. Now he's unleashed. Now watch this star feast. He wasn't parting the Red Sea. He made it disappear. Give it up, y'all, cuz this is Deer.
I think you got the wrong intro there, Tempo.
Oh, no.
Sorry, that was we pressed the wrong cassette tape. Let me just turn it in and flip it over. Okay, there. Okay, I think I got
the secret track. It's like 13 minutes in. Yep.
All right, top right side of the map. Take it away, Tempo.
Let's drop it. Let's drop it. I'm sorry. I dropped the mic, man. I dropped the mic. I apologize.
Oh, okay. Wait, it's the Pink Zerg Rogue. We'll just move on then. I think my hype man needed a few more hours of sleep is what he needed for this one.
Oh, it's so
I was so hyped for that one. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, for you to feel better about everything that just happened, let's hope that at least Rogue wins this game, huh?
I don't think we need to hope. We just have to predict the future. In which case, yes, Rogue will win the game.
Call an ambulance for this intro.
Oh, no, call a fire truck, dude!
Someone call the police as well. I feel like we need to have some arrests because there's been a murder. I think.
Or someone was sending out an SOS.
Ah.
Too bad he's not here. That would have been perfect.
Too bad.
Well, for Cure and Rogue, honestly, if I'm just cards on the table here, bias aside, I'm actually such a huge fan of Cure. I've been a huge fan of Cure, and I think the only reason you're not getting wins out of Cure is because you're not getting him in those TVTs, because this guy is like the best TVT in the world. I'm so lucky that this is not a Terran player, and for that reason, I think I'm still faithful in Rogue. But like, I really like Cure. I've been a fan of Cure for such a long time.
Yeah, and Rogue's been looking real good lately. He did get a very one-sided victory against DRG in the GSL, and don't complain to me about spoilers. It's been long enough. If you haven't seen GSL yet, that's your fault at this point.
You'll never beat the Muslim spoiler of during the draft picks, spoiling the GSL that was going on at the time of the draft pick. So you're safe. You're safe.
That was next level. That was next level. Some of us think about it, and some of us are Muslim.
You know what? That from him was about as bad as the intro to this game was for Rogue.
So we got a quick free CC here from Cure, delaying that second gas to get a nice bit of early greed. Rogue playing pretty normally so far.
I don't think Rogue. Here's the thing about Rogue. I don't expect him to do anything crazy. I don't know what strategy he's going with in this game. I told during this when I was talking to Katz's team, as you know, man, I'm not exactly good at keeping my mouth shut, and I don't want to know player strategies because I don't want to accidentally blab about it on stream or something. So I've avoided talking to them about direct strategies per map. But for Rogue, I see him very much like a player like Zest and Innovation. Like they don't have a lot of crazy builds, right? They just play the game really well. And it's like reactions, it's timing, it's macro. And that's how I feel very much about Rogue into this. So again, I think Rogue's kind of the standard set, and it is up to Cure to show us a difference in what we expect of the outcome here. And I like Cure a lot. Like I want to smack talk Maynard and I want to be like joking around, but I like Cure a lot. I'm actually kind of pulling for him a little bit just because I'm a fan of him. But officially, I hope he dies.
Well, I'm gonna actually tease Rogue a little bit right here. I sometimes forget how many championships Rogue has won, because to me he is the embodiment of the faceless Korean. The thing that everyone was worried about, the guy that has zero emotions, shows zero emotion at any point whatsoever, wins championships, and says thank you, I will show good games to my fans every single interview. That is Rogue to me. And he just crushes every single storyline. It's actually heartbreaking how many tournaments he's won when you've been like, oh, we're going to have Cyril Mark. No, denied. Rogue wins. It's
Exactly.
gonna be like, surely someone will do something other than Nidus Swarm Host. Rogue says, lol, I like money. I'm going to keep going Nidus Swarm Host. I don't care if the games are boring. I don't care if you hate this meta. I care about winning. He's said in interviews, I'm only practicing because my race is OP. And he said it deadpan because he believes it.
Yeah. Well, so the belief is strong. Blue Flame, though, is going to change things up. But we kind of talked about mech potentially when we saw Clem earlier. I guess we're more likely to see here out of Cure. And Blue Flame can be so deadly if you don't pay attention to this. All it takes is one run by that you were just barely not paying attention to, and boom, your whole drone line's gone.
Yeah, we've been seeing less like Overlord speed builds from Zerg lately. So things like this, Terran is going to get away with. Obviously, with the Viking, you can shoot away that Overlord as well.
There's dead space in the main.
I think Rogue is actually super not prepared here, man. Like, he's only got Lings and drones and a handful of queens.
I think 4 Hellions is doable. Like, you could deal with this if it wasn't Blue Flame. Well, I guess it's not Blue Flame yet, but this becomes Blue Flame, becomes so much worse. So initially, Cure just has to get some kills without like overcommitting. Yeah, come back for round 2, Blue Flame.
And some creep's going to be denied here. It's going to give Rogue a bit of information about these Hellions, but they can just go past the queens. See
no!
Look at the babies.
Dude, you saw the drones. He tried to split up and didn't know where to go. I've never seen Rogue panic before, but this was one of those moments, and those Lings are not stacked up the way they want to be. God!
You still got that bib? You still got that bib for that barbecue from earlier?
I got that bib. I've been using his tissues, man. I'm fucking crying right now. Part of my French, but these Hellions are killing 10 workers in the early game, and this is brutal.
It's one of those brutal moments for sure. The Hellions join in from the medevac drop there and start engaging the Lings, and Rogue is just holding that Z button. This is like when when a body dies, it voids its bowels, and when a Zerg dies, it voids its Lings. It's just holding the Z button. He's like, oh god, just go away, mass the Lings. All the lava has been spent on units here, a handful of drones, but Cure with a much better worker situation. His econ's looking great. Switching into bio too.
Yeah, and the thing about this so far too is for Cure, he's only really lost minerals, right? Hellions don't cost any gas, so he's got all that gas he can put towards tech and advancing this later. But oh god, for Rogue, like, he can maybe tango with a couple Hellions, but that one in the main base drops up there, lifts over again, couple queens here, but that's not going to stop too much. Ling for the counterattack's pretty sweet to see, but I mean, it's better using these here than getting roasted up by Blue Flame back at home, I guess.
Yeah, Q can afford to lose some SCVs here. A good target fire for Rogue, actually going straight for the Marines, making sure that they're surrounded and dealt with. So the third is going to take a lot of damage. But the main base, once again, with the Blue Flame Hellions, and the third, oh my god, 18 SCVs died, but we might see more drone damage than that.
It's blow for both on the worker count. This is going to be kind of crazy to watch a recovery from, because Cure is on 3 bases, but Rogue's also on 4. So if one player took a lot more damage, okay, we talk about the worker difference, the income difference, but it's 19 SCVs for 19 drones. That was actually a pretty back and forth trade, all things considered.
Yeah. True. And Rogue's been banking up that gas, so he's going to have some mutas next here, which, Cure doesn't seem super aware of just yet. Actually, he did see the spy with his Hellions at third.
Didn't even register. He's playing bio behind this. I just saw the Blue Flame map opening, assumed mech, and didn't look twice. He's playing bio as the transition behind this, so for a brief moment of time here, Rogue's got a small upgrade lead. He's on 1-1. Lings get through to the main base. Most of the Blue Flame Hellions are gone. This is some good chaos that he needed to buy himself time to get back into things after taking that initial damage. I like this play out of Rogue, but I'm also really just totally thrown off by the bio swap out of Cure.
Yeah, I mean, Blue Flame definitely does go into mech more often than not, but I have seen this before where you go Blue Flame into bio. I think CG actually has a YouTube video on this build or something like that for all you Terran guys that just want to, potential free win. It's not a bad opener to just get the Blue Flame in there. You can get a lot of drone kills, as Cure showed us here, even against professional gamers. And with his bio, he can definitely engage those mutas. Usually if you go mech, there's a window where the mutas are very, very scary because you don't really have much that shoots up. But with bio, you're all set.
I'm nerding out a little bit here too, because it's not since been like the days of MMA I've seen players pull off good transitions like this, where you've had your thermal in a game or two, sure, here and there, but this is looking pretty clean out of Cure. I say this, of course, as he's taking damage from the mutas, but he's going for a push too. He's got a Thor popping in a moment. I don't think these mutas are going to be able to last. They do what they do. They get some small damage and get out.
Yeah, they're grabbing add-ons, which is great, because the reactor is a low hit point target. Wow, that is a late Baneling speed there from Rogue. That's going to make very hard to push back the 70 on by Marines going through the middle map here.
Without looking at the unit tab, how many queens do you think are in play right now?
I would say 6.
10, Maynard. There's a lot of queens at home, but not a lot of army behind it, so I don't know how this defense is gonna go. There's a lot of transfuses. Transfuse him before you translose it. That's the rule. But he's running off of creep, and the Baneling is just buying time for the Banelings to finish up. Oh no.
Mama's like, protect me, my children. Protect me. Mama's in trouble. The Baneling's just being morphed there. It looks like Rogue got caught with his pants down.
Yeah, he did. And the mutas aren't going to be able to help too much here. The Banelings are going to be key, but he's got to get through the blue flame helmets first. Love that he's using the mutas to target those down. Is that going to be enough, though? Rogue is on the ropes right now.
It's not.
Oh, and here comes the Thor. Big Daddy Thor. No.
Thor gets pulled to the backside. Some good Baneling connections there from Rogue. Maybe he can muster up a defense.
Oh my God, the mutas
left over. The hatchery's getting so low, he's transfusing it. Rogue,
receive the hold. Yes. I did not expect that to work out for Rogue at all. And to be clear, he still lost a lot of workers through this. He's not exactly in a clean spot, but he knows that he can press the issue right now because Cure's going to have units, but they're going to be like 5 or 6 of them. So this counterattack, I don't think will be game ending with the mutas, but this is going to do a lot of damage that Cure was not expecting because, I mean, he was supposed to win that fight. Oh, don't eat the Thor. Don't eat the Thor. Oh, the split on the Thor, but over the Marines. Here come the Lings. Oh, it picks up on the Thor, though. Oh my God, I'm like, I can't even decide who I want to win at this point. Cure's played so well, Rogue's playing so well, but Rogue's my boy. Rogue, full back, kill the SCVs.
Well, he's going to have to kill some SCVs because he's down 5 workers right now against the Terran, which is never great economically for the Zerg. The Thor's still assisting from the main base. The Blue Flame Hellbat's not being respected. The Lings are getting barbecued along with their drones earlier in the game. These mutas are starting to get really thinned out here, Riffles. 6 SCV kills is nice, but I feel like the econ situation is still pretty nice for the Terran. He still has a nice army squad lead. 2-2 about to finish.
Yeah, that's going to put Rogue down an entire upgrade league. Even if he has a lot of Banelings, I mean, that's a couple more that aren't going to quite connect. They're going to die before they get to the front lines, and that could be just enough for the mutas to not have a place in this game. He starts up his 2-2, but Rogue is starting up his 2-2 as Cure starts his 3-3.
Upgrade situation looking great for the Terran here. And really, you know, a great push through the middle of the map could potentially just end this game. Rogue needs to have some really great Baneling connections, but the downside of that earlier hold is, yes, Rogue's still alive, but look how little creep he has on this push to the force base. It's a clear path here for the Terran to get right up on his front doorstep.
I don't know if mutas can pull off the miracle hold once again. It was really difficult to do that the first time. But I do want to point, like, there's not a lot of Widow Mines or tanks. It really is, the splash damage is in the Hellbats, and there's good units, but Hellbats are like the only thing that are like the Banelings can really actually deal with. You know, with tanks, you can't get close enough, you get blasted from far away. There's a small chance the Banelings pull this off again, but it's going to rely on Cure splitting, and Cure, oh, the start of this isn't splitting so hot. He's got a lot of Terran, though.
He does. The muta's going for a counterattack, so Cure's attention is being split. His main army is still engaging with the Banelings on the right side, and it looks like he's cut through them as well, like a hot knife through butter, and he's on that 4th hatchery again.
Yeah, drones get pulled out of Rogue, but I mean, like, only so many of these are going to survive as he runs away. He's doing counterattack on the other side of the map. Mutas are cutting off reinforcements. I think that's the best way to use the mutas right now, but I mean, his army supply is 38. Cure's is 80. I want to hype up Rogue. I don't know how he comes back from a deficit like this.
You know what? That last map win tasted really good, and I gotta say, this what do you call it, match point, I'm getting a little bit of a taste of it, and it feels good. I actually like the flavor a lot. I could get used to this.
Yeah, we gotta win once in a while, right? Broken clocks, right? Twice a day and all that.
Every now and then. Yeah, someone's got to go down. Not everyone can be winners, you know what I'm saying?
I didn't pick enough Terran is what I'm hearing, yes.
You got the one, he got the win, and hopefully Blizzard is watching and they start helping out Terran, like Zergs and Protosses in the next patch against Terrans, because clearly, you know, I mean, Blizzard, seriously, look at this. Look at this Terran army. No Widow Mines, no tanks. Still dealing with Banelings? I mean,
yeah.
Hello?
But I mean, like, all of these reads are exactly the same reason I was nerding about Cure at the start of the game. Like, he plays this game really well. He's smart. He knows how to handle things. And I didn't expect this build. Neither did Rogue. GG.
G-jizzle. All right, well. And now we play Do We Go to the Ace Match game?
Yeah, this is...
We're going to line up that map number 4 shortly. We're actually still on Korea, I believe, so we can just hang around. It is going to be, oh yeah, definitely on Korea. It's going to be Parting against Dia.
This sucks for me because I know how good Parting is at PvP, and I know that Deer is not. So this is a really tough match to go into. But I have to believe that, like, you know, it's a best of 1, and realistically, any bestie 1 is a 50% chance to win. You either do or you don't, right? So I gotta hope that 50% goes in the favor of Deer for this.
I'm going to throw you a bone here. When Parting realized he had a PvP, he's like, my captain, what is my matchup? Because he refers to me as my captain. It's a sign of respect from the boys. But he asked, what is my matchup? I showed him what it was. And his specific words were PvP Arshiba.
Well, so, you can see that, but I mean,
he's feeling a little bit about playing PvP.
I mean, you saw the IM Katowice qualifier brackets, right? Trap 3-0, Trap 2-0. Like, Parting knows how. There we go. Fun fact, Maynard, do you know I'm having a bit of a feud with Parting at the moment?
Are you?
Although I suspect that I'm the only one who knows about this because he hasn't returned any of my messages in like 2 months. I keep calling him out for it, and he keeps in turn not responding. Kill my team like our friendship. Bye bye. Okie dokie! Oh, he's so dead to me.
Wow.
He's so dead to me, Maynard. It's unreal how dead Parting is to me right now.
Chat, you don't see this, but in lobby, Parting just said goodbye to Rifkin's friendship. It's just like that. That's what can happen at these tournaments sometimes.
In fairness, he said okie dokie to me saying goodbye to our friendship.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okie is a pretty nonchalant way of being like, yeah, whatever, though, to the whole, something pretty precious on the line.
Before we do player intros, 2 questions. One, did everyone on your team pretty much say they don't want to play a submarine? Because I get that a lot on my team.
No. I have some people argue over submarine. I do have a couple Terrans, and Parting seems to like it as well. So, okay. It's been all right.
Well, follow-up question. Tempo, are you ready for an intro this time, or do you need to recover still?
Yo, man. I'm still picking the mic up off the floor, but your boy, he got it in his hand and he's ready to go.
Excellent. All right. Well, we'll start things off with the easy part, which is just be by myself, my own hype guy. And I'm more than hyped for this fine gentleman in the bottom right with the strongest forearms and wrists in the StarCraft 2 esports community. It is Parting.
And I'm just going to quickly blow on the cassette tape before I put it in,
It's a Super Nintendo cartridge.
Yeah, Nintendo cartridge. Let's hit play and see what happens.
The Protoss beast from the far east, and now he's unleashed and watch the star feast. Dearly departing, it's the man of the year. Give it up, y'all, because this is Deer.
Yes, Deer! Deer was one of the invited players for this because he had really good results from the end of last year. I was pretty stoked, actually, because I wanted a Protoss player, but I waited really long, so there weren't a lot of options. But lucky for me, Deer was one of the remaining picks. I got a lot of respect for him, but this guy, he's not had good performance on my team. He's kind of the cure of my team so far.
Well, you know what? Cure's finally got that win for Daddy, so we're happy with him now. He can move out of the doghouse and back into his bedroom. So, it's fine. It's fine. He's winning things back. I'm very much like the, if anyone's watching the Umbrella Academy right now, I'm very much the Reginald Hardgreaves of the Dread Knights. And,
I just finished season 1. So good. Wish I didn't sleep on this show as long as I did.
Oh, you just watched season 1? Yeah, it's so good, man. Season 2 is really good. No spoilers, nothing like that. Yeah, it's good. It's good. You'll enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I'll refrain from any comments on it. But yeah, I'm on board with it. That's a good show. Deer, though. So I mean, I don't know how you feel about this. You could put Zest, Parting, Trap, Deer, any combination of like top tier PvPs together. And realistically, I don't have a good strong call. Like nothing I would confidently bet my life on or anything. Because like, I think PvP is a real like reactionary matchup. Like if you mess up with the first 2 stalker versus 2 stalker interaction, that can actually change the entire course of the game, right? So I know coming into this, I said Parting's really good at PvP, and I still believe that's true, but I also firmly believe this could go either way.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those matchups where even if you're considered like quote unquote the better player, it's PvP and anything can happen. But right now, everyone's playing pretty normal, pretty like, nothing's been proxied out on the map just yet, which is actually amazing. Like normally even just a pylon is put out in the middle of the map, especially in Korean PvP, just for spotting, if not to proxy in general. We haven't got a tier 2 tech structure yet from Parting. Deer going for that robo very quickly here.
Yeah, and the fact that these pylon blocked the probe might raise some suspicions for Parting. Because Parting doesn't get in there to scout anything, but he also might be thinking, well, why did you try so hard to prevent scouting? It's either a Stargate or a robo. There's not usually a lot of in between. So he'll get really aggressive up here with the stalkers. He'll be able to punish a little bit the natural. He didn't have to turn around because he wants to catch these 2 stalkers on the retreat. My boy Deer is in a bit of trouble.
Well, the robo could definitely switch things over into his favor here. Those 2 stalkers are in trouble. I'm sure they're going to get cut off at the pass. That's a dead stalker right there. Yeah,
well, that was a Dark Souls moment. You came into Vision, you're like, nope, I want none of that.
That's one of the most nope games in the whole world, that Dark Souls. And the robo goes down for Parting, but obviously Deer is going to have an early push here with Immortals. I'm thinking probably Mortal Prism. Is this something that Deer could go for to try and really just upset the flow of Parting right now? Good catch on the stalkers, though. That's free damage.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Deer, but I mean, this was kind of him getting punished for being across the map like that. The scouting has been kind of all over the place in terms of like nobody's really seen much of what they needed to up to this point. The faster Nexus, isn't going to pay off for Deer if it gets canceled. I think he should be able to hold this. It's only 4 stalkers. I mean, the Immortal and the Sentries alone should be able to deal with this. There should be no need to cancel it.
Deer does not want to show this Immortal. I think showing the Immortal and the Sentries is going to tip his hand. He wants to go for the force field on the ramp. He brings the Immortal down now. Now parting. Actually, the other force field's not good enough. He escapes with 3 of them. He does lose 1.
And the Immortal's trapped. The Immortal's trapped.
Oh, no. You're needed on the front line, sir. And an Immortal starts the party and needs to dump Gronos into that bad boy. He's already got a shield barrier in the natural, but yeah, the plan of Deer is clear. Bring over that Prism with the Sentries, with the Immortal. Try and force field that army of Parting and shave into it. It's going to be tough, though. Parting knows what's up.
I feel like Parting's best unit in this game is the Stalker, but not just the Stalker, the Blink Stalker. This is a period where he doesn't have that, so I kind of feel like this is actually an even footing battle in terms of raw skill, because Parting's not able to show off with any crazy Blink Micro, but he is going to have a huge advantage in the shield battery with that overcharge ability.
And his own Immortal, thankfully. You know, there is a chance that Parting would have gone for Twilight Council or something like that there and not had an Immortal of his own, and Deer's not going to be too happy about that. Does drop the force field on the ramp. Parting could, he's actually got no energy on the Nexus to recall into the main, so he kind of has to let this happen for now. His own Prism not quite done yet.
This is big, and if he gets the cancel on the pylon or kills the pylon, that's 2 gateways out of production. That halves Parting's production, literally. All he has to do is play around the ramp so the probes get pulled. This is still tough. I don't know about how long Deer can stay here, but he's getting big worker damage done, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's killing a lot of workers. Deer definitely taking a big worker lead, but if he gets cleaned up, Parting can definitely recover. The Prism being used is basically free, non-
Oh no, he's gonna
Deer for Deer. The Prism
he's gonna unphase it. Drop it! Oh! Okay, so this is now the point for Deer where this is like none of these units are getting home. There's not gonna be a recall. He's just gonna do as much damage as he can. This worked out really well for Parting in terms of defense, but he did lose 17 probes. So as long as Deer doesn't die to an immediate counterattack, my boy is in the lead of this game.
He has lost 400 more gas worth of tech, though, losing those 2 Immortals.
True.
A little bit of a miss rally there. Parting does still have his Warp Prism, and he's sending it across the map. A Warp Prism is something that Deer does not have the luxury of. And remember, he didn't get Blink. He doesn't have any of that tier 2, nothing like charge or anything like that. So he's going to have to rely on just units microing around. And now Parting can actually give him a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. He's got Sentry, he's got Immortal.
As long as Deer isn't caught like a Parting in the headlights with this, he should be okay, though, I feel. The Immortal plus a shield battery defense, I mean, it's just the same fear of getting caught in the ramp. So he hits up to the high ground, but this could disadvantage him by putting him stuck on the high ground as Parting attacks on the low ground, and that's exactly what looks like it's happening here.
Yep. Prism is out now for Deer, though. He did make the right call and going for the Prism next instead of queuing up the second Immortal. He's going to lose that battery, so he's lost the advantage.
Let's pick up Immortal.
Target fire. The Prism being used very nicely here by Parting, but he's lost his gateway units. They have definitely been thinned out, and Deer is continuing to hold. The worker count getting shaved into.
I like the Adepts instead of Zealots out of both, but both would love to have Zealots in this army, I guarantee it. The problem is that Immortal on both sides, it's their big damage dealer. As one hits the other, barriers are on cooldown, barriers are off cooldown. Party's not retreating away from this, but Deer gets a little too far forward with his Immortal, but Party gets a little greedy, loses the Immortal to the side. Another pickup micro out of the Warp Prism favors Deer, a guy who's already got more workers in this game. Oh my god, it's, you know what I should have done, man? I don't even know why I sweated coming into this. It's the Wardy War Chest Team League. It's always an ace match.
It's always an ace match. Well,
although I will say this, yeah, no! Damn it, Deer! It couldn't come at a worse time, man. The caster curse, I Artosis the crap out of that. I unpowered all my buildings with that pylon.
You Artosis this so hard. Oh my god. Like eight gateways and a robotics bay and 2 robo facilities on that pylon, man.
But jokes aside, it is worth it. 10 workers lead is a big lead in a PvP, in any mirror matchup, honestly. So yeah, I still feel like this is definitely Deer's game to throw away. And it's at this rate, a couple more engagements like that might be what happens.
Well, Parting's spirit animal is the Stalker, but usually it's the Blink Stalker. He's still going to try and make something happen here in the natural. There's no shield battery still for Deer. He never replenished that. He's been very hand-to-mouth with these minerals. And it looks like he's trying to get into the next phase of the game, which is, probably into charge, eventually try and get an upgrade and
he's going to do it again. He's going to do it again. The Observer's got full vision. Party can see everything Deer's been up to this whole time, including his units being on the low ground. Oh, no, he doesn't have the Warp Prism this time to get back.
He didn't remake the Prism.
No, he didn't.
The call is coming from inside the house.
There's enough energy to recall. If he gets really out of hand, he can recall. But I mean, he knocks down his own pylon brazenly enough to try and get up here. Another force field goes down, though. Oh, this is killing me. Recall goes off. Party can just evacuate and go down to the natural if he wants. He's got control of the ramp. And Deer's lost 2 gateways.
To try and stop it, but the Prism to assist, loading and unloading those units, getting him out of dodge, pulling on that ramp. Deer force field out of his own natural, and Parting continuing to do more probe damage here.
Deer, pull the pros back. Pull the pros back, man. Don't commit with this. This is wild, though. This for Parting brings this game back up even in terms of economy, right? This is actually the sickest match out of all the games we've had today. I love TVZ Maynard. I know you do, but this PvP's been the most back and forth game we've had today, period.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm getting very worried for Parting here. If he doesn't start a Colossus or something, a ton of Resonant Glaive Adepts is actually terrifying to what Parting's got right now, which is not a whole lot of anti-adept countermeasure. He's in the main again with that Prison, continuing to upset Deer. He doesn't. Actually, he probably sees the edge of that Twilight Council there and to check Parting's vision. Yeah, he does know about the Twilight Council. Obviously, he was attacking in that ramp. Dumb me. But yeah, Parting needs an anti-charge lot / adept glaive countermeasure. And I feel like that actually might be Colossus here. As much as you want to go Disruptors at this point.
I actually really like Colossus. The ability to break force fields is huge. You've witnessed how many times in this game alone force fields have been a near game-defining factor. So I would love to see Colossus come out at some point. It's Disruptor to start, which isn't bad, but I would not be upset if we saw a Colossus.
Yeah, D-Power's Aroba facility is there as well, so the Disruptor is even being delayed in production. Good counterblow there from Deer, and Resonant Glaives is about to finish. He's got himself 6 gateways worth of Adept Printer.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of ink.
Oh, no. Well, there's a very awkward trade happening here, too. The mineral line's being pushed off. No one has a third to retreat to. There's damage under the main from Deer. There's damage under the natural from Parting. Deer's the one who's hurting a little bit more, but he's found the entire natural base open. Oh, there's nothing to break those force fields, Maynard. The warp into the main was a big distraction, a big fake out. He's going to kill the natural.
Yeah, the natural's in tons of trouble here. Parting might be able to get those units from the main down.
He just recalled.
The sentries are out of position. Overcharged shield battery. Oh, the Disruptor from downtown. Massive connections on the Adept. Softens up the Immortal as well. Parting just needs to hold here. Is it going to be enough? He loses the Disruptor. Oh, no. Deer all in his face with so many Glaive Adepts and still doing so much damage.
And his Immortal's still pushing. He doesn't have a Warp Persona Microwave, but Deer's got units for days, and Parting's running out of probes faster than Deer's running out of army.
Oh, man, I think Deer's done it. Parting has lost too many units. He doesn't have any economy to back up any more production either. He's got a Disruptor. He fires it into the pack. He gets the Immortal, but he needed to kill everything with that Nova.
Yes! My man, Deer! Let's bring it up! Yeah! Ace match time.
This team league, it's bad for my heart.
It is.
Ace match every time, doesn't it? God damn.
I gotta tell you, because I've been watching like your matches and Nate's matches and Zymgrov's matches as well, and like these have been so exciting to watch. I'm not just trying to do fan service right now, but as a fan, I've enjoyed the heck out of this team. Like this is everything I've wanted to see for so long out of Blizzard, out of anybody really, and this has been such a blast. But I think we're gonna go to a small break here while we deliberate who our aces will be, and hopefully mine won't take too long. But we've had a lot of translation problems in the past, so I guess we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Well, this time I managed to not go over the timer with our picks. But last second, I'm not sure if what you heard me as the countdown to come back started. Our ace match player is going to be Deer.
And my ace match player, it's Parting.
I told everybody, nobody listened to me. They're all convinced it was going to be Kira. And I'm like, guys, it's Parting. Maynard loves Parting. They're going to pick Parting. And they're all like, no, it's going to be Kira. It's going to be Kira.
I knew that you loved Clem, but I thought, whether you pick Clem or Rogue, I think Q was a really great pick. But I'm like,
I think so too.
Rifkin likes momentum, and Deer, he's just off the back of some pretty nice momentum. And I think, what we do? We just get that crank next to the train tracks. We pull that and we derail this momentum. We send it right into the ditch.
Well, you know what's sick about this? Even all things considered, for picks about it, Parting versus Deer, just like the sickest rematch. Like, we're right back into the seat right now. This suddenly feels like a best of 3 instead of a best of 1. We get another match between two great players. But I gotta tell you, I was it's not, for me, it's not about picks. I was just talking to these guys behind the scenes, and I'm like, my team immediately goes down, like, they're all on the same page, but I'm on a different road. I'm like, okay, guys, who do we want to pick for this map? They're like, and all of them are like, well, who does Maynard want to pick for this map? So this is why I stay out of the decision-making process. But it was voted. Everyone said Deer because they weren't sure what was coming up. Clem, I would love to say Clem. If we actually went over my records, I think every time my vote, because we do a voting system, I'm like, Clem. I vote for Clem. Clem. I'm a big fan of Clem. Clem. Let's do Clem. But yeah, we're gonna bring out Deer.
The part of the reason why Parting was picked as well is that he's very, very confident in his PVT. Even though Cure is, you mentioned, extremely good in this matchup, Parting is like super confident in PVT at the moment. So he wanted to flex that muscle as well. But that'll allow it to bide his time. I got another PvP rematch. Very excited this is a rematch of the last game as well, because it's felt like an incredibly back and forth. Just showing how fun PvP could be, basically.
Yeah. And without any of the like hidden proxy pylon, like that was just a straight up PvP too, which was great. You don't get that too often, I feel. We often have those, like what I've been calling Schrodinger's pylons. The ones put out to the side. You don't know if they're a proxy or they're just a mind game, but
yeah. What is this pylon? Ooh,
ooh, just supply.
All right. Well, we are getting amongst it, and I'm guessing, even though it's the ace match, I'm first on the intros again. I'm just going to lock on a Wardy cam and make sure the answer is yes. All right. In the bottom left, looking to get some of that back revenge. In the left, looking for payback, he is Dragon Phoenix Gaming's Parting.
Boo! Hey, whoever that was, don't do that. We're in the middle of a cast right now, okay? To the top right, I guess. Do I have another intro ready for this one? Tempo, can we take this away?
Let's put another one on the board. He is the ace, our savior and lord. A literal god. Did you see that last game? This is Deer, and Comeback's his last name.
Amen, brother. That was amazing. Okay, so with Deer and Parting, obviously we just watched that these guys are well matched. There was more back and forth in that single game than I felt like the entire games that led up to it. I gotta be honest, Maynard, win or lose here, I'm just, as a StarCraft fan, I'm so satisfied. And thank you for playing against me in the Team League today. This was a blast.
You know what, Rifkin? All that had to happen was me be scheduled at some point to play your team. It's my pleasure, dude. I live to give.
Yeah, well, I guess you put it like that. It's not so whatever.
Dude, I just, when someone's just feeling down, I just really love to help them out and pick them up again. It just happens to be that we're scheduled to play today, but if I had a choice, I would have chosen to play your team today, because I know you need that pick-me-up.
I'm not sure where we're going with this now, but I'm just gonna segment it away to the fact that we do have a proxy pylon coming out of Parting.
I was gonna say, you when you were saying no proxies last game, like an honorable gentleman's PvP, I was gonna say I feel like this one will be less of a gentleman's PvP. Specifically from Parting's side, he doesn't. Parting really hates losing. He really hates losing, and yeah.
I actually really like what Parting's done here. So the way he's put the probe out in the middle of the map, he's not committed to this being a proxy, but he's also not making it look like he's totally abandoning it. Okay, he's abandoning it now. Because if Deer didn't get the full scout, maybe he wouldn't have seen that there wasn't a second pylon. I mean, PvP is so, like, it's a playbook that you can read for the first 3 minutes, right? There's not a lot of deviations. But this proxy pylon is not for an actual proxy. He wants Deer to think it's a proxy. And Deer, with that probe scouting from the main base now, totally thinks it's a proxy.
Exactly. That's the whole idea here. Is it's just a mind game. It's trying to make them overreact to a potential attack, like slow down their expansion, maybe rethink that the fast expand if they are going to do it. Stalker pops out and shoots down that probe. It's kind of like going for like a Macarax as a Terran. You know, you get your barracks out there. It's like, oh, I'm proxying you, but really it's just right next to the main and you float it back in.
I think for the early game last time they fought, it was like that awkward 2-stalker versus 2-stalker scuffle. Deer lost the early game, but he wasn't punished for it so much because he had the natural down much faster. This time around, Parting's got the natural down way fast. Not way fast, but faster. We're going to see that probe spike up probably a little bit for Parting because Deer's going to be investing in things like the Immortal. I can't tell you that this is going to go one way or another off the openings, but the expansion timings in PvP are so delicate and they are so important that you can be like in the worst position and be 3 bases to 2 and still pull off like a victory. It's nuts how the economy for PvP goes, but how expensive the units are too.
It actually looks like Dia is doing almost the exact same thing as last game, and this is a worse map for it, I feel, if he is going for the fast Immortal, fast Prism, is it just takes a lot longer to get across the map, and we saw Parting almost hold, quite well last time, even with the fact that Warp Prism can probably basically hop, skip, and jump from one side of the map to the other. His Stalker's once again not finding any defenses here, and he's going to be scratching his head like, all right, what's the story here, Mr. Dia?
It's tough because he wants to show everything. He wants to bring everything down here to stop this, but at the same time, he can't go down with too few units. So here he comes with those force fields. I'm not sure if he'll catch these units. He's going to find Parting a little complacent with this. He trades out 1 stalker for 1.
Yeah, you can't really catch the force fields here, so the Parting's Stalkers do escape, and both players actually take us 1 Stalker in damage. And Deer, of course, fast Immortal, fast Prism again. But again, a longer rush distance, and the Adept Shade sees the Immortal.
Block. Oh, he doesn't get the block. Oh, he ends up force fielding one of the Adepts out, which is great, but then also force fields the rest of his units out of the base too.
Yeah, there's going to be some probe damage here for sure. Takes a long time to dig this Adept out, even with another Adept. He might get 1 more probe here. Oh, shades into the natural where he does get deleted. Gets 3 probes there, and also sees the Immortal early. So Parting mustering up his defenses.
Oh, this is fascinating. The cannon coming down the front of the base, I don't actually dislike from Parting at all. He's expecting an immediate counterattack as you would in the situation. And the cannon doesn't add a lot, but I mean, the cannon hits for 20 damage flat. Like that's everything it hits really hard. So it's one of those things where I don't know if Parting's going to target it down or if he's going to take a lot of if Deer's going to target it down or if he's going to take a lot of damage from it. But I do know that shield battery is going to keep it nice and healthy for a long time.
The Observer of Parting sees the army of Deer arriving to see this Warp Prism as well. So he knows what's coming, but does he still, like, even with knowledge, does he actually have the unit count to hold this? The whole plan here of Deer is once again going for that force field and ram. Parting's already split his forces between the natural and the main. That's where the cannon and the shield batteries come in.
That's a fool me once situation. Not going to happen again. Oh, he loses one of the sentries.
Nice force fields. Very nice force fields.
That's pretty big. Even if you're using a lot of energy like this, it's still worth it just to pick off actual units because as time goes on, Parting gains the advantage through his robo production. Deer can warp in units, but he doesn't have robo production, period. And he's a little risky with his warp prism, dude. I don't like this out of Deer.
Now there's a prism with Parting here, and Parting is the prism master. So he's going to get that Observer as well. The Observer flies into that cannon. Deer not expecting that bad boy.
No one expects the cannon, Maynard.
No,
but I was gonna mention Parting's on his way to +1, like nearing completion as Deer starts his forge. I think in the grand scheme of things, like +1 isn't that big of an impact. You start seeing a much bigger result out of like +2 and +3, but that's where the tech is going to matter. I'm watching the Twilight Councils out of both, and I'm wondering if this is going to Blink or not. Because if we go Blink Stalkers, A, it's Parting's like bread and butter, but B, Blink Stalkers pair up so well with things like Disruptors.
Yeah, Blink Disruptor really is back in the meta a bit in PvP, so I actually kind of feel like you might be on the ball there with the Blink and Disruptor. It's something that Parting really likes. He's a micro guy. You know, he's the beyond of Protoss as far as I'm concerned. There's so many esports hype clips of him just doing crazy things that didn't seem possible with the Protoss units. Blink from Deer, charge from Parting, strangely enough. All right, bit of a reverse roll.
Well, this makes a little bit more sense, though. Heavier, faster upgrades benefit the players who are going to use Charge Lots and Archons, the things that get benefits from weapon upgrades, whereas Disruptors and Blink, the Disruptors are your damage. They don't get any benefits from +1 or not. So I'm not sure if this is like a cause and effect off of scouting, or these were just the tech paths they had planned to go anyways, but I think that both complement each other's playstyle. It's just a little more surprising because Parting is like the Blink guy. Like you expect, if you Blink in a game, it's Parting, right?
We got a scuffle here at the bottom of the map. Parting getting a catch on a unit or two there, just forcing back Deer's army. He hasn't got the Prism though. It's just a little bit of a scuffle. He's picking off one unit. He's getting a very quick third Nexus versus Deer, who's getting his a little bit later. Oh, I think that Blink is one of those things, obviously, when it goes in Disruptors, that's fantastic. But Immortal Archon Charge Lot is still very, very good. Like, it's one of those unit comps that kind of does, it's like the dual unit comp in PvP.
Yeah, I feel like charge lots, because even if they don't get to do a lot of damage, they can take a lot of hits.
Yeah. They're like
They're just
heavyweight
like-
boxes. They don't really dodge. They just take it on the chin because they got a million hit points.
Yeah, they just like taking the front line for whatever's behind it. In this case, I guess we're expecting Archons, but we're not seeing anything that leads to Archons yet, which is a little strange.
Oh, Deer's about to have Blink. Parting's out the map here. He sends, okay, says the hallucinated Phoenix going to pull back up to the high ground, get back to safety, back to that prism.
There's not a lot of safety to fall back to here. I guess the choke will be an advantage, but if he gets stuck on a force field, he can always blink out. There's a lot more pressure that Deer can put onto Parting than vice versa. And the force fields go down aggressively out of Deer, pushing Parting's army back to a tiny little choke. These stalkers aren't that numerous as they're all stuck walking in the back line, but as long as Parting's army can't connect, this is good for Deer.
It certainly is. He's got a lot of Stalkers here, and when he gets a lot of Stalkers, he can just go for the aggressive blink and try and just drive this home.
Oh,
Force field trying to create some choke points for those Zealots, and so far so good. Parting's managed to spend a bit of that gas on Archons. There's the overcharged pylon, and this is the time to fight with those Archons, but he's lost the Nexus. A big blow to Parting.
And both the shield batteries are unpowered with that. The positioning there out of Deer was just way too powerful. Parting's, if his Archons were there sooner, he could have broken the force fields, and that would have been a non-issue. But now Deer starts pushing forward, and I gotta be honest, man, the supply's really heavily favoring my guy right now.
The only thing that Parting's got going for him at the moment is those upgrades. Well, the upgrade, I should say, just the one. He's forced to attack. He's got to go in. He's got to go in with everything he's got.
He's got to get rid of the War Prism. War Prism, wake up! He loses one of the, my boy loses the Immortals. I think a little complacency there goes a long way. Warps in some Zealots or Adepts down the front lines, plays forward on top of the Immortals, goes to the surround, the focus fire here on everything, puts him in range of the splash damage though. Deer, don't throw this fight! Don't throw this game!
These Archons, man. These Archons are doing so much.
Hit him once! They got no HP! Shoot him once!
Oh my god! That's not possible! Parting takes an incredible, impossible seeming hold right there. We were just talking about esports clips. How did that engagement go Parting's way? Someone do the research. That was insane.
I can already tell you, Deer was getting, I don't know if he was overconfident or cocky or complacent, but I mean, the Warp Prism wasn't picking up the Immortals that were shut up in the front line. He blinked forward aggressively into Archons and Immortals. There's like 3 Immortals in that pack. That was just a bad move out of Deer, and it came from a position I felt really, to me, it came off as cocky.
Parting's being jebaited into a Blink Stalkers over here because he's got a Prism to worry about in the main base with those extra units inside of it. And unfortunately, he put forward Deer. Parting's on the chase there with his own Prism.
I'm not sweating it for Deer too bad because he is a third base up over Parting, and that's big. Deer just has to do the bare minimum of not throwing away any of these units. Like trading a little bit for a little bit is fine, but if he loses the Warp Prism, if he loses the Immortal, or he loses a numerous amount of Stalkers, he gets to be in a huge disadvantage. Parting is up in army supply despite being down in economy, and he's got the +2 weapons to boot.
Yeah, he's unfortunately supply blocked. He's trying to pick off this Prism of Deer really, really hard there. He's got 3 pylons in the way. Caught himself mismacroing a little bit there. The Zealots being bled into the Blink Stalkers, which Deer can just pick and choose which units he picks off as he blinks back. The charge loss really on the chase here. If Deer does lose 1 Stalker, but is getting those trades.
Miss Macro, is there a Mr. Macro? I will say this much though, with Disruptors on the way, a second Robo, I think Deer in about 2 minutes has an unbeatable army, but in these next 2 minutes, this is Parting's time to shine, and he's pushing out for the attacks. I think he knows this too. Deer can recall those Stalkers in a pinch, but this is going to be tough for him.
Parting needs to hit right now. This is his best chance to win right now, and you're absolutely right. He knows that. He's trying to hold with whatever he has in that front line. Deer may need to recall the Stalkers here because Parting is all in. This needs to kill Deer. Disruptors firing out that first Nova. He's got another Disruptor in the bag. He's got 2 more Disruptors about to finish. Robotics facility exposed, though.
He's going to target fire it down, so no shots going off. Stalkers can fall up to the main. I mean, Probe's going to have to be pulled with the fight, but he can't pull the Probes into Archons is the problem. He gets rid of the Archons, the Probes can get on top of the Immortals, and this could be a defensive fight, but Deer is just bleeding out right now. And these Disruptors are on cooldown. They're just waiting for the opportunity to fight. He doesn't pull them back, and by not pulling them back, they are getting smashed on the front line. I'm so pissed right now, Deer. How did you throw this game away?
You know what? I feel a little bit better about it, strangely enough.
Well, it's not, I guess it's not over till the Fat Lady things, but at the very least, Deer is now behind, even if he holds. That's what kills me about this.
She's warming up her vocal cords, mate. Parting has got a very, very, very hard-hitting army over here. Still has that upgrade lead. Deer nearly got +2. He's got charge loss. He's got Archons. Parting won the unwinnable game, and he is doing it right now for the boys, pushing those Stalkers back, running out of map to hide, and Parting's going to get that ace match victory. Ooh, it feels so good. I'm never going to get sick of when my team actually wins. We're 2-2 now. Feels good, man.
Oh, it kills me because I feel like Deer had that game. Like, respect to the win. You guys won. Bravo. Kudos. But I feel like Deer had that game and threw it away. That kills me, man. That really.
I actually know how you feel. Reyna very nearly lost to Cure as well. He like threw a ton of units away, and I was starting to go, oh my god, Cure, it's your time, it's your time. And then Cure's army got deleted by like just overextending. And I know how you feel. You get the overextension in the one map that you needed to win the game. It feels bad, man, but well played. We got to the Ace match. We showed some pretty fun games. Specifically, Parting and Deer showed some really good games.
Yeah.
Back. That was really, really cool.
In terms of quality of the games, not upset the slightest. Just as a team owner, a little sad right now. But I don't want to dolly diddle or whatever too long, because Wardy has probably gotten upset that we're at another Ace match, and he probably wants us moving things along. So we have another set of games. We have 5 more best of 5s coming up throughout today. I'll be back for 2 more. I am taking a break, so I won't be playing this next set. I'll see you guys later, and Maynard, GG's.
GG's. Well played. See you next. G'day, StarCraft fans. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. For 2 series in a row, I'm your boy Maynard with the Dread Knights off the back of a hot win against that Colon Ambulance, I guess for them, not for us. And next, we're going to be up against Demumu's boys, Benny's boys. Ben, your smile makes me smile, and I really wish it didn't because we're enemies right now. We're fighting right now.
Are we really, though, Maynard? Like, you and I, we picked some really good teams, and we're going to duke it out, you know? Like, I know that you were one of the bottom 3 before that last clan war.
Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah. But honestly, when I looked at your...
very few games played. That's the issue for the boys. We haven't had a chance to shine yet.
The boys. I like that you're calling your Dread Knights the boys. This is the true boys over here, Maynard. The true boys.
My boys. Those are your boys. These are my boys. These are my lads. And we're starting things off here in a pretty cool game. It's a TVP on Korea. Very, very exciting. And let me just lock onto the correct. I've got to make sure that we're introing the right players. Oh, this is your guy. Take it away, Ben.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side as the blue Protoss, it is Hurricane.
And in the top right, the #1 Chinese player, Mr. Terran himself, recently dispatching Hurricane in a 2-0 in a Lima League. It is time.
Oh, he did?
Oh, yeah.
He
won the last Lima League. He 3-0'd Ragnarok in the finals, defeated Dark on his run 2-1.
I mean, Time is really solid. Like, one thing that really stands out to me where I really thought Time was super good and super on the way up was that Finnish LAN, where he really brought Serral to, like, the absolute limit. I think it was, like, it went to the 5th map kind of thing when Serral was absolutely unstoppable. I got super confused, by the way, because my overlay says Hero Marine in Time, and I was like, what? Really? Yeah, I'm still super confused. It's saying Hero Marine's the blue Protoss for me. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Like, when I saw the lineups, I wasn't too confident for Hurricane in this match, honestly. And the other matchups too, it's definitely going to be a bit of a bloodbath, as Pig would say, this one.
Yeah, you know what? When I looked at these lineups, I was a little bit worried about both the matchups because I think everyone's got a very stacked team because that's what happens when you can only pick 4 players in a pool of like 100 plus, or almost like 100 players. But I was definitely a little bit more worried about Benny's boys than Rifkin's team. I felt like we had some really good matchups for Rifkin's team. We did get some of those matches that the other players really wanted, though. Parting really wanted TY, and he specifically picked that map because he wanted that match. Parting, I don't know if you saw in the last series, really hates when he loses to a player and instantly wants to get revenge. So, in fact, he did a best of 3 on his stream against TY, which he won 2-0. But that was obviously just online, not on stage at GSL, different environment. The environment he's playing in today, actually, just from home.
But they've played multiple times. Like, I had a little bit of banter with Parting on Twitter.
I remember. I saw that.
He responded like, "I'll destroy your team." This was not too long ago. And then I decided to look up his results with TY. And TY, even before that happened, won like the last 4 or 5 engagements. Then he won again in something else between them. So this feels like that little kid. Like, this is back to my high school days where the little kid keeps on picking a fight with the big kid that smashes him every time.
It's like,
it's like, dude, just stop. He's like, no, I'll have him. And then you get smashed again. Like, oh, it's rough, man. It's rough.
Well, I had a look at those numbers as well, Ben. What I didn't see was a 0 next to any of Parting's map scores. So he does take maps, and this is a best of 1. So we'll see. We're, of course, in the first series here, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Stargate build from Hurricane. Time going for a pretty regular 1-1-1 opener off the back of some Widow Mines. So kind of looks like a Widow Mine drop potentially.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that was really strange about Time's opening, by the way, he didn't go for a Reaper. So he went for like the Marine first. And obviously that builds way quicker than a Reaper. And then a Reactor ASAP. So whatever he's planning on, it looks like it's going to follow up with quite a lot of Marines to do a push of some sort. Which is super duper cool. And I mean, it's not super unorthodox, but Hurricane so far has started off with a Stargate and straight into Phoenix play.
Yeah, and continuing to make them here, so not going to rely on Oracles for any damage. Obviously, the Phoenixes are really nice for a while, but then they start to fall off once you start to get Stim and plus on attack and that sort of thing. Stargate units really start to fall off completely, but when you go Oracle, you have Stasis Wards at least. When you have Phoenixes, you pretty much have like SCV production and the ability to shoot down Medivacs and Liberators, and that's basically it. Luckily, that's all that Time has at the moment.
I'm just a little bit worried for Time because he has no idea what he's up against, and he's doing a Widowmine drop into a Liberator. In fact, so he's got his second barracks down, right? Like, and now he's making his third barracks. Okay. When I didn't see a third barracks in production, I was like, oh my gosh, he's just going to all in off this. But no, it's going to be like a multiple pronged aggression by the looks of it. And Hurricane, he's taking a relatively late third, but he's being so safe with how he's getting his buildings.
He didn't see the medevac just yet, but his units aren't too far away. It looks like Time is just trying to wait for Hurricane to potentially not be in position here. The Depth Shades forward sees a lot of bio and tank as well from Time, which he's hiding on that ramp. And a Robo-Bay right away from Hurricane. So it looks like Time might be waiting for that, for something else to hit, like maybe wait for the Liberator to arrive before boosting in that medevac.
Yeah, and I think that's smart, right? Like, Rotty said something that was really cool. He listened to Show, the old school pro, you know, with the low APM. Yeah. And Show gave a coaching session. He's like, never do just one thing. Like, always do two things at the same time to your opponent, because then he has to react in two different spots at the same time. So Time definitely going with that kind of approach here. The Phoenix have been exposed now, and that's where the Widowmine drops.
Oh! The Phoenix has definitely found damage with those Widowmines, Ben. I mean, 13 probes, that's a lot of probes.
My Terran heart like screams with joy. Yes. But my actual Benny Boy heart, it's dying a little inside, because this is just a well-planned push, and there's no third in production, so and the Liberator even getting a little bit of damage done. But yeah, that was one of the worrisome things with the Liberator. I was kind of like, Liberator against the Phoenix opening, maybe it won't get that much damage done, but honestly, that Widowmine drop was so damn crucial.
Yeah, he got 14 probes in total there with the Liberator finishing off, so like half glass full, I guess, for Hurricane is that he is going to get cleaned up on a medevac as well. Bio doesn't quite have stim yet, so we can't chase down these Phoenixes. Hurricane's going to keep them alive. But going into Colossus here, Hurricane's army is about to become a lot better with Colossi coming on in. Time, one of the best bio tank players I've ever seen. We'll see what he starts going for here is like a countermeasure for tier 3 Protoss. Like, does he keep making tanks? Is he just going to go heavy on bio and just try and control versus something like this? We'll see.
Yeah, we definitely will. Like, this is so many Marines right now, kind of popping out a stim here, trying to catch the Phoenix, but Hurricane was quite decently fast about this, and he's going to get a full scout off of exactly what's going on, and in fact, it's a third base on location against Phoenix. That's always one move that I'm kind of like, I don't risk it personally, because I'm always like, that Phoenix will keep on killing the SCV, but it's a decent move, I suppose.
Speaking of third bases, the Protoss is very delayed here. Still no third. He's making tier 3 units on 2 bases still. He is finding a lot of damage with these Phoenixes, but the economy of Hurricane's not doing him any favors at the moment. Time's even started a 4th command center. Excuse me, that's the 3rd still.
It's a third still.
I'm like, what?
But, this is what happens to me. And then it's like, okay, I have to send over an SCV all that way. Like, might as well just make it on the 3rd location or at my natural or whatever. But this push, like, Time is so convinced there's a 3rd coming up. And Hurricane, and I think this is rightly so, he knows he's taken a lot of damage, and he knows that Time's just trying to kill him kind of thing if he takes a 3rd. So nice play by Hurricane. In fact, nice play by both of them.
I mean, it feels like it doesn't feel correct, because you're expecting a 3rd at this point. It feels like the right call from Time is to actually go home. You don't want to do that. Oh, no, there's the 3rd. Hello. Cancel that and then go home.
Yeah, like, this is definitely a position that Hurricane can't really fight in. And I mean, there are disruptors, and you can hope for the dream shot, but he is on siege, so this would be a moment to strike, but there isn't blink, there isn't charge.
He's gonna siege and take the fight. Wow, target fire from Time. He feels like he has enough units to take this. The Zealots don't have charge, so they are going into the meat grinder a little bit, but Time does lose all of his tanks, and he's in an awkward spot here. If he picks up into the medevacs, the Phoenixes can chase him down.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he was so brazen about taking that fight, right? Like, where he re-sieged up. I was kind of expecting like a quick medevac pickup on those tanks just to get away and stuff, because he would have been in a phenomenal position, because Terran is meant to start their 3rd as the Protoss finishes their 3rd, but the positions are totally flipped here. Like, Time's so far ahead this game.
Yeah, he's in a really lovely spot, and he's also starting to, the advantage for Hurricane is that he does have those Colossi, and he's starting to take that away from him as well by getting as many Vikings as he can afford, getting that Ghost Academy back at home as well, potentially just to EMP the Phoenixes, but also just to EMP everything Protoss related. Templar Archives on the way, but already having the counter to the Templar Archives tech already in production with Ghosts here for Time. Looks really good for the Terran.
Yeah, this is one of those. Nice. I mean, Time's just played flawless this game. And catching them as well with the Marines, like... Now he's got a 40 supply, 50 supply lead. He's got a really big army, a good army, and when the 3 ghosts come out, that's your timing window where it's like you have 3 EMPs available, and what is Hurricane meant to do in this situation?
Well, pray to whatever god he believes in. Hopefully the EMPs whiff. Maybe the Colossi don't get caught by the Vikings. Maybe the EMPs don't land on the units.
Oh, please,
Time's upgrades aren't amazing. That's the one thing that I think is not great for him. But yeah, his army is so huge.
Yeah, I mean, like, he even continually made tanks, and he's still doing it as well, which that is also unusual. But I guess if he clued into the fact that Hurricane just kept on making Colossus and stuff, or like never went for anything before, like not a big charge lot army and swell of units like that, it's kind of a decent thing to have.
Well, we do have the push coming in from Time. Hurricane's about to get wind of it here. Actually, in fact, so that Zealot, he knows it's on the way. Does have that Disruptor, but this Disruptor needs, he needs like 3 good Disruptor hits with 1 Disruptor. I'm not sure how that's possible, but it feels like that's what he needs right now. A lot of great splash damage. Oh, good tank spot here for Time as well.
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, Storm is available now, which is cool, but when you're 40 supply down and the Terran's got a position like this on you, and it's like, what do? I think Hurricane's doing well with these High Templars and the Colossus, using his range and stuff, but it's just a matter of time before this Nexus goes down, and Time's playing very, very smartly with this positioning.
Yeah, keeping the Bio to cover the tanks as well. So Zealot's coming in from the back. Oh, Stims forward on the high ground, picks off the Disruptor. Storms do connect, but there's still a lot of Bio left over from Time, and the tanks are still alive as well. Oh man, Hurricane's army is disappearing. He's got those charge lots getting on top of the tanks. The Bio is getting a little bit light thanks to those Storms, but he's trading so well. He does have such an economy back at home as well.
I tell you what, Hurricane actually traded way better than I thought he would. I thought he was going to get absolutely smashed in the meat grinder, but he did a good job of picking off all the Vikings. He did a good job of just landing Storms, despite there being lots of EMP. And surprisingly, he's still kind of in this. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still on the ropes, but well played by him.
Yeah, still alive. The third, very damaged earlier. He picks it off. 1 more shot there from the Bio. Yes, there we go. That Colossus gets target fire by the tank as well. Target fire from Time as he does a little bit of kiting over here with the charge loss and the Archon. Still hasn't killed that Colossus. The tank got picked off. Hurricane's making lemonade with lemons here. Oh, the Marauder going for the dive. He still can't get it. This Colossus has 9 lives.
That Colossus, oh my gosh, has done so damn well. And just by staying alive, it made Time kind of go for it, right? And then he was like,
yeah,
damn, I'm not actually getting it.
He dives so deep for that Colossus, and I know how that feels too. You're like, oh god, it's a 1 hit point, it's 1 shot, please. You boost in those Marauders, just hoping for that last shot, and you just go straight into Stalkers and Charge Loss, and they all die. Now, Hurricane he's looking a little desperate here. He's lost his third multiple times, and he really wants to do a great counterattack. His army is very scary. Time has not made a ton of Vikings. He's still trying to get up there in the Viking count. He's only got 2 right now. He's trying to get a 4th, so he's busy over here. The 3rd is under attack right now from Hurricane.
I mean, this is such a flimsy army, right? Like, it's 2 High Templars, 1 Colossus, a couple of Stalkers. Like, it isn't a strong army, but Time has to be careful with how he engages this, just because of the Storm. And like Hurricane, he's kind of being aggressive, or being offensive to try and be defensive behind this. But look at Time; he's got such a great spread here. He's even got Ghosts in the mix. Nice Colossus, but sick EMP.
Yeah, and that's going to be it for Hurricane. A valiant effort, though. Damn, he held on by those fingertips, man. By his fingernails, he was just on that precipice, and he would not let go of that game. I like the fighting spirit, but unfortunately for Benny's boys, not quite good enough. Dread Knights get the 1-0 start.
Not quite good enough, May. And this is definitely one of those situations that I've been used to, honestly. Like, my boys, we go in there, we take a hit. Like, we haven't gone 1 game without an ace match thus far. I guess most people haven't, actually, in the league. But
yeah, I've played 4 times, and 3 of those 4 times it was an ace match.
Aha. And what was the one time?
And the first time I won an ace match was actually just now against Rifkin. The other ace matches I lost to friggin' Rainer and Serral on NA Central. Terrible.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is the wounder. Like, when I saw we were against Serral, it was really funny because, like, the team chat, they started speaking a little bit in English because I was like, okay, who wants to go? And they're all like, not me, you go. And it's like, no, you go, I lose. And it's like, oh my gosh, boys, like, you got to get it together here. You got to get it together.
That fighting spirit?
Yeah.
See, that's one thing I can guarantee is even though Cure will be very like, oh no, after you, no, you hang up. You know, like everyone's really polite. They're like, no, you. Parting's like, me, go, me. He wants the ace every time. He's like, me, put me in, go. I unfortunately couldn't use him as the ace against Roddy, which I honestly don't know if he'd do better anyway because Reynor is just so scary. But he was sleeping for GSL, so I didn't really have a choice. I had to pick Ragnarok, and it felt so bad because I love Ragnarok and I believe in Ragnarok. But do I believe in Ragnarok against Reynor and a ZVZ with ping, difference? Yeah, not so much.
Anyway, Maynard, we've got a real treat of a match coming up here. So it's going to be TY against Parting, and now these guys, I feel they're building up quite a bit of a rivalry, and maybe it's a bit of a one-sided rivalry, but it absolutely shouldn't be. Like it's just a matter of time before Parting actually does take out TY. But TY, for whatever reason, while every other Terran is dropping like a fly to this guy, TY is the one Terran that's standing strong.
He certainly is. Terran's like Parting's destroyed Maru multiple times in GSL. Actually, he's done it even in the War Chest Team League for the Dread Knights, but he just keeps having trouble against this fine gentleman. Let's see if he can win this time, though. You're going to have to intro your boy to start things off with.
Are you sure it's on Parting right? Frick it. Go back to TY. Go back to TY. Spawning in the bottom right as that blue Terran on Submarine. It is TY.
Wardy's got multiple PCs because he's got that 6 stream of money. And locked onto Wardy B. That was my bad. In the top left, though, looking to get that revenge. Sweet, sweet victory. It is my boy from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Parting.
And he's being proper cheeky this game. This was like a 12 pylon into 13 gateway or something ridiculous. So this is like the absolute fastest gateway you can possibly have. Does put you a little bit behind economically, but Parting, he's a cheeky chappy. He's up to no good, and yet again.
The early gas, early pylon, early gate means that he can pylon pressure early. Oh, TY going for multiple barracks here. Is he 3-raxing? What's he doing here? It's 2 barracks before an expansion.
Yes.
Oh my god.
And so this is going to be like some kind of Reaper play, right? Where he gets out 2 or 3 Reapers or something. And if Parting is hoping for like very early aggression, this is like TY's build is weird. Like it's weird as hell, but I think it's actually not too bad against what Parting's doing here.
No, I mean, if someone's going to make a lot of early units, having a lot of early units is fantastic against that. Not that Reapers are the greatest fighting unit, but it is looking like he wants to get multiple of them out here, or I guess an add-on for the next barracks. This is definitely a weird one from TY, delaying his natural by a lot. Yeah, I mean, it is going to be funny. I think that if Parting is just... it's going to be like, are there gateway units at home or not? Is like going to be the question I think we're going to have to find out soon.
I mean, like, TY's the one actually getting the scout off because Parting didn't bother at all. So TY, upon seeing this, he's probably not thinking like, oh, this is something like super duper weird here. But yeah, just unusual. Like, seeing these builds clash. I kind of remember a game, I don't know if it was Maru or TY, but on Zen of all things against Parting, where they went this kind of build. It didn't work out for them, but that is a cheeky bonker. Is that actually Envision? It can't be Envision, right? Or is it? No, it wasn't, but it is now.
We'll be now to deny that. Get on that SCV. Good catch from Parting. TY's denying, or rather the bunker's being denied. Oh, natural loss being slowed down. Adept across the map here from Parting. Looking good for the Protoss at the moment.
Certainly is. It's not looking good for my boy, and oh dear, this is not the kind of start you want when you go for some weird-ass Reaper opening, and that's going to be a 3rd SCV drop in here. Really good start for Parting.
Yeah, he gets 3 SCVs, denies the bunker on the other side of the map. TY still has these 3 Reapers. He's going to make a little bit of a wall in down here. Oh no, there's rethinking it. A little bit of indecision from TY.
I think it was a misclick.
Okay.
I think it was just one of those things.
The Reapers were there.
Yeah. I think it, you know, sometimes when you press like the tech lab button like X and you try and click and then he accidentally went back to his Reapers kind of thing. But Parting's doing all the right stuff here. Like, he's getting shield batteries in both bases. So these Reapers, even though they can hop into every base like Wano, look at these shield batteries. Gonna do nothing.
Yeah. Shield batteries and multiple mineral lines does cost a bit of cash, but it's cheaper than getting 3 Reapers. So he's going to rely on that for defense in the mineral line. Meanwhile, Parting, his spirit animal, the Blink Stalker, on the way here with a Robo, no less. What's his gateway production at? It's just, looks like 1, 2 warp gates is finishing up. Yeah, he doesn't have a ton of production. He's just got a handful of units. Just going to try and poke that natural a bit more before TY gets up a bunker or anything really convincing his defense.
And I'm worrying for TY, man. Like, he's getting up a third barracks here, so this is a very, very quick 3 barracks. Like, he's delayed his tech quite a bit, getting up the starport and stuff, but... Ooh! Oh! Okay, it's going to get over to the shield battery, but nice hull damage, and maybe he can pick off a few probes here. Parting has been so supply blocked, by the way. And yeah, he's only just...
He's had a couple missed macros tonight. He had one against Deer as well where he got super supply blocks because he actually might have picked up a pylon. But whenever you're a Protoss that makes 3 pylons at once and you're stuck on a hard cap supply, you're like, ooh, never feels good.
No, and yeah, he was stuck on 46 supply for so long. Because, I mean, he's at 38 workers versus 26. By the way, TY's doing an all-in. A super all-in here.
And we got Parting going for a robotics bay, which is obviously going to be fantastic to try and hold. But he has to get there. So it's going to be all about Parting getting that information as early as possible before the Darren's on his front doorstep. The Reaper's forcing Parting's attention back at home. Meanwhile, his Bio Force is going to start pressuring that front wall in.
This is very nice movement by TY, but it's very much a desperate measure, right? Like, oh, Concussive Shell active just before Blink's finishing. Almost got a Stalker there. That would have been lovely if he did get it, but now he's running back home with his tail in between his legs and Parting. It's a scary army that he has now that has Blink Stalkers available.
Yeah, so TY did not go for Stim here. He's getting himself the combat shield upgrade, so he's all about these Marines just trading with sheer hit points, getting that room for these tanks to set up and just cut through the production of the Protoss on that wall in. If TY gets a good tank spot, does pick off the Observer. He's looking to try and get some of those boys to make some bunkers here for these bio units that don't have that Stim upgrade. Parting knows it. He pulls the probes, goes for the tank. His Stalkers are so deep in the red. He does pick up the tank. He loses a couple of them, but he just needs to hold on as TY is all in.
Oh, TY super all in here, and these Stalkers, they're chasing down the army. TY constantly kind of baiting him back to the tanks, and oh my gosh, Blinks into it, takes it out as well.
I don't know about that one. He goes for the tank. He loses a lot of Stalkers. I mean, Parting is pressing forward. He does have an Immortal now. Oh, you know what? Parting's too good. I'll allow this.
He's super far ahead. I mean, look at the SCV count. It like just went up to 25 here. TY was so darn all in. It did not work out his opening. It kind of sucked, honestly, Maynard. It sucked real bad. Like, the bunker SCV died. His at-home SCV died, building the CC. A third SCV died. Like, I'm not really sure what this opening was meant to achieve. I haven't seen it work once against Protoss. And yet again, he's on the back foot.
Now, Parting's twisted many people on ladder before and many people in tournaments before, but this is probably the most satisfying twist that he's had. He's been preparing his forearms and wrists all week for this match. And he's going to be very happy in that Discord chat in a few minutes, I feel. Oh, you know what? It's not over yet. Stim is on the way. The third base of the Protoss very, very late, but everything looks like it's Protoss favored at the moment. Obviously, a huge worker lead. He's got his tier 3 on the way here. Stim not even done for the Terran. I mean, magic can still happen. But yeah, he's definitely warming up those wrist muscles for a nice big twist very shortly.
Yeah, I can't imagine TY is happy with just sitting down and taking this right from Parting. Like, he knows he's significantly behind, but the fact that he's choosing to stay in this and he's got like his defense set up. I mean, he did win that kind of miraculous game on Nightshade against Parting back when they played last season of GSL. And it was that real split map scenario, right? So maybe TY's just thinking, if this can go super late game, I know that I can beat Parting.
Yes, no, TY is one of the best TVP late game players ever. He's really, really insane in this matchup. It actually was breaking my heart as a TY fanboy to see him like avoid the late game so often against Protoss and go for big 2-base all-ins, because I was just like, oh, you're so good at the late game, you're so good at it, but you know, obviously he can play however he wants to play, and he is pulling the boys one more time here for Benny's boys. Let's see if he can hold on.
I'm scared about that Disruptor. I certainly am. There's a Dark Shrine on the way. Like, there's lots of money being spent by Parting. Oh my gosh.
Good Nova there in the middle of the pack. The SCV's melting the Colossus, and that's going to be game, I think. The Colossus doing too much backline damage. The tanks are not sieged. The Stalkers, the Immortals still alive, and that Disruptor, of course, off cooldown in a second here. Nothing remaining for TY except for dust, and the twist is complete. Parting gets a 2-0 lead for the Dread Knights. It tastes so good.
It is not a comfortable position, Maynard, being down 0-2, I've got to tell you. Like, considering that this is the War Chest Ace League, and there is potential here for this to keep on getting a little bit worse for Benny and the boys. I am not happy about this one.
Well, you know who's... I'm going to throw you a bone, Ben. You know who's been very good about getting that Dark Shrine up and just blinking DTs on Terran and making them cry? It's this next Protoss coming up. It's that boy Zest. And he does have my Crown Jewel Cure, who definitely struggled against that DT style from SOS last time he played a TVP on Korea in this War Chest League. He struggles against that big DT tech shift when you don't see it coming. And Zest is one of those guys, I don't know how people keep getting caught by it, because he does it so often. But he keeps finding Terrans getting caught by those DTs. I'm not sure how it happens. Maybe he's got like some kind of, you know, confounding wizard spell where he just casts Enfeeble on the minds of the Terran every single time. But he just always makes these DTs work.
I like that we're in this position where, you know, given that we're all friends and stuff, even though we're competing. Ugh.
Yeah.
It's like you never like seeing your opposition,
you know,
or your friends
I don't want you
going
upset.
down, you know. Yeah,
I don't want you upset. You have such a strong team. I was like, I don't want you upset. I want your team to win. But no,
the thing is, we all know our teams are good, and every team can beat another team, but it does. It's like when you support a football team. It's like they lose, and you're like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. And it's like.
I've been following, I've been one of those guys that was, you know, born with a certain football club's like logo on my nappy. Like I've bled a football color my entire life, so I definitely know that club feeling. And it was very comfortable and a little scary how quickly I went into that team mentality when all I care about is my team and no one else's team. Immediately, as soon as War Chest League started and I had my crew, I'm like, all right, these are my guys, and I'm so all in. And nothing makes me like, this is actually terrible for my heart. Like that X match that I was casting, I've never had a higher heart rate while casting a game of StarCraft since I think maybe Serral versus Rogue semifinal from BlizzCon 2018 was maybe the last time my heart rate was that jacked. Just because, and it was the best of one between two Protosses that I've barely met in person. Just because it was my boy against Rifkin's boy and it was an ace match. That's just how invested I am.
Yeah, there's so much more committal to it. Like, there's so much more investment. Like, and getting on to the third game of this series, it's going to be Death Aura, and it's Zest versus Cure. I think this is a really cool one, actually, because as far as the top boys of every race goes, like, I know a lot of people talk about stats and stuff, and before they talked about like classics of the world and such, but Zest is obviously up there, as is Cure for Terran too, so this is going to be a nice one, I think.
Well, definitely a lot of pressure on Benny's boys right now. They need to get a map win or it's going to be a Dread Knight victory even before we get to the fourth match. In the top left here in the red, my boy, my crown jewel, Mr. Terran himself from Dragon Phoenix Gaming, it is Cure.
And spawning over in the bottom right with that fancy blue Nexus. His life is on the line here. We're down 0-2, but playing for Benny's boys, it is Zest.
And he is so cheeky in this matchup lately. Zest used to be that guy that would go for, like, you know, that 3-gas swarmy gateway style. You'd get like double forge. He was like one of the best at that style, but just having tons of gateway units, no splash damage, charge lots, blink stalkers all day long. And it felt like so much Protoss you couldn't handle it all because there's Protoss everywhere, there's Protoss over there, there's Protoss over there. You're stepping in Protoss no matter where you move as a Terran. But lately he's been all about that Dark Shrine. We'll see if he does it again this game. I'm very interested in what Zest has got planned here for Cure, because Cure is usually a very, I guess, a quite a standard player in a lot of his matchups. He doesn't really have anything super cheeky, although he did whip out that Blue Flame build against Rogue in their earlier game.
That was cool, by the way. That was really cool. But yeah, you're totally right. Like, Zest just knows how to kill people and beat them down, but he's also got very sharp micro. I think that's one of his super strengths. Like, obviously we've made jokes about the Zest banks and stuff, but it does absolutely mean that he's doing a lot of other things totally right for him to be able to keep getting away with it, you know?
Yeah. I feel like it's really good if you are one of those players that loves to play this standard to have like a couple really dank cheeses in your repertoire, like a couple things on your Batman utility belt. Like, oh, you know, once in a series, I'm just going to whip out a really cheeky build for a sneaky map, like just get a map win really, really quickly. Maybe I won't win the series, but I have a high chance of this build working because they don't know about it. It's tough in a best of one, though. You really have to, you know, it's all on the line for one map. Oh, Cure is positioning that SCV over here. Oh, I think this might be some fast Marauders or something.
The standard Terran no longer standard, and even there's another SCV coming out, so he's going to be planning on proxying a few buildings by the looks of it, or he's just kind of signaling that he's scouting still. This is... Oh, in fact, wait, what is that little red... Okay, it's the Reaper. Okay, I thought it was another SCV. I was like, oh my gosh, this is super all-in.
No, just the Reaper coming in there trying to get a probe, and he doesn't quite get it. Still no damage done, or no units lost, rather, from either player. Zest was very active with his probe scouting earlier. Maybe he's been proxied or cheesed by Cure once or twice. He's been very, very active earlier on about looking for Terran proxies, but right now it looks like Cure might get away with it. The Reaper, trying to flirt with the Devil, but unfortunately the Devil picked him off. He lost that Reaper. He's not done yet, of course. He's got to get another barracks here, or maybe a factory even next to that barracks. This is super, super committed from Cure.
Yeah, and like, so where's his gas going? So he's making the factory at home. So losing that Reaper, by the way, is a pretty big deal because it's such a nice buffer unit. So your Marauders and the SCVs like don't have to take damage depending on how many you pull, if you pull any. But Zest, I'm worrying again because he needs a pylon on the low ground with a battery. Like that would totally shut this down. Okay, that's the pylon being made, but I'm worried, man. I'm worried. There's no scouting at all from him.
Yeah, and his army consists just of Stalkers, which is specifically what the Marauder with Concussive Shell is made to destroy. You connect with the Stalker with that Concussive Shell, the Stalker will not be able to escape. And that's when the rest of the Marauders tag in, and they just completely pick off that Stalker before it can run to safety. Cure coming in with a slow-moving army, but a very powerful army against what Zest has made. We're still not seeing a shield battery here, Ben. He's starting a third Nexus.
He has no idea. He has no idea whatsoever.
No, he does not.
Like, he's even kind of patrolling a little bit, like having a good time, is Zest. I mean, the gateways are finishing up. Oh, is he pulling back at the perfect time here? Oh my gosh, he is.
He's going to lose that sentry. That's 100 gas down the toilet right there. Marauders still. Oh, you know what? Probe's pretty good against Marauders. They can keep them out of range of these Stalkers. The Stalkers are fighting back. He loses one here. Another Marauder coming in from Cure. A warp in from Zest does get picked up by more Marauders. He always spreading a fire between multiple Marauders here, relying on the probes for the damage. The probe hold might just be good enough.
And thank goodness the Blink finishes just in time to save a couple of the Stalkers here. So that aggression from Cure, I mean, it was working out until it didn't. Like, quite a bit of lost mining time for sure from Zest. The thing is, like, the follow-up isn't totally not there for Cure. Like, there's a barracks on the map that's still producing. He's got Concussive Shell now, and you do actually want to produce 2 Marauders at a time when you have 3 racks. It's just... Yeah, this is an awkward position.
He's put a lot of money, I guess, into the production, but as far as economy goes, Cure's economy is still okay. Like, he's not... It's committed. It needs to do more than it did, so I'd say that was a really good hold from Zest. But Cure's definitely not dead. He's got a decent worker count right now for a Terran in this position in the game. Zest has actually cut workers for a bit to get those extra gateways and go on a charge right now. And Cure still has, he's got a bunker up here. He's going to have a tank in a second. It looks like he should be fine in this counterattack. Zest looking for some damage here.
He is, and he sees the bunker. He knows that there's only 1 Marauder in it. He was kind of sharking around just to see if he could find out where the proxy racks is, if there is one. The worrisome thing for me with Cure is, so this Raven, like, I think he's going to be doing a really big follow-up push with this, right? Oh, beautiful. Oh, did he just miss it? Did the hallucination
just missed it? But are 2 Marauders and 1 Marine going to do a whole lot here? They don't have stem still.
That's true. They don't have
sentry.
Stem, but...
I mean, that's something.
Certainly is. And a probe, maybe? No. Okay, so getting the sentries, nice. I would definitely be thinking if I was Zest, like, where did they come from? Like, I'm going to go north a little bit.
Yeah, he still hasn't seen that proxy, which is floating home, by the way, for Cure, the tech lab, all that remains. Starting his 3rd command center, obviously the 3rd is quite late for Cure, but he does still have quite a decent army, and Stim is finished, and with that Raven, has the ability to drop an auto turret, mess with the Protoss a little bit, potentially use it for support against the Prism as well. But this Prism could actually be very nasty for Cure. He's definitely not focused on his main at the moment. He's looking towards that 3rd location and trying to hold his expansion.
Cure's got very good macro. Like, his SCV count's been very good, despite all the kind of weird stuff he's been doing. Zest, though, he's taken his 4th base with this. He's still on just 4 gases. So he's going to be getting a lot of gateway units very, very soon. And I think he's going to start doing that thing that you talked about, Maynard, where he just throws units at his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it is still so effective. There's that Dark Shrine, attaboy Zest. On the way here. He has got a 4th Nexus on the way, of course. So it's very much a macro-style Dark Shrine. And there are turrets up for Cure in the main as well. That Prism took a little bit to get underway there. So now Cure kind of has some static defense in that regard. It looks like Zest may be trying to push that 3rd with the Stalkers and the Sentries and the Immortal here, and then hit the main with the Prism.
Yeah, this is... I mean, my Terran heart, again, like, I'm very, very divided on this one. I hate playing against this kind of stuff, but Cure's done a good job. He's got some turrets up on the left side by the looks of it. Yeah, they definitely took some damage. So, wow, definitely well prepared for these shenanigans of Zest. Zest is stopped at a pretty darn low probe count, and he's just looking to be so aggressive despite going up to 4 bases. I'm not sure I like this for Zest.
Well, I mean, there's no Widow Mines here for Cure. He does have a lot of bio and tanks, obviously, but I feel like he's a little weak to charge lots at the moment. They are going to start streaming in. There's that Guardian Shield. Zest actually moving into a barracks there for a little bit, so it doesn't get the engagement he really wants. It's a little bit of a weird-looking Sim City from Cure, but surprisingly effective.
Yeah, I mean, like, when you're set up with your 4 siege tanks and, you know, that was a no medevac army, like, he was just waiting to be attacked, and Zest was kind of like, yeah, okay, I'll attack into you. Let's see what you have. And he's like, oh, dear Lord, like, I've got to run home and actually macro and make some probes here, which I like way more for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the macro situation is pretty nice for Zest. He's in true Zest fashion going for that Zest float a little bit there, that 1,500 mineral bank.
That's what he does, man. It's what he does. And he's actually falling behind in supply against Cure, which makes me a little bit sad. He's also not got a second Forge out, which slows...
What are you doing?
Yeah, he's ballsy, man. He's ballsy. Also, by the way, he threw down the gases on his 4th base as opposed to his 3rd. And Cure just scanned the 3rd base of his opponent, seeing no gases. So he's going to be like, okay, there's just mass zealots or whatever.
Okay. Ben, this has become all too familiar for me whenever I love a Terran and they're up against Zest. How many times has Zest just gone mass blink DT? And how many times have we seen no turrets anywhere in the mineral lines of any of the bases here for Terran? Zest always gets them earlier than you normally would expect for Protosses. How do I know that as a noob? And Cure seems to not know that. How do I know this?
Well, scanning the 3rd and then being no gases there really makes you think, like, where on earth are they? There is a nice scan here, though. A nice position against all these DTs.
Blink forward there from the Stalkers. Cure's army coming in from the back. He's definitely going to get a lot of damage done to his worker line. He's lost so many SCVs, but if he can clear up this army, Cure could potentially go for a big counterattack here. He still has his Raven alive.
Zest, you're making my heart break, dude. Like,
oh my god.
What just
happened, Ben? What just happened? Break it down for us.
Okay, so Zest is on 5 bases behind this, but I can't say I'm like... Yeah, this is the Zest bank that we were talking about, right? Like, he has... Okay, now he's just going to start throwing units. He's back again. He's back. But
what
Cure's supply blocked.
He is. He's super supply blocked, but I feel like he has an army that ends this game. That's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if Zest had a few more gateways to spend this bank, because he just warped in all his gateways worth of units, and still, he's got like 2k, 1k right now. Zest, you have to be making units, buddy. You have to.
If only those extra 30 probes was going to make the difference against this Bioforce of 1-1 upgrades with all these tanks behind it. Oh, man. I mean, he's got his DTs back at home. His army is coming from the back. If Zest can bring in from both sides, can he overwhelm this army of Cure? It's going to come down to this engagement right here. I don't know, Ben. It still looks like a lot of Terran to me.
Hey, there's a ton of Terran, and that is a Artosis pylon if I've ever seen it on the right side there. The tank's getting big volleys off on all those stalks as well. The DTs do jump on the bio, though. And, is Cure getting cleaned up here? It's getting really close. Zealot's being warped in as well, taking him out from every side. And, oh my gosh, has Zest done it? I mean, the supplies are still incredibly close.
He's held this wave, but wave 2 is coming. And while the Raven did get picked off, Cure still has a ton of army supply, and Zest's army is still primarily Stalkers. Can he afford another big round of DTs? Not really. He hasn't got much gas left.
He doesn't have a lot of gas left, but he does have quite a few minerals. Oh my gosh, he's getting totally caught out here by Cure, and Cure catches him with the Marauders, the flank on the left side. The supplies, though, are still incredibly close between these two players, and Zest is still trying to remake probes, despite there being, like, seemingly a huge all-in against him here. I don't know what's happening here, Maynard.
Cure's army is looking very, very good here still. Zest trying to hold on at the 3rd base, trying to get some static defense down. But Cure is in that mineral line. 30 probes, still advantage for Zest. I think that might be a part of the parcel of why the supply is so close, because the army is hugely in favor of Cure. My boy trying to get that 3-map win here for the Dread Knights. He's on the precipice. He's so close. Come on, Cure. He's bringing the boys. Let's go.
Oh my god, using the boys against me? I'm not feeling this for my boys right now, Maynard. 7 Zealots being warped in. Oh.
Some people pay a lot of money on certain websites for this action, Ben. We're getting it for free here at the War Chest Team League.
Wait, but So he's making aggressive turrets here, which is good because he's worried about the Dark Templar because he's been spending a lot, or in fact, he's been saving up his energy given that he only has 2 orbitals left. But this is a nice move by Zest. He's actually picking off reinforcements, but he needs more pylons as well. But Cure, he's not going to give him the time of the day by the looks of it.
He does pick off the Observer there as well with that turret, and the Bio is just keeping that thing free and clear. No DTs to defend here for Zest. He's bringing everything he possibly can here. He's going to throw everything at him. The kitchen sink, but Cure gets the 3rd map, and the Dread Knights get their 2nd win in a row, and that's what I've been saying to Roddy. All those haters, man, they look at that ladder ranking, they look at 3 games played, and they think that that's the story. But the Dread Knights show up, they're like, here's match 4 and 5. W's. W's and W's.
You know, Maynard, I'm happy for you, and I'm gonna let you finish.
And
I'm gonna let you. Benny's boys, it's just sad, man. It's just sad because, you know, a lot of these games, you know, they could potentially have gone the absolute opposite direction. Just your boys played well today, you know? Like, Time played very well against Hurricane. Parting started off very, very well against TY. And Cure, man, what a brutal, Maynard, brutal.
It was quite brutal. I feel like we got a little bit lucky there. Like, I feel like if Zest was spending that bank a little bit better, had a bit more production, you know, it's weird to talk about miss macro when you're at, like, you know, Zest is like on the precipice of 7k MMR on Korea. He's absolutely insanely high ranked. But it just feels so weird when you see a player that high ranked to have a bank that I'm used to in my fucking Diamond 1 Terran games. I'm like, those are the banks that I rock. And I really feel like Zest potentially dropped the ball there a little bit for Benny's boys by not quite having that swarm of production. You know, he's so focused on his economy, having that 5th Nexus up, just having a million probes. Just didn't quite have like the tier 3 units, you know, not really having Colossi or you know, even like just enough gateways to keep the productions flowing.
It's a weird situation, and it's been like this since the beginning of Time with Zest. That I look at Zest as kind of like the Sue of, like, he is the Sue level player of Protoss. Like, these players, they're good at what they do. They're super good at what they do, but they will not change over their, like, dead body kind of thing, you know? So, like, Sue, I've seen him lose against Mech time and time again, where he has, like, 30 Broodlords on one stack and just forgets to make Corruptors or Infestors, and Zest just doesn't macro that well.
You know what?
Oh.
I actually remember, like, something that really tells the story here of Zest's stubbornness. I mean, he's still incredibly good, obviously, and we're going into a new game. But last thing for Zest is that he when every Protoss was going Stargate in PvZ, like every single Protoss was going Stargate in PvZ, Zest was still that nerd that was like, no, I still like Blink, I still like Dark Shrine, Prism, Archon drop, and he was the only Protoss still doing it in the matchup while everyone else was going Stargate. But anyway, we're in a brand new game here, and Benny's boys are going to be relying on this fella on the top right here. Ben, you introduce him to get that map win for you.
Oh, and spawning over in the top right, trying to save Benny's boys from a clean sweep, it is Dongray.
And this guy was looking hot in that GSL, and unfortunately, Rogue slapping him back in the bottom left. As I like to say, it's the guy that puts the alpha in Alpha X. It's Mr. Ragnarok himself.
I got to give Zest a bit of credit, though, within regards to his stubbornness. He did try Cannon Rush Solar, which was very unorthodox for me seeing as Zest. But the big thing at Katowice this year, he absolutely brought forth to light that big Adept opening, where it was like 4 gateways, and it could be bigger pressure afterwards, it could be DTs afterwards, it could be a macro opening afterwards. Like, he was very, very good at it, and really exposed how you should actually play with it when he took out like Serral and stuff in the semis. I mean, he got pretty bopped by Rogue in the finals there, but yeah, like, he's a good player. Just brutal when I'm freaking cheering him on. I know how Lena feels now, being the biggest Zest fangirl, you know?
Oh, she's lovely. Every time Zest is in a Lima League, she's always there in the chat, cheering him on. So we do have, Dongregoo, I got to say, him and Dream have made me feel so wonderful about, like, this the future of StarCraft, seeing these boys come back from the military and already, like, Dream's been back for a while, DRG a little bit less of a time. Obviously, they've been back for like a year now, but they are just, again, at that level with these absolute champions. They're taking maps and series off of people that are tournament winners over in Korea, which is really sick, and it's great for the future of the games. It basically means that, you come back from the military, your career is not dead in StarCraft.
Absolutely not. And I think Dongregoo's planning something a bit cheeky here.
Oh, yes.
He mined quite a bit of gas earlier than Ragnarok, and he's not been making drones. And maybe he's thinking, you know what? We've already lost. We've already got smashed. I'm just going to give Ragnarok hell straight away.
Well, the old Ling Flood with the Bailey Nest behind it is certainly one way to get a quick win here, as Ragnarok seems to be completely in the dark. He's got his third base on the way. Usually right now you get your Bailey Nest as a Zerg and a ZVZ regular build, but this is no gentleman's agreement from DRG. This is a shank in the ribs is what he's going for, hiding the Ling Flood in the natural.
And I mean, like, so far... Oh, even an Evo chamber going up for Ragnarok?
Oh, no, Ragnarok is so dead. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think so. And he sees the Bailey Nest at the back, because the Bailey Nest is normally always planted at the front, right? To help with, like, a bit of a wall-off kind of situation, but...
Yeah, I was expecting a Bailey Nest there, not an Evo.
Yeah, and, like, he scouts the Bailey Nest in the back. He is remaking it now, or remaking... Oh, is he going to be able to get this wall off? It doesn't look like it.
Oh, the Queen's trying to get into that SimCity, but not quite. The Ling surrounding the Queen and just chewing her to pieces. Baneling's out for DRG as well, just sharking around, waiting for a target. They may not even be necessary. The Lings are doing so much damage here. Ragnarok taking so much damage from DRG. And you know what? Good game's a quick game, Ben, I think. DRG is just all over Ragnarok's defenses.
I would like to say thank you to Ragnarok for not making this the most painful clan war of all time, I did not join the ranks of 4 Shades of Protoss in being a team get 4-0'd. Yeah.
Oh, good build from DRG. Nice bamboozle there. Ragnarok just desperately pulling drones, trying to do something here. But it's, the writing's on the wall.
Absolutely is. So he's got a few Banelings out, but, when you're down 15 supply against 43, and you're... trying to this is very much over. I'm not going to try and hype this one up. We finally get a win on the board, team, and I'm happy about that one.
All maps matter a lot. When we all have the same win rate, maps definitely matter a lot. So that's definitely it's not.
You know what?
At all here.
I don't want this pity like compliment kind of thing. Like, oh, you're not in that bad of a shape. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that, Maynard. I want you to bask in your glory. I want you to be happy with your victory.
All right, you know what? We needed that. I wanted that 4-0, and DRG, if you want me to switch modes, he got lucky. He just went for the most easy A move. He didn't even need Banelings. It was the easy Ling Flood. This is something that Southeast Asian Zergs have been doing since 2010. The Jerry Ling, hiding those Lings in the natural, and then just showing up with way too much that you're ready for, and pulling your pants down, saying, "How's your father?" and just killing you with all those Lings. It's a heartbreaker. We stole the 4-0 from us.
To show you how easy this build is, this is the build that kept no regret in the game. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is the only build that he does.
2-time Code S off this build.
2-time Code S off this build. Maynard, it was a pleasure playing against you. I'm wounded, honestly. I'm going to take some time to recover, but I won't be taking too much time because Benny's boys will be going up next against... In fact, who will it be? It'll be Rifkin's team. So,
some good matchups there. His team's definitely very strong. And you know what? I'll be cheering for Benny's boys because you got some of my favorite players in StarCraft 2. I didn't want to admit that at the start because obviously it's all about the Dreadknights as far as I'm concerned. But you do have my favorite Terran in your squad, who's always a threat to whoever he's up against.
I nabbed him, and I knew as soon as I did it, I knew like you were going to be crying on the inside. Why didn't you pick Maru?
I thought you'd pick Maru and Nate would pick TY because Nate's been like a huge TY fanboy for a long time. I knew I wasn't getting him. It was a heartbreaker as soon as I saw that draft number. Rip Maynard. But oh well. Cure is not too bloody bad as he's shown here multiple times tonight, getting all the wins for all these maps.
And guys, we'll be going to a short break, but afterwards it'll be me against Rifkin.
Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. This time I'm stepping up to the plate versus Benny and the boys. What's up, DeMuslim?
I'm good, Wardy. I'm good. And I was just checking out the sheet.
Did you just call me Wardy? Oh, we're already starting with the disrespect this early? Damn.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Wardy talked about food, and I had Wardy's name in my head. Rifkin, I'm doing well. I was trying to multitask as hard as possible because I was just opening up the sheet to find out what server we're on. So I'm moving over to NA because it will be, like, I've got an all-Korean team, right? But it will be Hurricane going up against Clem. And while I feel okay despite losing 3-1, this does not make me any happier, this particular match.
I understand the misspeak earlier, by the way. Forgive me for that, because it's like, what, 5 a.m. for you right now? Oh, wait, no, that's me. There's no light in this room because it's 5 a.m. for me, and I can't believe we're awake for this, but it's StarCraft, so I'll show up any day, anytime.
You got it, man. Live and breathe it, you know? Like those tweets going out, like, forget about 9 till 5 and 5 days a week. 7 days, 24/7.
Yeah, it's the esports passion life. Well, we're hopping into the first game. It's still a lot of best of fives coming up. DeMuslim, why don't you start us off?
So, spawning as the blue Protoss over in the southwest side of Pillars, it is Hurricane.
And then, of course, I've got my own hype man ready for my intros. Tempo, take it away.
He's better than the norm on the ladder, boy, he thrives. Weather in the storm, even category 5. And once he gets going, it's straight mayhem. When I say go, you say Clem.
Damn, that was hot. That was so hot, and it's like the middle of the night. I need to turn my AC on.
I want my own tempo, you know?
I was the only one who brought a hype man with them. I didn't know this. Guys, what are you doing? You're slacking. No one made logos till I made logos. No one had hype man till I brought my hype man on. I'm just saying. Rifkin.
My logo wasn't allowed. I was really sad.
I don't mind. I had a gun in it. They're like, no guns allowed. So I had to like Photoshop it to like a guy pointing his fingers like a gun. Like, that's okay, I guess. But yo,
mine was like, we're not allowed pictures of the queen, even if her face is totally photoshopped. And I was like, really? Like, this is TY. Like, oh. But,
you know what's weird? When I did my tournament with Blizzard like years ago, I learned we couldn't use the Canadian flag legally either. These are just things you don't think about not being able to use, but I guess it kind of makes sense. The queen is the queen after all.
Yeah, it might be a little distasteful or disrespectful in some ways. I also wasn't allowed to use like Nicolas Cage's face and stuff. So yeah, these things happen.
I really respect that you went for it though, honestly. But let's get down to brass tacks, right? Clem, Hurricane. To be real, like before we start throwing shade and being super biased, man, both these guys are actually really good respectively. I think Clem's had a little bit more hype than Hurricane, but Hurricane's kind of like the unseen bracket killer in Korea. Like if he's in your bracket, you're gonna have a bad time.
I mean, I'm not going to overhype him or oversell him. Like, Hurricane's damn good and damn solid. I think he's a Protoss that you absolutely could use as a practice partner for anybody, and it wouldn't be far off, you know? As for, like, the tournament experience and playing on the line, I know he's done well at Katowice and stuff, and playing on line's a different story. But Clem, he's exceeded the level that people kind of set out for him, right? And when you go beyond, there's kind of no limit. So I feel that Clem's on this trajectory that's just got no place but up right now.
Yeah, and I'm loving seeing him thrive too. But as he gets over here to the main base, no shield battery up means a little of opportunity. 2 probes. No, almost gets trapped. He should get out of there with the Reaper, but yeah, gets a 2 probe kill right off the bat. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like this Reaper. It's not really I was going to say it's not designed to deal damage, and I know all the Protosses out there would be like, screw you, DeMuslim, you freaking
hold
bias.
on. Yeah.
But like Terrans make it primarily to get the scout off to find out what tech's happening and stuff. So being able to not only do that, which it's going to do here by poking up to the ramp up there, gets to see the tech choice, which is the Twilight. It also got 2 probes.
It's like icing on the cake. I'm actually struggling with this because I've over the last 2 days been going over the 10th anniversary achievements because I want to unlock that new announcer that they put out. And going back to Wings of Liberty, completely forgot that Reapers destroyed buildings for a moment. I walked up to his spine crawler and like 3-shot it with grenades. I'm like, wait a minute, what now?
It brings you back to why Idra whined so hard against Morrow and like why 5-Rex Reaper initially got his first nerf, you know?
Well, you know, there are some people who haven't been around that long. And do you remember, too, there's that period where they tried to give Reapers high ground vision naturally? There was like a 2-week beta. It didn't even last that long. They tried to make it so Reapers could see uphill. Can you imagine if that went live? The Reaper's been changed so much over time.
And they used to have plus like a bonus damage to light, so they would like two-shot lings basically. Like they wouldn't regenerate at the first phases of the game, I think.
They wouldn't regenerate at all. No, yeah, combat drugs came in to replace the high ground vision one, I think it was. Ooh, I like this out of Clem, by the way. Sorry, I know we're in the past, but bring it back to the future. A Raven has become so much more standard nowadays in TvP. You know, it's a really good all-around, all-purpose unit, but as everybody in every cast and every player's chat is always, why don't Terrans just make more Ravens? They're really difficult to make, and it's hard to afford the budget, the tech lab, etc. So you usually only get this one. Clem's got to be a little careful with it.
So like Clem, I think he was looking at this and he was like, so the Raven build's actually pretty good, even when it's not just DTs. Like it's, as you said, it's good at dealing with Colossi. The anti-armor missile is good against huge clumps of Zealots, which are the main two compositions you play. And when you see a Twilight, like obviously it could be DTs. I think Clem just then was like, okay, this Stalker count's pretty darn low. Maybe it's something a little bit cheeky. I'm just going to stay at home and get a Raven out just in case.
I like the functionality of the Raven too. I mean, when you land that interference matrix just right on a Disruptor or a Warp Prism, or if you get anti-armor, it's such a good unit when it gets utilized best. But I'm kind of worried that with the way this game's going, this might end up just being a Raven that either gets a really weak anti-armor missile off or does like a little bit of auto-turret harass. There's not going to be a huge necessity to have this with the push.
It looks like he wants to use it with the push though, right? Like the fact that he's keeping it back home and... I think he's kind of worried because whenever you do play against a Blink build, it's like having the Raven out on the map is kind of tricky. And if we look around the map as a whole, there's not actually that much dead air space besides like right next to the main, right? So like actually getting the Raven across the map in the first place is kind of tricky.
It's a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this has actually been a surprisingly passive game, all things considered. With Clem, I was actually expecting something a lot more aggressive, I guess, but we're still not in third base territory, so it still could be. I always hate calling all-ins too early, because sometimes they are just like, well, I did enough damage, so I guess now it's all in, or I didn't do enough damage, and now it's a third base. But right now, Clem, he's pretty much all in my books.
He's definitely... So this is probably going to be like a late third behind it.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, like
there we go.
Very much one of those pressure builds to slow down the Protoss, like to make him play more honest against you, and just to force out a lot of units and not getting that much tech. But the army supplies are like Clem's army's really damn scary, I feel.
I love that he didn't stim everything there, by the way. That was a really nice controlled stim.
Yeah,
he doesn't have that many medevacs, so healing damage is going to be tough. Grabs a Stalker for a Marine. That's a good trade for the Terran.
And Hurricane's so supply blocked right now, and he's got this big attack coming at him, and Clem, like the overcharge is really good though.
It's good, but so the anti-armor missile. Those orange units, I'm surprised he's not targeting firing down the orange units, because the -3 armor does affect shields too. I know a lot of people believe that they don't. It didn't initially, but it was changed, so it does affect Protoss shields too. One of those things where I thought as soon as that orange went out, like those 4 units were dead, but they all are the ones that survive. It's
funny, right? Like as soon as a Dorito cannon hits, it's like you play more careful with those units when you're the pro.
Oh, Dorito cannon. Well, I was casting against the tank toppers right now, dude.
I mean, even Pig was calling it that kind of stuff. He was talking about the Dorito dust and stuff. But okay, so that push from Clem, like if we kind of look how things have reset here. So he's taking his third now. He's playing very defensive. But Hurricane, he's up on 3 bases now, and he survived the push, which is a really big deal, because now he's going to have some real upgrades coming online. He's got Charge available, getting the Templar Archives with the Warp Prism as well. I think he's done pretty good this game so far.
Yeah, really bad or good to drag this out. I think Hurricane being up workers, if he gets to 4th base appropriately, oh, there goes the Raven. If he gets to 4th base appropriately, I think Hurricane's macro is actually exactly on point, and I'm even a little worried for Clem, but so much of like with every Terran in any matchup is it's like how cost efficient can Clem play, excuse me, before this gets too out of hand. Because right now it's still pretty even. Like army supplies aren't that big of a difference, tech isn't that big of a difference, but having Storm versus no EMPs, for example, are going to really start changing things up. But as I say that, a Ghost Academy comes down.
I was just wondering, like, the name Clem, like Clem can. Like, as far as Terrans go, Clem is one of the guys that is absolutely leading when it comes to being able to do everything that a Terran can possibly do, right?
Yeah.
Like, his micro's phenomenal. He always tries as hard as you possibly can too, which I know, like, the term being a try-hard in game, like, oh, dirty try-hard, like try-harding to win this game is like an insult, but when I watch Clem, I'm like, wow, he really does try as hard as he can, no matter the situation.
He's also just really fast as a player, like fast to react to things, fast to move his units out. He's gotten a lot more precise with things over the years too. Like, it's cool because I think when I got into StarCraft, Hurricane was already a pretty good player. When I got into StarCraft, Clem was not already a good player, but he's become a really good player. And it's been really cool watching him kind of grow and make better choices over time. I love this too, targeting the further away Zealots so I can slow it down with the concussive shells. Small moments like that are really cool to see.
This is when it gets a little bit dicey for Clem, though. Like, does he have an armory? Okay, he does have an armory. His 2-2 hasn't started yet, so if this game does go on, it could be a little bit problematic within regards to upgrades. And Hurricane, he's sharking about here. In fact, they're both kind of sharking about.
Oh no, it's stormy weather. I didn't realize we were in Florida. I thought this was Pillars of Gold. 8 SCVs die. That's you know what, not game ending, but that's not good for my boy.
It's definitely not good. Like, this is a very scary Terran army against, you know, big Stalker compositions, but Hurricane doesn't really have a huge Stalker composition, right? Like, these tanks, they kind of keep the Protoss at bay, but if he just goes in with a big muscle army and storms, those tanks aren't really going to do much.
Now, the Liberator siege up a little bit late. Zealots are killing some SCVs. There's no bunker back here to cover this, so for Clem, he doesn't take crazy damage to this, but it's a big distraction as it looks like he just got stormed or something on the other side of the map. I missed it, but that army is low.
It certainly is. He's got a few EMPs, actually using them on this little group of Zealots. Maybe it was a bit of a bait there. 2-2 is still quite a bit away for Hurricane here, so this tank positioning as well, it's a little bit far away for now, but he's kind of baiting in Hurricane by the looks of it.
Yeah, Clem's gonna get a couple of misclicks here too, like picking his units up in the medevac. Hopefully he's not too stressed and he's not too panicked, but this is a tough situation. The Colossus come in, there's a lot of storms, there's a Guardian Shield to help reduce some of the damage, but I love the spread out of Clem through this. As long as he doesn't throw a big mistake here, I think he's okay to fight and poke the way he is.
I think so too, and all those High Templars were just kind of redundant, right? Like, they both stormed 2 tanks and the War Prism died as well.
So I think he just got some units with tanks, which is a little awkward as he falls back. These tanks, of course, not doing so hot. This is a nice kite out of the bio army, but he can't exactly pick up and retreat because those stalkers are going to give chase real quick. The ghost, good pickup on the ghosts.
That was really clean because people tend to forget, like, a ghost is as costly as a tank. Like, I think it is the same price a tank, 150 minerals, 125 gas, so they are definitely not cheap units.
Well, I do love that there is a second attack set to go. You can see Clem's not been tunnel visioned and he's not focusing too much on one side. But at the same time, we can say the exact same things about Hurricane. Like, he's already reacting to this before it's in position. Clem's not getting a good position as a result. This army here on the left side is probably not going to follow through. The right side, he's split. Bottom right, we got a big attack going off out of Clem too, and Hurricane's there to meet it. He's still on top of the Colossus, and while this goes, doesn't quite get the Colossus. He's killing a lot of the gateway units. But this is all cosmetic damage. There's no real damage being done through this.
Yeah, this is Hurricane. He's been taking fights with 2-2, and the 2-2 only just finished for Clem. So if these fights happened maybe like 10 seconds later, it might have been a different story. But Hurricane, now he's on the aggression, and he's been holding really damn well so far.
Yeah, I'm a little worried for Clem. He's not under-geared for this fight, but this is a big force coming out of Hurricane. I mean, SCVs might need to be pulled. Stalkers blink right into the mineral line, too.
Oh my gosh, and they get EMP'd and then hugged to death by SCVs, and that might have been a massive overextension there by Hurricane. He actually dropped like a good 20-30 supply instantly there.
So I was a little curious, like, why blink into the SCVs? How greedy is that? If you went for the Liberator, but the body block from the SCVs made it really difficult to reach the Liberator with all the Stalkers. So really nice reaction out of Clem.
You know, I would love to justify it, but I absolutely cannot. It's kind of like that scene in Lord of the Rings in the 3rd movie where, like, the Riders of Rohan are charging in, right? And they keep on charging past the arrows, and the orcs are like, oh my god. It's kind of like you want to instill that kind of feeling. But Clem was just like, no, I'm going to EMP you and kill you and deal a lot of damage, and that's exactly what's meant to happen.
This is pretty nuts matchup. At every crossover matchup in my cast, I've been trying to bring up the server stuff. We kind of forgot to do that. We should know that this is playing on NA Central, which is not favorable for either player, but it is slightly less awful for Clem in some of these tight very, very micro intense fights.
Yeah, I think most Europeans, though, are very happy with playing on Central when it comes to playing against Koreans.
Yeah, it's better than West for sure.
Yes. So despite all that, I mean, honestly, when you look at a game like this, it could be like we've seen maybe a few Warp Prism misplays with losing a few units, but it's been a good game regardless.
Oh, no. He's trying to think of a fourth base over here to the bottom right, and his army's going to protect it, which means there's nothing here in the top left. And without vision to see this coming, yeah, it's a Planetary Fortress, but Planetary Fortress does not last forever. This is not like Zerg. Storm goes on top of the SCVs. Army pulls back to respond, but he's like a little late, and the base does go down.
Certainly does.
Still might not even hold.
This is nice for Hurricane. Like, he doesn't need to take this fight right now. Clem's got a really good concave. Look at that pre-split by Clem.
Yeah, and he grabs a lot of these Archons right off the bat, too. I mean, that's the front line. A lot of Hurricane's army is big damage, but it takes a lot of damage, too. Colossus, Stalkers, they'll go down to Marauders pretty quickly. That new base set up on the right side also getting harassed by, I think it was like 7 Zealots were left there in the early game. There's a big fight, though, on both sides. Clem can't ignore either, and it's really tough. Like, where do you split in this situation? And the fact that Clem is somehow keeping his calm under all of this is so impressive to me.
Clem just did a "Am I still in the game?" scan, though, in the bottom right. Which,
yeah.
You know, Cyril did talk about, like, are those like, he doesn't understand them. And, you know, I know it's not necessarily that. It's like he was checking to see if there's a fifth, but it's in the other spot, unfortunately, for Clem. So he doesn't know what position he's exactly up against.
Well, he's seen all the base, like he has seen all the bases that are currently in play. I think that scan was also maybe to see if that was like a pylon down there or something.
He has seen the bottom left one as well. Oh yes,
yeah, you can pick his vision, yeah. But this fight's crazy. We got Storm zoning out a lot of the Terran army, but the Storms are running out. There's only like 1 or 2 left at this point. EMP's going to try and hit. There's a lot of Marauders. I mean, if Hurricane overstays his welcome, he could lose a lot. But in doing so, he has killed like 12 SCVs.
Right, and this is just annoying because, like, the Terran. Oh, is he going to lose +3 armor?
Oh
not
God!
the biggest deal in the world, but it's
Davidson, he's dropping mules. He's dropping mules to repair it. Oh my God! Clem's so committed to getting that +3, but he's got to actually repair. There he goes. Oops! I hit my mic. Jeez, that was close.
It was, but things are not going to get easier for Clem as this game goes on. Like Hurricane, he's powering up like 5 probes at a time, going for disruptors and blink DTs now.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, without looking at the ability name, do you know what blink DT's like the actual name of the ability is?
It's something Stride.
Okay, I'm like the only person apparently who thought it was Shadow Strike this whole time, and I feel so sheepish about this because it sounds like such a cool DT ability, right? And then it's Shadow Stride Riffian. I'm like, that's so lame though.
I had this conversation with somebody that was like, why is it the disruptor shots?
Oh no, Clem!
Okay, nice Widowmine dropping because 11 probes have gone down, but this army of Hurricane... In fact, it's Hurricane that's losing a lot of supply right now. Where are all these probes falling?
Yeah, I saw the Widowmine go off initially and thought that was it, but...
There is a Widowmine next to that little group. No, they have a family.
That's a 6 kill, 21. Let's go, Clem. Bring it back.
He's absolutely back in this. Absolutely back in this. Hurricane kind of falling apart by the looks of it.
Well, actually, he's not just in this.
Aggression.
Look at that army. When did this army supply league get so like vast? Hurricane was like, right up there moments ago.
Yes, and then he lost all those he just took some very unfavorable engagements, and then all the probes as well. Like, now I'm real scared for Hurricane. This is not looking good.
Clem's got a couple EMPs on the front line. Well, actually, there's a lot of EMPs. I take that back. There's like 7 ghosts up here. But getting in range to get those shots off is going to be easier said than done. And there's a lot of disruptors to try and zone this out, but this base is a pressure point. Clem's the one applying the pressure. Storms hit the army on the right side. Marauders go for probe kills on the left side. Archon pops off, and Hurricane, he's trying his best to keep it together. He's warping in a few more units. Those Archons just finished merging. He's going to go for the attack, but this is it. The Nexus goes down.
Oh, the disruptor shots do come out, making Clem split left, right, and center, but there looks like there's so much Clem. The Colossus do stand tall in the middle, surprisingly not going down yet.
Well, the Vikings were just kind of free firing, so it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. But I just want to point out the disruptor shots, I think, actually end up helping Clem because he split versus the Colossus. So it kind of helped a little bit, even though he lost the engagement, he killed the base. We got scans going on all over the map. These aren't like, am I still in the game scans? These are confirming that he's ahead scans.
Yeah, certainly are. And disruptor. Clem's in such a good spot now, taking out the richest of the new bases of Hurricane. Like, his mining is absolutely shot at this point.
I know. So you play Terran at a fairly high level. When it comes to disruptor engagements, what's your mentality? Run away or try and focus them down before they detonate?
You have to run away.
Every time, yeah, it's tough. I watch some people who dive in with Marauders. I'm like, how do you do that? You're insane.
Yeah, the amount that it pays off for itself is so little compared to, like, if there's one disruptor you can do it if you know you're going to get it, but if there's more than one, I feel it's not worth it. You know, like the way that range units clump up when they're trying to focus something is so damning. Oh, you even saw the DT before it hit anything. Wow.
Great eyeballs on this kid. I just gotta say, by the way, too, like, it's not been since like the days of Shoutcraft. We've had such intense best of ones. It's kind of hard to, like, it's so easy to get lost in this for me. I don't know how it is for you, like, in forgetting that these are just best of ones, because they're such great games, man.
It is tough. Like, honestly, it makes me mainly think of like the Pro League days, which I remember like waking up and being like, finding out when the new matches went on, because I was honestly like a Jin Green Wings and SKT fan. I was like, oh my gosh, when do those guys play? Oh my gosh, Hurricane, despite being like 50 supply down, piling on a lot of aggression here.
Yeah, there was like a single Marine that was like attacking. Oh, okay, he dodges it. Only a Marauder or two. Oh, that one's a little bit more painful. Storm's going down as well, but I mean, that's the thing. These are all one-shot wonders out of Hurricane. The damage is either there or it's not, and it wasn't. And Clem pounces on this, and with concussive shells, he should catch that other disruptor. There we go, slows it down. Woo!
That was definitely dicey. Okay, so this is actually an orbital now. It's no longer a PF, so
I think it makes sense versus Protoss, to be honest. These aren't like, it's not gonna be small run-bys that are planetary stops. It's gonna be DTs that are getting scanned. The stealth, the re-stealth, the snipe doesn't go off, but of course none of that really matters compared to what's going on over here. Disruptor going for the big shot. You can see he wanted to target it. He wanted to target it down.
Oh, that is a lot of Terran still left over in these disruptor shots. They're just not getting anything done. Like, Clem's really out-microing Hurricane in the disruptor war this fight.
Which is not an easy task to do, to be honest. Like, credit where it's due. Clem is playing like a badass right now.
Oh, he certainly is. He's actually down in workers, though, despite all this madness.
Yes, but the muscle mules. There's mules, okay?
He can't use them, though, because of the DTs, right?
I know, he needs to be scanning non-stop, but, I mean, he's taking the top left base. He's got more bases, he's got more money, despite having less workers. I feel like as long as Clem doesn't screw this up and screw the pooch by, like, getting too greedy with an attack, he's just so far ahead, he shouldn't be able to lose. But, like, I always say, don't ever underestimate someone's ability to throw a one game of StarCraft 2.
Yeah, and honestly, like, the fact that Hurricane's been still fighting like a little scrappy dog, you know, like, it's not necessarily just down to who throws, it's maintaining a lead, making sure, like, because as you start expanding more, that's when the Protoss playstyle gets even rougher.
He just dropped like 4 mules on top of a DT. Feels bad, man.
Certainly does, and this DT's just going to town. Still, I mean, he's maintaining such a supply lead.
I'm actually really surprised that these little, like, it really isn't a big engagement, right? It's 1 DT here, it's 3 Zealots there. A lot of what Hurricane's doing, like, he's making the most out of what he has. Obviously, we're focusing a lot on Clem because he's in a winning position, but credit, again, where it's due, Hurricane's playing really well from behind.
He certainly is. I feel that this is kind of like a last-ditch effort, though. Like, he knows that Clem's just very rich, and again, a really nice split by Clem. There's no Warp Prism to save any of this army either. Like, these disruptors, they just run in and die each time.
Yeah, I think this is the end right here. The Templar going down were like his last saving grace. He's done. I wish we had like a damage tracker for storms, like a DPS meter or something, because the storm damage this game has been wild.
Oh yeah, definitely. Look at 160. Clem's armies always seem so nice and stocky as well, right? Like, it's just a perfect army for what he's dealing with right now.
Yeah, I really like, you speak of the precision too. Like, he only made like 4 Vikings or something earlier, right? Or 9 total this game. He hasn't overmade, and he hasn't over like compensated for what, like, you know, when you see a Colossus out, you want to build Vikings, but if you build too many, then you don't have a ground army, right? Clem's been very precise with his play. I do want to point though, he's accidentally killed his own unit. The big ones early on was with tanks. That was pretty bad to watch, but even with mistakes like that, he's still playing really freaking well.
Hurricane's still fighting, man. He's still sending units here, there, and everywhere. And
I mean, they're 3/3 Zealots. What do you? Why not, right? Like,
oh, he's actually getting quite a bit of damage done here. I'm not going to try and oversell it or anything because he's still absolutely, I feel, dead. But attacking 3 bases at once, It's nice play by him. He's a little scrappy dog, man. He really is.
Yeah, I'm loving this out of both, but I think, well, he's killed a lot of SCVs, but at the same time, he lost the base. What's going on? He doesn't have his own probe count. And I think what's crazy, actually, we haven't talked about this at any point. The mineral count, like, it's just the mineral patches themselves gone in the main, gone in the natural, gone in the third. Like, there's very little money left on the map. These 4th and 5th bases are so incredibly important.
So I think one of the coolest and craziest things here is the fact that Clem doesn't feel strong enough in this game to actually finish off Hurricane, which that's obviously Hurricane kind of selling the story that he's way stronger than he actually is, despite being 60 supply down.
Oh my god, Zealots over here, there's so many of them. They can't fight though.
No, he can't. That's so much fun. Where are all the ghosts? He had a lot before.
I think he's stopped investing. There's been mostly Marauders since then. I mean, 31 Marauders are currently in play to us.
That is a ton of Marauders, but... Oh, okay. Cool. Nice micro against these Disruptors. 5 ghosts on the way now, realizing that he's kind of missing a few of those.
He does force a liftoff in the top left, by the way. Clem has to retreat out of that base, but I don't see any slowdown from Clem.
No, I mean, he's definitely losing a lot of SCVs, but Hurricane has this base of mining. That is a juicy storm.
Oh, it is a very juicy storm indeed.
And on the other side of the map, he's actually pushing again. It's stopped.
There's a shockingly large amount of medevacs, by the way. Normally tired of floating around with like 4 to 6. There's 10 medevacs, and they're all pretty much dry. That's how crazy this has been.
Yeah. Hurricane, he's literally mining 300 minerals per minute right now. They're both down to 31, 33 workers apiece. 107 probes. I mean, SCVs have been killed this game, and 70 probes.
This is a big game. This is a big game. Yeah, resources lost. Oh my god. We're like combined nearing 100,000. This is incredible.
And yeah, Clem's just slowly choking him out here. This is very nicely played by him. By both
204 Zealots, dude. 204 Zealots died this game too. Oh my god. GG.
Well played, Clem. Well played, Hurricane, as well. Like, I've never been so proud of a loser before, you know? Like, he did damn good that game.
Yeah, I'm like, again, you got to respect the good plays. It's really easy to get lost in like your own team bias on this one, but that was a 25-something minute game. That does not happen when players are not playing very well. Like, that was a very good game out of Hurricane.
Actually, that's one thing that's always kind of bemused me when it comes down to... I guess fans can be like that in general, but whenever I read up about a game, if one player wins, they'll talk about the other player as if they almost weren't there. Like, for me, a beautiful game takes 2 to tango.
Yes.
Like, you need to be as good as your opponent, trying to keep up with them, trying to force them to play as good as possible and all that jazz. So, yeah, that was definitely a beautiful game between the two of them.
My philosophy has always been, back in the day, I never wanted to watch Jaedong stomp somebody. I wanted to watch 2 people of the same level go at it for like a sick match type thing. And it's been like that for me ever since. And I feel that match we just got was very much that philosophy. But we are getting into the next one. We're going to Korea, and it's going to be Deer versus Zest. Poor Deer has had his fair share of PvP already today, playing against Parting twice.
I was both impressed and disgusted at that little series that they had earlier.
Me too, dude. That last game. Oh my god.
Well, okay, so I mean, that was as much a throw as the game before for Parting. Like, Parting started off with like 2 stalker kills at the start, then lost.
Yeah.
I mean, they were like baseball players just like practicing catch with each other, both throwing at one another. Like
each one like a little harder each time, trying to see who messes up first.
I mean, it was a ridiculous series. Like, made it really entertaining, because when we talk about it takes 2 players of equal skill kind of like boosting each other up, like, they are both obviously very good, but they were both obviously making some crucial errors too, which also made it very fun.
I gotta imagine it's a little sweaty when you're in the hotbox here. It's a best of 1. You know that your whole team relies on you. It's not just about you anymore. And it's kind of crazy, but we are loading in. The map, ladies and gentlemen, is Eternal Empire for this PvP. And if you're just waking up and you're like a guy who just writes off PvP, not with these 2 players.
Actually, I'm curious, like, after we do the intros, I'm going to ask you a question. But anyhow, spawning in the bottom left-hand side, they say Zest is best, and he is oftentimes. It is Zest.
And take it away, Tempo.
Spawning over here on Eternal Empire, this toss got skills, PvP straight fire. You're looking at the best resident of Aya, now go beat Zest to make him retire. Dear.
Yes, I love it. Tempo's gone from rhyming the players to the maps to everything. This guy is fire, and I'm glad he's on my team. But what's the question, Muslim? Hit me.
How did you do your seeding for this particular clan war, and how do you do your seeding in general? I guess I won't ask in general.
Do you mean like map picks, or?
Yeah.
So I was actually talking about this a little earlier with Maynard. A lot of the time for these picks, I'm expecting these guys, because I'm not a player, right? I'm a content creator first. I never tried to be a player. I don't really get their point of view the same way they do. So I'm like, hey guys, here are the maps. Who do we want to put on this map? And instead of discussing like who wants Golden Wall, for example, or in this case, Eternal Empire, the first 4 voices are always like, I hate this map. I hate this map. I hate this map. Or like, I think so-and-so is going to play this map and I don't want to play them. So it's been interesting the way the pick process has been. I think ultimately what we've done though is we kind of lay out what maps we like, what maps we don't like. I put the players up and we all vote and say, are we in agreement? And if we are, great, I submit the maps. And if we aren't, then I don't. So I'm actually taking a pretty backseat approach to this because frankly, I know people like Lambo and Clem and Rogadeer, they all know way better than I do when it's going to come down to the players and the maps and their preferences.
Okay.
How about you? How have Benny and the boys been handling it?
I make them all give me their top 2 picks.
And then you pick them?
Kind of, yeah.
Interesting. That's a cool approach to it.
It kind of divvies it up a little bit, so counter picking is a little bit more tricky. But they've also been like explicitly telling me they want this map for this series because they want to play X player and stuff, and they think they're going to be on that. By the way, Zest opted for a low ground gateway, 1 gas, and he's gone for a Nexus, real damn fast. So
this is far outside the meta. This is actually kind of a little bit more what we saw Alpha Star start leading into build order wise, because it's been since like 5 years, 2 gate openings to standard. There's no real room for a lot of Nexus first, but the reason Zest can do this now is because of how powerful the new photon the photon battery ability is. What's it called again? Hang on. Oh, I can't look on this overlay.
Overcharge of some sort.
I think it's just photon overcharge or something. It's a real basic name, but yeah,
battery overcharge.
The battery overcharge is so powerful at stopping early all-ins and early assaults that I think this kind of play that we're seeing out of Zest, I think this is actually going to become the normal from what we've had as the standard and been undeviated from for like years at this point.
I'm curious because, Dio's actually mixing it up here because in the games prior, he was always going Robo, right, and doing this like kind of Warp Prism attack. And that was one thing that I said to Zest. So like, I didn't know whether he was watching. I was like, okay, Dio's playing this build. He's doing it very often. He's like, no problem, I watch. Like, I'm seeing. So this is kind of his response. And doing a Stargate follow-up, like, I'd feel so flimsy as a Protoss in PvP doing an expansion into like a harass unit, right? Like, it feels as if Dio wanted to just kind of march at him with a big stocky army. He might be in trouble, but he's read this very well, has Zest.
Yeah, it's with Stargate units, it's a little fickle because I think that not every player could just copy paste Zest's decision here and win. This takes a lot of control over those units. Like that Oracle is going to be all you're relying on for some time, right? You can't afford to lose this to a misclick or to not scouting before going in and stuff like that. So there's a lot of skill and precision required by Zest to make this work. And I just want to make that so clear out of everybody, like, because this looks so awkward and strange, but this could do a lot of damage if Deer's not paying attention. And a couple stalkers, couple sentries, and keep this from getting in there.
So far, so good by Deer. But equally by Zest, like he got a decent bit of a scout off here. So he saw multiple sentries and the stalkers, and he saw the Twilight Council blinking there. So I think it's pretty safe for him to assume that he is up against Blink, getting his own as well back at home.
I think this is a good response out of Deer too. Like he knows that wasn't a fake hallucination. He did enough damage to it to realize that like it should have, like if it was a hallucination, right, it would have lost all of its shields. So a good read on now knowing, but still Blink to Blink. I both love and hate these battles because it is such like a show of skill. Who's so good at like picking the stalkers individually? Who knows when to blink forward? And realistically, I think Deer and Zest are both such top tier players. I don't imagine we're going to see too many mistakes in the upcoming fights.
I mean, hopefully not, right? Or, I mean, unless it turns into those kind of games earlier, then hopefully yes. But
well, that's why I'm hoping, because I mean, versus Mana and versus Party now, I've watched Deer throw away a couple of good wins.
Oh, so Zest is the one that wants to maybe be a little bit aggressive earlier. He's actually not opted for Forge upgrades here, which Dia has. That makes me a little bit nervous, because the longer the game goes on, the better those upgrades matter. And they're both getting up a third. Zest a little bit quicker on that. Eternal Vampire is usually a map that's very hard to attack on.
I'm wondering for Zest too, like assuming this doesn't work for the attack, his fallback might just be Disruptors, and you can get away with no upgrades and playing Stalkers if you're playing Disruptors. But man, this Hallucinated Fetus is like the third one. He's keeping an eye on that Oracle. Like there's no complacency here, but at the same time, Deer needs to know where he needs to be, and he needs to be at the third.
He does, he does. Now the Forge starts for Zest behind all this, and he's already starting 3 probes at a time back at home, so... You know, he's doing that thing where you're being aggressive to be safe, but Deer on the exact same spot on the other side of the map. Looks like he's readying his own attack here.
Yeah, that's a big warping coming down to the south. I wasn't even aware, but he has to hold this at home first. The Blink Forge really aggressive. Guardian Shield's getting sniped off, so he doesn't have that damage reduction anymore. And without Zealots or Adepts to soak the Stalker shots, Deer simply loses this fight, not to mention 15 pumps. And the baby's the Oracle! He loses the third! Oh, this is going absolutely tits up for Deer right now! His only chance is to get big damage done with that counterattack, and frankly, Demuslim, I don't think he can.
When that Oracle is sitting juicy at 19 kills or so in the main base. Oh! Rifkin, it feels like, I'm going to tell you, it feels good to not be super behind today. You know, like, this ties up. I'm already more happy. I'm feeling better here.
Oh, feels like I'm sucking on a lemon right now, dude. It tastes bad. It feels bad.
Okay. Oh, and now next match, we're moving over to NA.
Yes, Lambo. Lambo versus DRG in a ZVZ will be really interesting, I think.
I think so, too. I've got to see Domragoo now in a couple of ZVZs. I don't know if you saw him against Ragnarok just now.
Yeah, but actually, quick question for production here: which of us got the coin flip for this one?
Me, baby.
Oh, so yeah, this is gonna be rough.
So I got the choice of, do I want to put Hurricane or Domragoo's matches on Central and West and stuff, and I was like, Lambo is the more emotional players of Clem and Lambo that I could possibly tilt a little bit. So I'm going to go with the advantage for Domragoo.
Interesting. It's tough because, like, of course, we're playing 3 matches today. I don't know where the headspace is of these guys. All I did was like, hey, make sure y'all get rest because we're going to be doing a lot of games tomorrow. But I don't know about the thing with Lambo. I don't see him actually being that emotional. I know he can be for sure. But I think like with this kind of setting, this kind of matchup, I don't know. I don't imagine my boys are getting tilted by anything, to be honest.
It's more like, you know, when the players tweet out things and it can be like, oh, I had to play on West and blah, blah, blah. I practiced so much, but I should have just practiced on like West servers and stuff. Like it was those kind of tweets that stuck in my mind a little bit with Lambo. So when you find out that Clem gets Central and then, these are the seeds that I want to be planting, Rifkin. Like Benny and the boys, we're a team through and through. I'll do everything to help my boys.
So the seeds of discontent. I like it.
You know, we've actually, like, I almost forgot which match we have after this. I'm
not looking forward to it.
You're not? I wasn't looking forward to it.
Really? Because I'm jaded, because I think, like, both Rogue and TY are so good, I really could see that going either way in many different scenarios. So the reason I'm not looking forward to it is not because the players aren't good or the matches aren't going to be great, but because, like, that's what I literally can't call. Like, gun to my head, I would just take the bullet type thing. They're both so freaking good at this game, Demuslim. It's insane.
They certainly are. They certainly are. What's happening here, right?
Are we on the wrong server, maybe? I'm not sure. DRG just left and Lambo's not joining, so... Taking a second to get the lobby up, folks, but of course, shout out to Wardy. He's juggling like 15 people right now. I'm sure we'll see this get underway here in a sec.
I think I just saw numbers being typed amidst all the Korean, and DRG wrote 266. So you definitely don't want to be playing on West with 266 ping when you're a Korean, you know.
No. By the way, before we get too much into smack talk or anything, I was going to say congratulations on the recent news. By the way.
Oh, the car. No, I'm kidding. I know you mean the baby.
I was like, dude, what? This is no. Don't start off with that. That's not a good father move at all.
You know, I whip out jokes now and then, you know. I actually had one of my friends that I've known for like 15 years. He was like, congrats on the car, man. This is when I announced the baby kind of thing. And I was like, that's a funny thing to be congratulating me for. Like, But yeah, either way, thank you very much. I'm very happy. Like I live out in the Swedish woods with my Swebe Alice. You've met her; she's lovely. So yeah, we're going to be having our own little child soon. We don't know the sex or anything, but I'm a Terran, she's a Zerg, so our own little Kerrigan possibly could be kind of cool.
Your kid's gonna rebel against both parents and pick Protoss, dude.
I know it's going to be a cannon.
It's not just a phase.
Oh, let's see. Okay, spawning over in the top right-hand side of Ice and Chrome, it is Dom Ragu.
And I might not be Tempo with the rhymes, but Don Ragu certainly rhymes with Don Ray Poo, okay? Tempo, fix that up though. Give us the best intro you can.
From streaming to teaching, he has many skills. Benny and the boys better cue that Benny Hill. The sweet song of victory, now that's my jam, bro, and this guy's playing it. It is Lambo.
Always love it. Straight fire coming out of Tempo. My team's calling an ambulance, but I should really change it to call a fire truck, dude. Which is, you know what's wild? When you think about it, a fire truck's really a water truck.
Basically, yeah. Absolutely.
So this is ZVZ, probably the most contestedly disliked match between PvP and ZVZ. I think a lot of fans don't love mirrors in general, but
I think they came round to ZVZ though.
I think ZVZ got a lot better when they introduced Ravagers, obviously, but like the meta for these players has been so tight in terms of like who's going Mutalisks, who's sticking on like all-ins, and I think in best of threes, a lot of these Zerg players, like the same guys that are playing now, could have totally different results, but because it's a best of one, it really throws a lot of what you know as a player and as a caster like out the window.
By the way, Dom Ragu's going full Rambo here. Like, this was gas first, like 12 gas, 11 pool into.
Is he going Bings with this too? He is. Yes. Oh my god, he's insane.
This is super all in.
Yeah, if Lambo, he's not going to realize this right away. The Overlord might see the lanes unless is Don Ragu going to path? He pulls back a second. He's high. Oh, but is it enough? He's impatient. He's impatient. Does he see it? Does he see it? The Overlord does see it. Okay. Oh, Lambo immediately needs to figure out what he needs to do because that's a small amount of links coming his way. The drone's going to get out here and see, but I mean, the Spine Crawler has to start. There we go. Boom, in the main base.
Yeah, he definitely has to do something, right? Like, he's got quite a few minerals to spend. He's actually getting speed. I don't think that will really...
I mean, he's already mined the gas, but what's he gonna... He has no idea this is Banelings, of course, right? Like, this could just be a Ling all-in, because that's a lot more common, I think. But he sees no natural. He knows the stakes are high now.
He certainly does, and he sees the Banelings morphing too. That's a big find here. 2 queens spawning. What does he do? Okay, he's getting his own Baneling Nest, and speed has now finished for Dom Ragu, so the Lings are going to start flooding across the map. Guan Queen is caught immediately. This isn't the best start.
It's, he's eating a Baneling already, which is good, I guess. But yeah, this is tough because, you don't have creep spread. You can't make a wall off simply. This comes too quick. That's part of the precision for timing. The Spine Crawler is going to be huge. I love this placement of the nest, by the way, to have the Queen have a little more surface area. This is not going to be easy to defend. Lambo's either going to nail this and win super hardcore, or he's going to eat all those Banelings with all the drones, and it's going to look miserable. It's tough to call because this is totally on player decision making.
Absolutely. He's leaving the hatchery alive as well, which is kind of cute. All the Banelings, they're running in.
Oh, I love the half sacrifice, though. Throwing away 3 or 4 drones is way better than losing all of them. Lambo ends up stabilizing with 17 workers in that natural base. Okay, it still might go down. That's a consolation prize for DRG. But the fact that Lambo's ahead and now he's got his own Baneling Nest coming out, this is looking really good for Lambo.
It definitely is, because you might be looking at this saying, like, okay, there's 17 drones against 12. That's not too bad. Even though Dom Ragu's eking out a few more here, which is good for him, that is such an exponential lead that Lambo, just the fact that he's held and now he's got his own speed out, he's just richer in every sort of way.
Yeah. With, the thing about Banelings, though, is if Lambo misclicks or DRG misclicks, you can lose your entire army in one bad moment. So it's still very, very dicey on how this is going to go. You can see there's a lot of pulling back out of both. Yeah, like that. They want to trade 1 for 1. They don't want to trade 1 for 5.
No, they don't. Dom Ragu's hatchery starts a tiny bit earlier. Having the Spine Crawler actually helps significantly, right? Like, that means you can just be safer back at home and just feel a bit more stocky. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
I'm okay with this position. I don't know. all things considered, though, until this moves on past the phase of Ling Banling, like until Roaches are coming out or Spire starts up, like this really could go either way, just favoring Lambo. But the reality is DRG is catching up. And if this goes on too long and Lambo's too passive, DRG can get back into the game. So like in all things, the Muslims said, like, yeah, this is good for Lambo, but it doesn't necessarily always stay good for Lambo. There's a lot of decision making still going on right now, even though this looks kind of passive.
Yeah, definitely. Like they're both trying to get a true read on each other and what's going on, what's happening behind. Like, are there lings being stocked up here, there, and everywhere? Are their opponents staying on hatch tech to try and get out like a Roach Warren and stuff? Like they both have to find out what the other one's doing. So, my gosh, a lair starts up real fast for Domragoo.
Right. My thought was I thought DRG would either go like he's still stuck in all-in territory, right? I thought he was going to go Mutas, but there's not enough gases taken yet, so maybe it's a Nidus Worm. I'm not sure what his plan is, but like the layer is way fast for what he has.
I think it's still going to be Muta. Like even because what does the Nidus Worm achieve if he gets one? Or is it going to be like Roaches?
That's the thing. Yeah, there's no Roach Warren yet, but the Roach Warren starts usually after you start the layer. Oh, there it is, Roach Warren as we speak. So. I don't know. Okay. It's a difficult call for this kind of situation because if DRG's doing this for the sake of an all-in, that's one thing. If he's doing this because he is anticipating Lambo going Mutas and then Lambo instead goes 1/1 Lings, then it's a complete toss-over because 1/1 Lings with a full surround on Roaches are actually so good.
That is a super committal by Lambo, right? Like 2 Evos to get +1 melee, +1 range.
Yeah, this is... Well, I mean, this whole game, right from DRG's opening, has been thrown out the window from what anything normal would be. And I'm not reading too much into the double Evo, but that is a good point out because it's so expensive to do.
Like it's I'm just very, very surprised. Nice blockage of scouting there for Domragoo. He's getting his +1 range now.
So it's just gonna be Roach speed.
Yeah, he has a much higher drone count now, by the way. It's 41 against 33, so Lambo's the one that's kind of going super all in with mass Lings here.
This is so weird to do, though. Because, like, okay, if you assume Lambo's going Roaches out of this, because most players would, right? It seems weird to think that speed would be the priority that like wins you the game. Because DRG has to know he's playing from behind, right? He knows he didn't kill enough workers in that first fight. But, I mean, like you said, he's got less workers, he cut workers, he's super all in with these Lings, and the thing is, until that +1 weapon finishes, one Baneling! Oh, damn it, Lambo! One Baneling can ruin everything! And Lambo's making all these Banelings, and the funny thing is he doesn't actually need Banelings, he needs more Zerglings, because there's not enough Zerglings to surround the Roaches at the moment.
Yeah, and like, so Domragoo now knows what he's up against, which is a lot of Ling Bane.
Okay, good. Pounce on these quick.
Okay. The Roaches are in a nice position. That's a lot of Banelings to worry about, though.
They're spread too much.
Nice splits by Domragoo. The Banelings are marching forward, but what are they going to connect on here?
Well, he's waiting for the other Banelings to finish so we can trade 2 to 2, right? Because it's 3 for a Cocoon, but this doesn't work out at all. Lings are getting us around on the Queens. The Roaches are starting to go down. I think as long as Domragoo has Banelings, Lambo can't just initially A-move to win, but we should know that with +1 armor, Zerglings no longer die to 1 Baneling.
Overall, the fact that Domragoo stayed alive against that, now his +1's finishing as well. So does the 1 armor still means that they don't get 2-shot, right? The Lings?
You mean the Roaches?
Yeah, so the Roaches don't 2-shot the Lings even with the 1 armor.
You're going to need a little bit of overkill for them.
Okay, this is still a dicey position for Domragoo, but
he's got more he's got more army supply, right? But the type of supply here is really janky because it is Roaches, right? Like, until he's got his back against the wall and an overwhelming amount of Roaches, Domragoo can't actually push out with these at all. He has to play super defensive around this third. So Lambo, he's in a tough spot. He's trying to transition out of this, but he also doesn't have any opportunity to deal more damage.
That was definitely a big committal by Lambo, getting that many Banes and, investing in all those upgrades at once.
If Lambo didn't eat that 1 Baneling in the middle of the map, I think this is actually game over. The fact that that 1 Baneling was such a game-changing move really frustrates me.
Yeah, I mean, it really was game-changing. Like, Domragoo needed a miracle to happen, and it kind of did, so... But Lambo is not out of it, but he is transitioning to his Roaches of his own, and he will have the 1 armor upgrade, still carrying it over.
But Burrow and Tunneling Claws is one of the most disproportionate things when it comes to harassment, because you can suddenly, as DRG, take 3 Roaches, harass the Mineralites, and Lambo's going to need like 8 or 9 to respond in time. Like, this is a really good upgrade for him to go to, given the situation, but it's not like a good upgrade to blindly go through. So this was a great read on DRG.
Yeah, and they're both doing that dance of like, do I keep droning? Do I like, what's my opponent at? Lambo has been able to mine from his third base earlier because it's just been up and running for longer, right? And Lambo's actually on 6 gases right now, or he's getting his 6th gas, which is kind of crazy.
I'm so glad that as Terran players, we don't have to guess. We just hold down the SCV button. Supply goes brr.
Yeah, it's like one of the most difficult things for me when I changed to Zerg, or when I say change, I played Zerg to try and get GM, and it was like, there's always that choice of, is it battle units, or like with the other races, you don't have that choice, which makes Zerg a different race entirely.
This is tough. Lambo's got a lot of units right now that are really not super useful, if we're just being honest. But having all of this extra cannon fodder, like, it's important he's kept these Zerglings alive, because if it comes down to a Roach versus Roach war, those Zerglings are going to be a lot of the frontline cannon fodder, and they can't be ignored either, because with +1 and no armor upgrades out of DRG, those Zerglings will still tear apart Roaches.
They certainly will. So this isn't Overlord speed, is it? Oh wait, it is Overlord speed. That is a very fast Overseer.
It's Overlord speed coming out of Lambo as well, but I just noticed, wait, is that 4 Roaches? That's 4 Roaches being dropped off down to the south.
And he's got Tunneling Claws in the north as well, so Dom Ragu's getting ready to do some multi-pronged aggression, which is cool.
You know, if you're looking for it, you can see the animation of the Burrow Tunneling Claw, but it's so subtle, it's really difficult to notice.
I think it's also one of those things that Zergs notice better than anybody else, just because it's so prevalent in this matchup, right?
Great Overseer positioning on a Lambo, by the way. That plus the Spine Crawler deflects the top side. Now he knows there's Roaches here, so the Lings come over, and he's going to kill these. But, there's a big attack coming down the middle, and there's a drop heading to the main, so I hope these Roaches haven't been too big of a distraction. Lambo in the main anticipating something like this with these Roaches. Great positioning, but out of position to defend this new base. And that hatchery is not getting canceled. Oh, he got killed.
And Lambo was supply blocked during all of that too. Like you see this, he's at 194 supply, and he's still making 4 Overlords, so a little bit of overcommittal there on the Overlords.
This is the problem when you play Roaches. Your supply count just goes, like, the supply goes out the window.
Yeah. Wow, 12 drones all at once for Dom Ragu. So I think he realizes that this game is going to slow down quite a chunk. Now he's almost fully saturated up his 4th.
You know what's kind of cool, actually? While this has been going on, because there's no mutas or anything, there's Overlords spread all over the map for both players. I'm not saying like map hacks territory, but there's every entrance is covered. DRG knows where Lambo's going. Lambo knows where DRG is going. This Overlord spread out of both has been fantastic.
Definitely has. By the way, they're going to be hitting 2-1 at the exact same time between them. But Lambo, he's trying to be the aggressor now, which is a nice move for him. These Lings coming in handy, by the way. They still have that +1 melee damage, but Dom Ragu had just a couple of Banelings, which makes it kind of redundant. Lambo's still making lots of Overlords, still.
He's just finished his armor upgrade to DRG, that is, so he's at least caught up in that regard. It is 2-1-2-1 for range and armor on the Roaches. Tunneling Claws is kind of interesting, though, because with Burrow, there could be some healing going on for DRG between the fights, not so much for Lambo.
And he's taking up to Lurkers as well, is Dom Ragu.
Oh, Lurkers are...
Oh my gosh.
Lurkers are so sick. Lurkers are like the ultimate endgame unit. The Biles drop, and it's just majestic and crazy, and frankly, nobody wants to engage, because every time you do, you either take big damage from the Corrosive Bile, or you lose big damage running away from it. It's such a difficult engagement to hop around with, and I mean, both players are doing a great job avoiding it, so there's no real commitments in the middle of the map. These Lings, though...
There's 2 more Overlords again, like... Lambo's definitely making a big error with those minerals.
I'm jaded, because if he's doing this for the sake of a lot of Overseers, because he's really afraid of detection, I get that. But yeah, you're right. That's a lot of like Overlord overkill.
Okay, but he does have a slightly bigger army here, and these Corrosive Biles are landing on Dom Ragu, which is not good for him at all. And Dom Ragu, he has 2,000 minerals to spend here. This is not good for him.
Yeah, he's trying to spin them. He's trying to spin them. Like, look at the larva, right? 25 Roaches are on deck, but 25 Roaches are not here. And Lambo pushes in without a front line of Roaches to protect Dom Ragu's Ravagers. They're squishy. They're open, and Lambo's pouncing on top of all these expensive backline units.
Oh, Dom Ragu kind of faltering there. His macro slipped quite a chunk, and Lambo, he's now on the retreat, losing quite a few of those juicy Ravagers, but I think Lambo actually handled that fight quite a bit better than Dom Ragu. Just a few extra Biles were landing.
You definitely made Dom Ragu use his bank at the very least coming out of this. But here's the transition, right? We got Hive out of Lambo. We got Lurker Tech out of DRG. Neither player is really able to take advantage of their tech in this way, but because it's still about the Roaches and Ravagers. But they both are like getting to endgame. We're talking like 15 minutes of ZVZ is a long time in a ZVZ.
It certainly is. And Dom Ragu's had the Lurker tech available for quite some time now, but he's not been able to eke out any lurkers whatsoever just because of this pressure that Lambo's applying.
Lambo now is tunneling claws too, by the way. I don't think DRG is going to be complacent. You see he's got overseers everywhere, but I mean, now Lambo finally may be able to sink a couple roaches in if he wants.
It's nice by Domragoo. He's got that extra squad of units there with the overseer, just kind of watching and looking. Domragoo's getting the lurker upgrades before he even made a Hydra.
Yeah, that's the +2 range, so people know that's like 10 range I think you get off of Hive Tech. It's kind of wild. Lurkers suddenly become like your own siege tanks.
They're so good, and like when they get the combination of the other upgrade as well, I forgot what it's called.
Okay.
The really fast burrowing thing, it's insane.
Did you see what just happened there with the Overlord, by the way?
No.
Crossenbow killed one of Lambo's Overlords. Lambo doesn't need to make more Overlords because he already made the Overlords. There you go.
He thought ahead.
But yeah, with adaptive talons, the instant burrow and burrow, like Lambo's army right now can stand up, but it will not be able to if there's like 5 or 6 lurkers in play. But so that's the point though. He's pouncing before Domragoo's in that position. If he takes time to make the Hydras, he takes those Hydras out of the fight. Maybe he won't be able to defend this attack as Lambo puts a lot of pressure down here to the south. He sees the lurkers now, and that's like, yeah, that's a no-go. That's a don't fight that type zone.
It's also a big warning, right? Like, oh my god, my opponent's actually ahead of me in tech. So I'm wondering, when are we going to see that transition from Lambo and such?
Lambo doesn't have to go lurkers to match lurkers. Luckily, because of the lurker play, there's no anti-air, and Lambo's on Hive Tech. If he goes Vipers right now, he can yoink those right out of the ground. And there's no Hydras to push back. There's no Mutants and Corruptors. Like, he can actually do this without his own lurkers if needed, but he's not going that path. Looks like, yeah, Vipers are starting up as we speak.
Vipers, Hydra's on the way. He is getting 3-2, like still utilizing that double Evo from earlier. So Domragoo, though, over the last minute or so, with the lurkers being out in the field, has traded a little bit better, and he's able to push out a little bit now.
He really needs these Vipers. I can't like begin to stress that enough. He needs to not lose units too much on the way home. He grabs a lurker, which was kind of a cool kill, but I mean, this hit squad on the right side doesn't have a lot of longevity. And the left side is giving up a lot of ground before those Vipers have energy to do anything with. Blinding Cloud works on this army too. We should note that too. But I think Abducts on top of the burrowed lurkers just to rip them out of the ground is probably the best move Lambo's going to be able to make.
Yeah, Domragoo's having to respect this little squad on the right side though. Like if he does get out of position, he'll be able to come on through. And did he reveal Tunneling Claws just then? But a big fight happening again outside Lambo's base. This is a really good match between them.
I like that he uses Tunneling Claws to heal, by the way. That's such an underappreciated move. But he does rip the lurker out of the ground. He Blinding Clouds DRG's army. Now, of course, if he chases through his own Blinding Cloud, he could be hit by it. Cut some of his army off here with the Corrosive Piles running in. Not quite getting the big hits, but getting us around.
Oh, nice pickoffs by Domragoo, though.
Ooh.
But lifting up the lurkers out of the ground, but one lurker remained, and it did so much damage.
And DRG's bank is huge. Lambo does not have that kind of bank. So DRG's got a big army supply lead. He's got a type of army supply lead. I'm sweating for Lambo to Muslim. I'm not lying.
I mean, after that opening, I really felt Lambo was quite far ahead. Nice yoink on the lurkers, but Lambo's supplies foiling really.
He needs Blinding Clouds. He needs to disrupt this army.
He's gonna send it back home packing, but it feels like oh my gosh.
You hate to see it, you really do.
I just looked over and it was like, oh my gosh, I've never seen so many Ravager eggs in my life.
I'm like, where did the bank go? Oh, Ravagers won't be nearly as affected by the Vipers. I think this is actually a really good call to go for these instead of more lurkers, but at the end of the day, Blinding Clouds are still going to be effective. He grabs Overseers, interestingly enough. He wants to get rid of detection, so maybe his own lurkers can hold, but I mean, there's no lurkers in play. It's all Ravagers. His Hydras he's pushing up into the army. Granted, Lambo's army's fairly squishy, so is DRG's. DRG's got more army supply to work with, though, and Lambo's Vipers are out of juice, and they're not sucking on any buildings right now.
It's too desperate right now. Lambo has to focus on the fights. There's Biles landing
drones
in there and everywhere.
Oh, of course, the drones on the way in too. Really trying not to overcommit to this, but Lambo's really on his last legs here. If he doesn't win this fight, he doesn't win the game, I don't think.
Oh, and he lost the hatchery as well. He's behind in workers, behind in tech seemingly, and Domragoo, 60 supply advantage now in the blink of an eye almost. Blooming out.
This is crazy. This is bonkers. The Overlord's here too. They need to back away. I have not seen such an intense ZVZ in a while, and I cast so many games of StarCraft on the regular with such high-level players, and like this is the most intense ZVZ I've ever seen, dude.
They were really well matched for one another. Like,
yeah. My only regret is that we couldn't do this in like a land setting or something, right? Like this is so crazy. GG. Whoa.
I tell ya, what a game. Like, so that opening and Lambo defending it so well, like the queen in the correct position, as you said, like with the Baneling nest making that beautiful wall. He only lost 2 drones to the 4 Banelings, which was like, oh my gosh. But then going for this big melee attack where that 1 Baneling hit all those lings. You're totally right. That was a game.
That was game over if that didn't connect like that. That's tough. That's tough.
I wonder. So so players always like to think about games, right, analytically and stuff. But I wonder if Lambo, if he actually just went about turning that into a normal game, going roaches and stuff. Like, did he just feel that was impossible, or did he feel that his opponent was going up to Muta? I'm not sure. There was something there that I don't fully understand, but that must have tipped him off a little.
Well, this is going to be a Korea versus Korea match. Of course, Muslim, just like his country, has said we don't like Europe anymore, and he went all Koreans with his team. This is going to be really tough, though, because I feel, like I said earlier, no matter whether I was up 2-1 or he was up 2-1 coming into this, like Rogue and TY is such a hard match to call. I mean, a lot of us out there, a lot of people who are especially watching, because I've noticed the YouTube audience is a lot more whiny than the Twitch one even. Everybody has their opinion about Terran and Zerg, and everybody thinks one's better than the other. Be honest with me, Muslim. How are you feeling about this one?
About balance?
Well, I mean, just Rogue, TY, it's Golden Wall of all maps too. Like, this is a crazy matchup.
So I'll be honest. Like, have you ever had this feeling where you see a player, like you can look at Serral, you can be like, or in fact, I'll use TY as an example. I can look at TY and I'm like, he won GSL last season, he's top 4 GSL this season, like he's so damn good. As soon as he's on my team, I start being like, oh, I feel he's
butterflies and like...
yeah, I feel like he's weak against this, he's weak against that, and oh my gosh, I hope he doesn't play against this. And so honestly, I'm looking at Rogue, who, you know, absolutely blitzed one of my other players in GSL, which wasn't pretty at all. I do think Rogue is a big dog here, because even though TY it's close. If somebody called it either way, they wouldn't be wrong, you know, for doing so.
Right, and I think everything I want to predict in my head about these, like I've seen so many TY best of 3 games. I've seen so many Rogue best of 3 games. I've never seen these guys play a best of 1 in this kind of like intensity. So this is beyond like what I could call my favoritism. I want to see Rogue because of recent results, but I gotta respect how good of a player TY is. And frankly, I kind of even feel like TY is going to take this, as much as I hate to say it.
I'm kind of thinking Rogue, actually, especially with his portrait being that of Special, which I think's really funny.
Well, gives him extra power. I mean,
yeah, I've no clue, man. When these guys come in with these like portraits of other players, it just cracks me up. Anyhow, playing for Team Benny and the boys, spawning on the bottom left-hand side of Golden Wall, it is TY.
And we got to bring the hype for our boy, so I'm gonna leave it to Tempo. Take us away, man.
Hey, Benny boy, TY for this win. What a nice pickup for my boy Rifkin. He plays with one hand to make this thing fair. It is the legendary Rogue from Jin Air.
Yes, let's go Rogue. Now, the Muslim, actually, a lot of people might not know this. You and I, oh, it's proxy play. Ooh, I gotta get this joke out of the way quick then. You and I both play World of Warcraft. And of course, Rogue is a class in World of Warcraft. But do you know why rogues only wear leather?
I don't.
Because it's made of hide.
Nice. That's a dad joke that I'll keep in my pocket for 9 months' time, you know?
Yeah, like, you'll need it soon. Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, proxy racks. I actually don't see a lot of success with this in the pro players I cast, and most of the time that unsuccess comes from Special. Funny irony. But TY is a different breed of player. It's a different type of 2 racks. What do you think about this?
I think this is super damn far away. And I was initially looking at that oval,
and I was like, oh, he rallied back. No!
Yeah.
Oh,
I was looking at this and I'm like, is this some TY level studying where he's like, okay, I've seen how he scouts. He scouts to about here. I'm going to put the barracks here. Because if so, that is freaking genius.
Yeah, I honestly, I believe that that's probably what happened here. Because Golden Wall's a map that's been around long enough. A lot of the proxy locations, they've been kind of established. Luckily, though, this is only 2 racks, so a Spine Crawler is not of the necessity to hold this, like a 3 racks. I think Rogue, if he handles this correctly, could be okay. But I mean, his build opener, by the way, guys, like, he went hatch, gas, pool last. It's not great for getting queens and legs out.
I wouldn't. By the way, TY got his gas really damn early, so I'm wondering if this is...
This feels more like a Maru racks, where it's like an opener more than like an all-in.
Yeah. Like, he definitely didn't really cut that many SCVs. Like, we see that 18 against 21. But 2 bunkers going up. By the way, Rogue feeling very confident just immediately starts up Ling speed here. But he's not pulling any drones.
I'm wondering, he's mining the back. He's mining the back. He's mining the back of the base. This is cool. So he'll take his actual hatchery back here. I don't know if he's going to run across the map, but he's just kind of saying, okay, look, you want 2 racks? Fine, take the hatchery. Big whoop. You're spending a lot of money to take 300 minerals out of my pocket. I think Rogue just plays this calm and he's okay. Creep tumor? No, larva. Whoa, what? I don't know if he's going to get a chance to use that larva or not to Muslim.
I think it will happen. But interesting, right? Like, so TY keeps seeing these lings pop out of this hatchery. So I think he knows what's going to come, which is it's going to be like a big ling wraparound kind of thing. Or is it? Is he just going to let it die and just, okay, just going to completely let it die? This is very cool.
Why not creep tumor? Because creep tumor at least would last, right? You could spread it back up to the main, but this is one of the opportunities where Golden Wall specifically, this is the only map you could do this in, where you could just take another base. You really can't just take another base otherwise.
Yeah, and so TY, he's not built to CC, by the way, and he's actually making a bunker. Like, he's worried. Like, Rogue has thrown him off with his irregular response here, and he's uncomfortable about this position, which I don't blame him for feeling so.
Oh, he runs right past the bunkers. Oh. Okay, well, the barracks are flying home. There's not really a lot at home right now. The wall will be up, though, and SCVs can repair indefinitely. There's no room for Rogue to do damage, but there's also no chance for TY to take, like, a proper natural here, I think.
No. The good thing for Rogue is that he did have that back base that you talked about. So his mining, even though it's obviously hurt, he's not in that bad a shape, I feel. I think he really flustered TY a little bit by being the kind of crazy guy that we all know he can be.
He flustered TY by surviving. What a jerk.
Yeah, but in such a weird way, right?
No, I agree. He goes through this. Okay, so he'll clean this up. He'll be able to take this base back. TY's going to get the salvage off of the bunker. But yeah, so this is wild, man. No other map you could have this happen on. Honestly, this is crazy. I don't know if Rogue had this like backup plan in mind. Like, you know, you mentioned, did TY study for the barracks placement? But I'm like, did Rogue plan a plan B? Like, what? This is so perfectly executed. Oh, that's not though. Ooh.
Oh, so, okay, what are these SCVs? Are they just repair SCVs? An armory on the way?
Go through the back SCVs. Because the middle mineral patches take less to mine out. It's only 2 SCVs. So Rogue, who's probably thinking the natural back here is safe, like he doesn't need to worry about this, right? There's not going to be any reason there should be any Terran back there anytime soon. It's actually 4 Hellions running in. And there's only really Zerglings to defend this. There's no Queens at that base location. I think we're going to get some barbecue. And I frankly have had enough barbecue today with Maynard.
I haven't. This is looking real good, but okay, Rogue's very quick to react, but there's been 2 Marines at a time in production, 2 Hellions at a time. Please don't lose these Hellions, please.
He's got to kill these. He's got to kill these. Rogue, get this right. He's dumping so much grab as he's running around. Just kill those Hellions. Go. Almost gets him. Oh, gets all 4. That's actually huge. But the push still comes. The Queens are off creep. Oh, Rogue is overextended in a bad way, and TY runs in for the body block. Hellions transfer to Hellbats. Lings get in for the fight. Lings aren't fighting the Hellbats, but the Queens are also taking a lot of damage. If he kills the medevac, he can hold, but the medevac, he's alive in the back.
It didn't die. It's still alive. It's
he's chasing it. He wants it. Rogue wants that so bad. He's so close to hold it. I feel like if he just kills the Hellbats, he'll be fine. He doesn't need to chase that medevac right now. I mean, what he needs to do is get back on creep, though.
He certainly does. I mean, what a dicey situation for
my heart is beating, dude. I can't. My heart, like, it's gonna explode out of my chest watching some of these fights. Oh my god.
Can you imagine if he didn't deal with those 4 Hellions initially? Like, he would have been in such bad shape against this. And does he have a Baneling Nest on the field? Okay, he does have a Baneling Nest, but not using it at all. And he's got 600 gas.
Yeah, I thought he was waiting to use those on the Lings after he cleaned up. You know, and now he runs across the map. You'll probably see him morph something near the front line, but he needs to deal with these Hellbats, and he needs to free up the time, because if he's too busy dealing with the Hellbats, the Liberators come in uncontested.
By the way, those 2 SCVs, they've just been leisurely mining out.
Oh, he's yeah. I think he just left them on auto mine. He never corrected it, so now he grabs them. It's like three. So that's 6 mineral patches total that have been mined out in the middle. That's great.
Yeah. Okay. So, this is a weird game. Like, you don't often see a game like this. So TY, he isn't making a 3rd CC. He's still making Hellions, by the way. And now he's getting Stim. He's getting 1 engineering bay, which is a big indicator for he's going super. Like, he's going to continue going super all in with this.
This is interesting map though, because I feel like from both TY and Rogue's position, there's a lot of recovery on this map. It's a big map. You got the back bases. You don't necessarily get killed by losing one of your forward bases as you do on almost every other map. So I've really loved Golden Wall. I've been spoiled by this. I said this last time I was on the War Chest stream. The first time I ever saw this map, it was like Euthermal versus Raynor or something, right? And it was just an incredible yin and yang in terms of who was taking bases in the top and the bottom. And I've seen so much good out of this map that I'm just sitting here so excited and gleeful because I'm feeling that magic all over again to Muslim.
Yeah. Okay, so third CC starts now for TY, and this Liberator just going around tickling Overlords. Fortunately, they can turn into Overseers. Going up to 5 racks with the Bio. Yeah, this is super damn weird. Like, they're both going to be feeling uncomfortable. I guess the main... Okay, I was thinking, where is Rogue going to expand, by the way? Because he has a choice now, right? Like, along the bottom or the top, but he still chooses the top.
So I just want to take a quick aside from the game, because I see Nathanius is in chat right now asking what he should come dressed as on stream for later. And my response to that would be someone who actually wins for once.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't play Nate for a while. I'm just going to get my smack talk in while I can. I don't think I play like Sunday or something, but... these Hellions, man, this is tough. At any point, if Rogue gets complacent, TY can do so much damage. That's what's so scary about this. There's like not even 1 second you can take a break from paying attention.
No, and this is a really scary push from TY. Like, there's a lot of Hellbats. There's only a handful of Banelings as well. This isn't... Okay, I take that back. There's 11. That's actually a decent number.
It's decent only if it connects, though.
Yes, and I mean, those Hellbats, you have to respect them, and Rogue's running in now. Oh, one Widowmine goes off.
I'm wondering if this is being researched as a style that works against Rogue, because Cure did this earlier too. We saw Rogue struggle there, but this is he's dealing with the Hellbats. The problem is he's not dealing with the Marines.
Yeah, those Marines. Like, this is while he's +1 against 0-0 from Rogue as well. So this was like the perfect timing to hit. The thing is, Rogue's going to survive this by the looks of it, because those Queens are standing strong.
Queens are such an anomaly.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, look, the split. Oh, no, the split. Ah, okay, that could be so much worse. Oh, my squirmy god. All right, so the Widowmines here are great when used like this. I love it. But Rogue doesn't take that much damage from it. So far, for my boy, so good. But, man, 12 workers dead is still 12 workers dead.
Yeah, I was about, like, when you said didn't take that much damage from it, like, TY's taking the gold base now, and he's doing all right in that regard. It's going to be fully saturated. Rogue's had to remake quite a lot of those. Oh my gosh, the Banelings.
But they're not good. Oh, wait, I thought the Widowmines were going to take them all out.
Oh,
well, you know what?
Good.
Yeah, I love that he picks up the SCVs. That was actually a really great recovery option out of TY. So instead of losing like 12 workers, he only loses 4. But losing the gold base positioning is not good either. Rogue's still taking some damage back at home, but these Lings are they're stretching their distance, man. These should have been dead so long ago.
They really should have. They're both bopping each other on both sides of the map, by the way. Like, this is... Oh, that Widowmine's going to go off again. How many can it get? Not bad, not bad. And another Widowmine drop. That's TY. TY's just going to go freaking Demolition Man on Rogue over here.
I can't believe after everything they've been through, they're still together to Muslim.
Me neither.
I am, of course, referring to my butt cheeks.
Oh, okay. That's a lot of Widowmines going down here. And he's having to use the SCVs to...
Yes. Yes.
Pull him back. Pull him back. Where's he?
I hate when you pull SCVs because, like, oh, no. Split. Oh, like an Olympic gymnast. Oh, no.
Oh, my gosh.
Hello?
Have you frozen?
Oh, my God. Me too. I know. Did you just have a heart attack? I don't know who this man is. Get out of the lobby right now, dude.
Man, what a moment. Like,
mid-Widowmine. It's mid-fight. Like, you can see the ignition has lit up. The missile is leaving, and those drones are either going to have a lot of damage or not very much damage. I don't know. Oh, you know what's interesting, though?
I think it's
look at the left side. One of the Widowmines went off on the drone in the extractor, and you can see the explosion inside the extractor right now.
StarCraft in detail.
StarCraft's actually got really cool detail if you slow it down.
Yeah, it really, like, I mean, it's such a fast game. But, like, Rifkin, like, all jokes aside, 10 mutas are going to come out onto the field very soon, which I think is going to put a real spanner in the works with all this Widowmine drop shenanigans, you know?
Yeah, this is, well, good and bad, right? Because the thing is, TY has Widowmine's a set of tanks, so he has things to help fight back versus the mutas. But when mutas are controlled so perfectly, they look so broken. Like, if you give a player 25 mutas, like, if you give Rogue 25 mutas, he's going to look unstoppable. But we're only at 10. Okay, lag out happens. The drone kill's not so bad. I mean, this is still 3 Widowmines that might just die. Yeah, here comes the mutas. Chase that medevac. Chase that medevac.
Seeing that many mutas pop out as well, like just all at once. I mean, there's more. Like we know there's 10 on the field. That, as a Terran, that always makes your heart sink a little bit.
I mean, the big thing too is like seeing that many mutas, you suddenly realize, oh, he was banking that much money. He didn't need to be spending all his money versus me this whole time. Like that's a scary thing for the Terran to have to come to realization with. But also, oh, don't fly into the Marines. Okay, barely not gonna get the Widow Mines. I mean, but this is the thing. It's only 10 mutas. For now, this is fine. This is manageable for both sides. It's only when Lambo gets, or not, excuse me, Lambo, when Rogue gets like an incredibly high amount of mutas that this becomes really scary.
It's getting there though, right? Like 5 mutas on the way and yet again, and that's almost like a 50% increase kind of thing. Like, but the supplies are so damn close. This is a really cool game to say how it started off.
Yeah, we're blessed. Hashtag blessed, man. Every fan of this War Chest Team League is getting spoiled rotten. Everyone who comes in to play with cast or whatever, you get the best games I've ever seen, dude. And I cast so many games of StarCraft, it's unreal.
Okay, so Rogue, he's dealing. Oh, is he dealing with that Liberator? He is.
He wanted to do with it Cylinder though, because he needed to get back home. Bottom right, it's under attack, and that's a long way away, even for something like mutas.
Okay, like TY's doing a really good job of just kind of putting on the pressure. Like his SCV count's low.
Oh no.
Oh. It was bait. It was bait.
Sure. We'll say that. Doesn't make me feel any better though, Damaso.
Okay, so the Banelings, he's kind of rolling them in, he's sprinkling them in, but the Muta flock, that's one that you have to respect now.
Right, this is where it gets interesting because you're splitting the Marines versus the Banelings, but in doing so, you become weak versus the mutas, right? Like, there's certain ways this get handled. He's picking off medevacs, which is good, or should have picked off that one, but either way, Rogue's still got an army to fight with, but he's down in supply. He doesn't have a lot of Banelings. That Widowmine comes forward too. Friendly fire might be a son of a bitch, but depending on how this goes, he backs away and no Widowmine fire goes off just yet. I'm literally like, come on.
You know, like what makes this situation so crazy right now is Rogue is hanging on, but all it takes is for him to smash this one time, and TY's basically dead, right? Although I say that, he's taken a 4th CC, he's going up to 8 barracks now, and he's getting 2-2 finishing up. Did Rogue forget +2 armor? No, he didn't.
No, Rogue already has it.
Got it.
It's been finished for a while.
Damn.
I think he actually forgot melee, which is the funny part. So finishes later.
Okay. How many meters are out? 17?
It's 17. This is trouble territory. Oh, God. Normally, Liberators are so bad, but you can't underestimate their damage. That splash can be huge. You know what's the Thors technically have more damage per splash, right? But they hit so few units, but Liberators hit more units despite dealing less damage. So you see these mutas getting really popped off, and I'm stressing out. 17 mutas down to 11, down to 10.
Oh my gosh, so I think it's actually worth it because that Liberator count takes a while to build up, right? But that could have went really, really bad. I love the response, by the way. Seeing the big mutables and he goes for Liberators, you don't often see that. And now he's getting range upgrades too, so those Liberators are going to keep getting stronger, and Rogue is definitely the kind of guy that likes to rely on his mutas dealing damage too, so...
It's weird because you almost never see Liberators really be in anti-air mode, right? Like it's just such, like, I think everybody recognizes such a bad low damage thing, but in that situation that was so good, and now I'm terrified of more of that.
Okay, so he floated over his main, right? Okay, he did float over his main, but he has an extra CC at his natural, so where's that going to go? It's currently heading south by the looks of it.
I mean, this is technically a safer base when you think about it, because with mutas, he's going to be running you wild, going top to bottom, and taking the top left puts you really out of the way, whereas taking the bottom left doesn't take you out of the way.
No, he's not making any more Liberators currently, but his gas is super bad actually, and Rogue's doing an attack at the top.
Widowmine's getting an okay amount of the Banelings, but the Banelings look like they want to connect to the SCVs. Scatter!
Okay, that's quite a bit of damage. Rogue's making so many Lings and so many Banelings. He's got the base in the top right. The mutas do come over.
Well, why do the Lings disengage, though? He needs those mutas with the Lings. Okay, loses a lot of mutas for this cleanup, by the way. The muta dead count, by the way, is up to 16 now. That is unacceptable.
Sorry, TY's pushing in the bottom while all this is going on, and this is one of Rogue's newish bases, and here's the Liberators. They are in anti-ground mode here, and 2-2 is finally finished for TY, but
Go Queens!
Such a good job of cleaning things up.
Queening things up, if you will, because those Queens actually are the only anti-air he has down. There's no Spore Crawlers or anything else. Jumping on the gold base, you know what I didn't realize? TY's had a lot of production that he could afford, But that was off like the adrenaline of a gold base, right? He doesn't actually have that many gold mineral patches left at this point. And without bases like this, he might not be able to afford that extra barracks production he just finished building not too long ago.
No, wow.
Kills the commander? No. Oh! Hey, he lifts the CC. I was so worried he wasn't going to lift the CC. Lands it again because he wants to use the mules. The Lings go back in. Don't love this. He's also attacking in the bottom right while this goes on. Where are the Mutas, Rogue? Oh, they're heading to the bottom left while this goes on.
I think that's actually an all right move. Like, he's totally going for like base tradey, base killing kind of situation. And this is TY's only real mining base right now.
Right.
And, oh, this is such a dicey position.
But here's the thing, like Rogue's also not doing so well back. Like he's not taking big losses, but top right's being attacked constantly by Marines and drops. Bottom right's been pressured this whole game. I gotta tell you, from what started off as like the perfect 2 racks out of TY, I did not expect a 17-minute game to Muslim.
You know, I didn't either. Oh, nice pickups, nice pickups.
He just killed like how many? Hey, I got. Oh, this broad wood mine's there. I gotta click that wood mine. How many kills did I get? Oh, that wasn't the wood mine that killed all of them, I guess. Or maybe the one that was dead. Either way, a lot of Banelings just died in the south. I was really like, oh my god.
Oh, there's too much Rogue though here, Rifkin. I know you talked about like how Rogue's under fire as well, but his economy, like he's been mining so well for quite some time now.
I guess
I'm feeling for TY.
The key thing is like for Terran, you're supposed to be taking cost-efficient trades, and Rogue's supposed to be quote-unquote winning throughout the middle of the game, but you're supposed to be like getting ahead through cost efficiency. I just looked at the resources lost for the first time in this game, and that's not the case for TY.
No, like granted, Rogue is trading slightly less efficiently, but given that Rogue's also probably been mining quite a bit more this entire game, you want it to be better than that. And look at that, that is so much Zerg. Really good splits by TY, going off creep even, but I think this is just a numbers game at this point. So much Rogue.
I know there's no Archons, but that was power overwhelming.
That was nice play from both of them, and we can go to the ace match.
Ace match. It is always the ace match, and that's a good thing for both us and the players and the fans. But we got to figure out who we're sending out. So we're going to probably go off to a small break while we get this figured out. Shout out to everyone for tuning in. We got so many more games still coming, but we got to get this ace match figured out first. So see you guys in a couple minutes. welcome back. This is the ace match coming up, and it's going to be another tough one. It's every ace match I've ever been in. I don't actually know clearly who I think is the better player going into it, but we've just finished doing our picks behind the scenes. I have, not so surprisingly, picked Rogue. DeMuslim has not so surprisingly picked TY.
So they were mainly... So my players, right, they just had a massive convo in Korean. I have no idea what's said. I'll probably Google translate it later just to make sure and find out what kind of guys they are. But basically, they all thought it was probably going to be Clem. And they didn't want to play with Ping. So it was like, after they talked for a long time, they were like, okay, Captain, you choose. So I was like, well, I have no idea what's being said. Who's feeling good? Who's feeling fresh and stuff? They're like, you just pick. We're all good. And then I was like, okay, go TY. And then the other three laughed their asses off. And TY was like, ... and the other guys are just writing like zzz, laughing, you know. But yeah, so I have no idea about this one.
I tried to do a little bit of mind games with DeMuslim during the break, guys. So I don't know if it had any bearing or not, but we do have a really sick result of, again, it's a rematch, Rogue versus TY. My heartbreak lies in the fact that I had a rematch earlier and my player lost. So I'm a little stressed going into this one.
That's kind of the curse, right? Like whenever regames happen, you tend to get the player.
Oh, dude, DreamHack, every time there was like a group bracket, man, if there was ever a rematch of a best of 3, it was always the other way around.
And just like every time a foreigner beats a Korean in GSL, as soon as that rematch happens, you know what's going to happen.
Seen Lings.
Oh, what? I don't think Tempo was supposed to speak there.
I didn't say anything. What's he talking about?
Wait, is Wardy in this game?
Yeah.
I don't... Oh, aha, it scrolls down. My bad. Spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, this is the ace match between Benny and the boys and their team leader, or at least their first pick. It is TY.
Hey, Tempo, are you ready to go?
Oh, yeah.
Hit him.
It's neck and neck on Death Row. You better tell a friend. Ace 1, Ace 2, here we go again. Everything's proceeding as I have seen Lings. Give it up for Rogue, the Zerg from Green Wings.
I love it, man. It's so good. The green also kind of comes through a Death Aura, so his pink looks kind of greenish. The lighting under the hatchery is always really weird, but yeah, this is crazy because we just finished watching what was obviously a very intense game between the two of them. Rogue, you could see, has obviously been influenced by it as he's looking for proxy racks on Death Aura, but obviously TY has not gone that direction.
And this is what we were planning, actually, Rifkin. Now I can actually reveal Benny Boy's secret. So we expected, you know, we knew how he was going to respond with being 2 racks, and he's going to have a drone out for 1.5 minutes on the map, just checking for a proxy. So TY, in masterful planning, also knowing that he's probably going to play this guy, or could potentially play this guy in GSL, you know, if all things go well. Yeah, just mind games right from the get-go.
It's tough. I mean, for this setup, it's really difficult to even plan mind games like that. So respect where it's due if that's real and you're not just pulling it out your ass for this final game. But Rogue, I think what's great about it is, okay, yeah, he loses a little bit of mining through that drone, and that totally sucks. But I like that he played it safe than sorry. Yeah, I'd rather him not play greedy and lose to a really risky ace match situation.
Because you always feel so stupid if you just got proxy racks and you're like,
he won't do it again,
right?
Yeah. What are the chances?
They winning the more important game, and it's like, oh, god damn it, like, frick me.
See, this is, I would never be a good pro player, and I'm not, just so everyone's aware who doesn't know who I am, because I like to gamble a lot. I will totally be the guy who says, no, he won't do it again. There's no way he does it again, and I'll lose to it every single time.
I remember, so I'm really good friends with Rhett, and we used to play a lot against one another. I remember one series we had, I was in America, he was in Europe, and we played in Europe. I decided I'm going to proxy racks him every game, regardless of how it goes. And so I did it to him 3 games in a row and ended up winning, and he still wrote like GG well played and stuff.
Wasn't that just basically you, though, circa like 2016 or whenever it was? Because I remember casting you for the WCS qualifiers, and there's like Frost and every other map, no matter what map it was, DeMuslim was 2-raxing every single time. And that's back when we had 4 player spawn maps, by the way. Like,
It was a good build. I mean, it's always been
You
a good build. We
qualified.
hardly ever see
Obviously, it
lose.
worked, but I'm just saying, like, when you're like, oh yeah, I proxy racks red a lot. I'm like, yeah, and I breathed air. Like, what's your point?
Actually, it's funny. Like, I remember doing it so freaking much, and now I barely ever do it. So, times
I think
change.
I actually think that's the mark of players improving, though, because another player from Europe I enjoy a lot, Gung Fu Banda, was also very notorious for only doing all-ins. And then when he stopped doing all-ins, he also started qualifying for WCS. Like,
I like that you say it's a sign of improvement, whereas for me, I just turned into a caster as soon as I stopped, So different things for different races and what have you. By the way, TY, so he's opted here for like a very early third, which is super cool. And he's doing Hellion Liberator on this map. So we're seeing a totally different opening by him, but Rogue going
two base layer.
Yes. Spicy.
Yeah, if this is Mutas, and if TY turns this into Mac, this could be really bad for TY for the opener. But I think, long and gone are the days where, if Terrans go for a third, then Zerg just all in and it's all over. I think that you can play safely around 3 bases now as Terran. You got a lot more tools available to your disposal and whatnot, but also players are just better nowadays. But it is bio, not mech, and that's very important to note here because I think TY is a guy who can throw either at you and be viable with either.
Yeah, he's like, when you look at the Terrans, you look at each of them, especially the top Terrans, right? Like, you look at Innovation for his macro, Maru for his micro, and just kind of like mind gaming. And you look at TY, he's kind of like the multitasking genius, I feel. And the fact that he has so many special prepared builds and such. So seeing this kind of stuff from him, I do like it. Rogue does get a nice scout off to see what's going on though. So he does know it's also bio.
Yeah, he's this is there's a lot of Hellions coming in, and it's once again mostly just Zerglings to defend with. He's got to kind of split them up a bit. He sees the drones transfer. The drones are like, why are we transferring right now? This was a bad move.
Oh, so only 2 drones falling so far, but
right, this could have been way worse. He does pick up a few lings with this too, though. 9 lings dead. I think 1 died to the Reaper earlier. Liberator in the main, but the Spore Crawler's here, so that'll be dealt with fairly quick.
Yeah, and not moving it at all either. So 4 drones so far. Like, TY actually lost more out of this than Rogue did, supply-wise and stuff. But he is ahead in workers because he was so greedy.
Here comes the Mutapane too, right? Like we talked about this earlier, it was a very fast layer. For Rogue to go mutas like this, it's not like TY won't have any anti-air. This isn't like a mech player who finds himself without a Thor, right? There's going to be Marines, there'll probably be some later missile turrets, but I think there should be some early opportunities for damage. So I look at the damage TY did. I think this is great for now, but I think Rogue's about to turn it around on him.
Yeah, and I'm a bit worried for TY, I am, because he is playing so damn greedy behind this, but also supply block city on his side of things.
He just baited a stim. He just baited a huge stim, goes in with the mutas now. Stim's already halfway worn off. He'll have to stim again. Taking those Marines down to half HP is not good. Mutas get on top of this. Is this too greedy on a Rogue, though? There's so few Marines.
Oh, the mutas are getting pretty
over the
low.
SCVs. Goes for the turret. He's trying to stop the turret from building. Gets a few kills out of this. Ricochets from the back. You can just go around to the natural, though. Look for some more openings. Grab Marines that are spawning. The thing about the mutas, they're fast. They're mobile. They're not something you commit with.
No, and like, credit to TY. He's actually not super dead right now, which is good for him.
I'm mad, but that was good, yeah.
And the Evo chambers have only started up, so that just shows you how committed Rogue was to that attack. Like, his 1-1 is going to be so far behind TY's, which that's a lot of opening for a counter. What are these drones?
Donation. He felt bad about the damage he did. I don't know. There's a weird misclick, but I think what's interesting is while he is missing upgrades, that's true. If Rogue's planning, like he's on 4 bases, like get that doesn't mean all in. But if he does go overcommitted with this, Banelings don't need big upgrades early on. And if he just snowballs early, he could snowball to win, right?
I'm just very scared of, for his sake, surviving that long, because
true. Agreed.
TY is at 1-1 now. Combat Shields is finishing too. Like, and they're equalish supply, but just having an upgrade lead is a huge thing. And if he starts moving out now, despite being against the mutas, because the mutas, Rogue just wants to lock him in now and just keep him as far away as possible.
Yeah, this is for Rogue. I feel like he's in control of the game right now. TY's not going to be pushing anytime soon, while the mutas are providing pressure. So Rogue can take this time to do what he liked behind it and use that time to say catch up on 1-1, which he's doing. The armory from TY still not done, so it's not like he's getting ahead to 2-2. But I'm also just so worried that if Rogue focuses too much on this and that he falls behind and like loses out to a push. But he knows where this push is. He's pouncing on top of these, trying to grab tanks, trying to grab medevacs. I mean, honestly, anything he does that delays the push is just beneficial to him. He focuses down the missile turret. Oh, that was nice.
This is really smart play by Rogue. You know, he's just buying time.
Oh, getting on the reactors. I love it.
Oodles of time.
Get the medevac, get the medevac, get the medevac, get the medevac. Yeah. Oh, no. Ah. There's still a lot of Marines here. Oh, he thought these Marines were pulled away. That was a mistake. Luckily, there's an escape route through the dead space. Main base has a drop, but this is Lings and Queen should pick this up. So pulling the drones away. Oh, God. This is so intense to Muslim.
It really is. Like, we both want both of them to do as well as they possibly can. There is a Thor coming out fairly soon, which will definitely help TY out a bit. Needs to start up his 2-2, though, as soon as he can. He's actually going for a 4th CC, so it isn't going to be like a super parade push.
I always feel like the first Thor is not that intimidating. It's the second one, and it's especially later on in the game when you got +2 weapons, that those really become terrifying.
It's just as soon as there's one on the field, you can't do that mutable clump up to snipe things off, right?
It's very important too. But I think the interesting, there's no Widowmines this time. It's all tanks. So there's less power in the Banelings and technically more power in the Mutas, even with that Thor in consideration.
It is, and that's a lot of Lings, a lot of Banelings coming from the bottom, but a lot of TY's armies off creep, actually, and this is a big committal by Rogue, and he does clean it up, actually.
Rogue's decision-making out of the Mutas was so sick, so he chose to ignore the close tanks because he knew the Lings and Banelings would handle those. Goes for the back tanks, picks off the medevacs. That was really good decision-making out of Rogue, all things considered. Oh, he's got to get this Thor, please, God! The Mutas, kill the medevacs, kill the Thor, ricochet, ricochet,
oh
ricochet!
My God.
Quadruple kill, let's go! Penta kill, Rogue!
So close, that was so close. He's keeping alive that Thor for so long.
Like, he's choosing to target fire and like get ahead on top of the medevacs and not waste time with the Marines. Like, Rogue's decision making, I hate, sir. I'm pro Terran, but I'm loving everything Rogue's doing, man.
He's playing really well. The thing is, even though this all looks really super good, he has been lower in workers for a while. So he's been like, he had to smash that. If he didn't, A, he'd have died, but B, he is behind economically.
That was a terrifying push out of TY, but I think it also really highlighted how important Widowmines were in the previous match.
Oh, certainly. And TY is getting into a bit of a sticky position here. He's defending both sides very well, actually. Nice control by him.
Yeah, he's finally moving into Widowmines. We got Drilling Claws coming out. We already have the armory upgrade for them ready to go. I think that TY is maybe one step behind, so he's not like super far behind the dance in this game, but we should note that Rogue's not just staying here. Like, he's infestation pits on the way. He's going to be moving to Hive. He's got a lot of bases, and these Mutas head towards the main base. They stall out the extra barracks to pick off reactors. I mean, this is so frustrating because reactors take a million years. Actually, Muslim, let me ask you, what do you think, because I don't know the answer, what do you think feels like it takes longer? Oh, hold on. Oh, Bailey's are just shy.
They are. Okay, only 6 SCVs falling there. Okay, that could have been way worse. Quite a few Mutas falling. Wait, what was the question? Sorry.
Okay, what do you think? What do you feel takes longer? Rebuilding a reactor or rerouting a spine crawler?
I mean, reactor, of course.
Both of them feel like I could like get married, have a kid, teach them to play StarCraft, and then like they'd be a pro before the other thing finished. You know what I mean? Like.
I don't know, when I'm 2-raxing and I see that spine crawler moving, I feel it's instant, honestly. I feel it's almost as fast as a spore in that regard. But
really?
No, yeah, I mean, it's both sides of the coin, right? Like, it's going to feel against you whenever it's not on your side. Man,
True.
This game's crazy, dude. They're both still above 70 workers, so
yeah,
both
so
economically still good.
Yeah, their lifeline is still there. Rogue's been behind in upgrades, though. You pointed this earlier, and he's like still catching up. He's not on 2-2, but he's also not relying a lot on melee. And this is big because it's Banelings trading out poorly that usually favor Terran for their cost efficiency. When you look at the resources lost this game, that's not the story of the game at all. It's been all about these Mutas. 3 missile turrets. A pro player like TY has got so fed up with these Mutas, he put 3 missile turrets down. Nobody does that.
And I think it's the right move, yeah, because like
I agree.
He's been relying so hard on these Mutas just being a nuisance. Like they've literally not only kept him in the game, they've potentially got him a slight lead as well.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to watching players get away with battle cruisers for so long. Like, it's just the cost efficiency of these units. They haven't run in there and killed 100 SCVs, but they've killed 10 here and 10 there and 10 here, and there's just no response. And by the way, we talked earlier about Thors. Now there are 2 Thors in play. They don't have +2 weapons, but 2 Thors still bust up Mutas.
They do, and this is going to get real spicy for both these players. Great pre-splits by TY.
Oh.
He probably can take out this expansion, but there's a big counterattack by Rogue in the third base of TY.
I'm so jaded about this, though, because Rogue's taking a lot of damage trying to defend this. He's almost out of like any defender units whatsoever. I think the mutas have to come home.
They do, and you know, I remember listening to or looking at innovation games for a long time. I was like, how is he so good against mutas? And it was because he kept attacking. He never had to defend against them, making mutas play defensively as opposed to aggressively. It's not what they want to be doing.
Yeah, it's like disruptors, right? Like they're really good on the defense, really bad on the offense. Vice versa, though, for the mutas. This, though, does bring... Okay, so Rogue loses a base on the left side and a lot of banlings. And frankly, through this game, Rogue's had that cost efficiency. Oh, the banlings got... Oh, okay. What a nice surprise that was, cameraman. Thank you, Wardy. Widowmines will kill 2 of these mutas. But I was just going to say, Rogue's had to use his bank, right? He's not floating 3,000 minerals like a Zerg player who's totally controlling a game. Rogue is not, like, actually even 200 supply right now. He needs to build another Overlord.
And Rogue's done a really good job of just making TY fight in 2 places at the same time. Like, you see this pink always be on the right and the left side. Now it's kind of congregating to the top of the map, whereas it's the mutas being like, okay, where are you, TY? Where are you, Terran? I need to keep you at home.
This is tough. Big attack to the bottom, but there is a response from TY nearly here to stop this. At the same time, big attack out of TY in the top right, and there's not that much of a response to stop it. The Marauders are doing such a fantastic job stopping these attacks. Adrenal glands is not being researched, by the way. I don't care about 3-3. I want adrenal glands for these lings.
I'm really scared for TY because he's actually mining with 48 SCVs, which is a seriously low number, and that is so many mutas in his natural.
Yeah, and the Marine count there is actually maybe not even enough to stop it. The Thors are, though. That'll push these back. Meanwhile, to the top right, the attack continues to split. Lings have held this for the most part. But what's wild to me is, like, nobody has taken... Like, TY's taking a lot of work today, right? He's down to 51 workers. But the cost of that is having a bigger army supply. He's up like 30-something army supply.
And most of the mutas actually kind of get out. But the next phase of Rogue is here. It's going to be Ultras on the way.
But as we all know, Ultras alone are not really that great of a unit. They are complemented well by everything, but Ultras alone won't win this game. I do like this, though, because the Ultras with Anabolic Synthesis, that's the weird little speed upgrade, the icon most people aren't used to looking at. It makes them move faster off creep, and it makes them, more importantly, keep up with the Zerglings in front of the Banelings. So they should soak Widowmine shots, and the Banelings should theoretically then get to connect to the Marines. But it doesn't always go as it does on paper, of course.
TY's got quite a few of his Thors on the bottom side of the map. Rogue's still trying to do run-bys, and these Widowmines are still getting off some juicy shots here, but he's now getting kind of deep on creep here.
Oh, the Widowmines are really good! And I hate to say it, but that was a great shot out of TY. But Rogue does finally have those Ultras, and they do have chitinous plating, and there's not that many Marauders. This is like the small opportunity for these Ultras to really shine.
TY's having to split here a lot. Rogue doing a massive run-by at the bottom of the map.
Forget that planetary, dude! Oh wait, the Lings are blocking it. He actually can't connect to the base because of his own Zerglings.
Oh, fights going on absolutely everywhere. They're both butchering each other.
Oh no, they're not butchering each other. TY's butchering Rogue. Rogue gets a big attack at the bottom, of course, but he loses most of his army to the top. And like I said, Ultras alone are not that good. He's got 5 Ultras coming up, but he needs Banelings, he needs Lings, he needs Mutals, he needs support for these units.
Oh, he certainly does. TY is actually eking out a little bit of a supply lead here. This is so close. It's so close, Rifkin.
This is everything's in life. To remind everybody, this is the ace match, right? Like, this is it for me and a Muslim. One of us walks away victorious off this game, and to be honest, I can't even call who it's going to be yet. TY's behind. He's got like no workers, but at the same time, Rogue's struggling on army. TY's on a 140 army supply count. That is insane. That is bonkers.
I mean, he's got 37 supply of workers right now. They're both mining fairly similar numbers. These mutas, he has to be so careful with them.
I'm gonna cry, dude. This is insane.
He's getting kind of... Yeah. Okay, that was a Thor shot going off and killing a muta or so, but Rogue's done a really good job of just repositioning to the left part of the map, right? And he's re-expanding to the top. He absolutely knows what's on the line, and he's playing his little heart out.
I think the army composition's looking a lot better for Rogue now, because before he was split. He didn't have everything. The Ultras were kind of on their own, right, fighting against the Marines. This time he's got support from the Lings and the Banelings coming from the south side. The Ultras crunch in on the left. The Thors do not stand against the might of the Zerg! Zerg, and Rogue cleans up, but Rogue's not done yet. He's got to get to the bottom left. Birdo drones hide from the... Oh, that scan is so good, though.
It really is, and TY actually takes out this base. I mean, cost him his Northern Army, and they're both still so close in supply.
What was that Widowmine shot?
133.
That Widowmine shot went like 1,000,000 miles. How did that even connect?
Wait, the Muta's in the middle. They're flying over Widowmines. I think TY's eking it out. Is he eking it out here? Oh my gosh, he's so trapped.
Oh, wait, please stop with the medevacs. Mutas, please, do your thing. A lot of these medevacs are very low, full of units. He's barely getting away with most of the medevacs, but one does go down full cargo. Another Widowmine sets up. Ultra's pushing up the ramp. I hope Rogue's not getting too greedy, but if he does push through here, these units are clumped. The Kaiser Blade splash, but he's out of links. He's out of banelings. This might be way too overcommitted out of Rogue.
Oh my god, is TY doing it? Is he doing it?
Oh, no!
He's ahead in supply. Rogue's still got a worker advantage.
But it doesn't matter if he doesn't have an army that can fight. I mean, that's what's so heartbreaking about this for me.
And look at TY. He's still been doing drops amidst all this chaos.
Oh, this Overlord gets the shout out of the century. This late game creep block is insanely big.
It really is. Okay. So TY is going to be able to reestablish this base by the Mutaflock down to 5.
I think the Mutas have not really been the focus of Rogue for some time, though. They were just kind of the leftovers that they didn't want to waste. But these 5 Mutas, right? That's what I'm saying. Like in this kind of intense situation where both players are down to like bare bones, I think mobility is key, and that's where I really like the Mutas. But there's just 5 of them. It's just I don't even think they can kill a Widowmine in time.
Probably not, actually, no. I mean, definitely not with that small number. And this is such a sad little army, right? Like 2 Ultras, 10 Banelings. I mean, you walk over a Widowmine, you can kind of...
Yeah, burrow. He doesn't burrow. Maybe some burrowed Banelings?
We'll see how this goes.
Oh, God, no.
Okay, the first Widowmines don't really do much.
Yeah, but there's Marauders left to kite the Ultras. The Mutas come in. Wait a minute, there's no Marines. Oh, there's like 2 Marines. Wait a minute. The reinforcements come in, though. Mutas picking off the medevacs as they can. The Ultras need to pull back. Rogue needs to disengage. The difference between like a good and a great play is knowing when to fall back. And oh no! 19 workers get exploded back at home.
TY, like, even though he took kind of a bad fight down at the south, he did sort of hold at least. And constantly while all this is going on, he's been Widowmine dropping in. That is so many medevacs.
I was gonna say, a lot of TY supply is suddenly deceptive to me. There's more medevacs than there really is army units, but he's kiting down the few army units that are of Rogue.
That focus fire on the Ultras, he took them all down. TY, what a beast! Oh my gosh!
I just want to point out, big misplay out of Rogue this game. No adrenal glands all game. That's killing me here. GG!
Oh! Rifkin, I'm not even gonna rub it in. Like, this was a really good last set of games for sure.
It was. Like, the trade-off is I have to deal with the fact that I lost, but what a sick game. Oh my god. I can't keep doing this though. I'm gonna have heart problems, dude. Oh, good game to Muslim.
Good game. Dude, that's the second time that you've had your player win the match, then go into the regame and lose. Like, that's... It happens.
Hey, I thought you weren't going to rub it in. I'm
not rubbing it in. I'm just talking about that particular curse is very, very real. Very real.
Yeah, it is. I'm so superstitious. I don't believe in a lot of things, but I believe in that for sure. But, well, man, good games. We went to the ace match, so it was a well-matched series, but I think I have to go now deal with Pig's team coming up next.
Well, good luck in that one, Rifkin. Good luck with that one.
Thank you. This is good games, man. I guess we'll go to commercial break for a bit, and we'll see you guys soon with more of the War Chest Team League when we get back.
Welcome back, guys. My heart's still beating fast after watching that one. Seriously, what the hell? That was like a couple of the best games I have seen in a long time. So sick, man.
You're telling me I had to when we got to the break, I had to get up and walk away. I just had to like, I'm out of here. Like,
yeah, I was sitting here just chatting on Discord. I was skimming through some of the earlier games I missed, and there's steadily more and more of me and the convos of the people I was talking to, like, are you watching this? You watching this, bro? Like, what the? Oh my god!
Crazy
like,
stuff.
What the hell? There was so many moments I thought that could go either way, but I think this one's going to be a little bit more one-sided. You know, you had your nice close match there, but you've had your chance, mate. The War Pigs are here. We are the baddies. We are the Death Star.
You mean Cyril's here?
Squash.
You mean Cyril's here? I got it. Yeah, we know.
I mean, the Emperor's the king. He's he's a big part of it. But you know what? He wouldn't be there without his loyal stormtroopers. And up here in the top left-hand side, representing Exxon and the War Pigs, it is special.
And I brought my secret weapon once again. My hype man, Tempo, take us away.
All right. The ambulance is ready, but not for that, man. I heard Juan is here because Cyril had back pains. A war pig will soon check into the infirmary. It's Lambo, the Zerg from Germany.
Yes! Let's go, Team Germany.
I'm glad, you know, your merry band, you brought your bard along to try and use some inspiration. That's always fantastic. And I think you'll need everything you can get because, honestly, I mean, starting off here, Lambo versus Special, you're going to need to dream big, mate.
It's this, okay, even like outside the bounds of like player bias and team bias, this is actually a really cool matchup. And it's one of those, again, I just wish there wasn't like a ping discrepancy because I don't want anyone attributing wins and losses to like what server it was. I think Special and Lambo are actually really like, maybe not perfectly matched, but they're going to give us a good game. There's no way this is going to be, like, if this is one-sided, I would be surprised.
Yes, well, just remember as well, you know, unless Lambo has, you know, maybe a 400 to 500 ping disadvantage, he's playing Zerg. So he's automatically favored with any lag because it doesn't affect the A move race as much. Well,
you know, sometimes setting F2 can be a little tricky.
Yeah,
it's a little sticky.
Yeah. He's like, oh, did I press it enough? You know, you got to go F2, A click. You do it 3 times in a row. You're not sure if it registered, right? So a little bit of spamming it out, that sort of thing. I'm actually excited to see these games, though. I think, honestly, I think we should be kind of like, all right, you know, this will easily match, I think, the last game. No, that was a special.
Dude, TY and Rogue is nuts. I gotta say real quick, too, like, Special not cheesing blows me away. Because I don't know if he just doesn't care about ESL Cups or whatever, but like, every time I've seen Special recently, granted, those are best of 3s and best of 5s, right? But, like, it's always a 2-rags. At some point, we just see it out of him, and then I remember going through this list on stream. I'm like, okay, the last 11 times he did this on stream, it didn't work out so good. But this is one where he's taking it very seriously, and he's not playing any cheesy stuff. He's actually playing this very straightforward.
Yeah, he's going to come in with that Reaper now and take a look around. Now, obviously Special known for his mech, so I expect Lambo to be afraid of the battle cruisers and to go for a very quick Spire, probably with a slightly delayed third. Oh no, he does have that third base going down nice and quick. Okay, so might be a quick Spire off the 3 base economy, not the kind of 2.5 base economy Spire we've been seeing so much of. And I think a big reason why we've been seeing bio play back in full force, right? People are rushing those Spires out to shut down battle cruisers, shut down the mech play, and those quick marine pushes back in favor.
You know, I think Lambo, I can't say this definitively because I don't speak Korean enough to know with Rogue and Deer, but I think Lambo's probably put the most planning into this team league in terms of like being prepared for players and getting ready for maps. I know that in some instances he's been trying to predict like, oh, which map's Cyril going to be on and all this, but I think versus Special, I'm really hoping he's come prepared because I know that he has for every other match, and I just have to assume he's just as prepared for today. But I will say this, I'm really proud of my guys. We're 3 matches deep. This is a really long day for them. It's getting late too for the Koreans. I just hope they can keep their strength up for this last best of 5, because after this we get to rest till Sunday.
Oh, dude, we're going to see an old school build here. It's going to be the Raven opening for Special. I was about to say, we're about to see the most traditional Hellion Banshee versus Overlord speed. Like, this is like your EU Zerg versus Zerg at its finest, you know? But the Raven coming out is interesting. You can use that to clear creep, drop auto turrets to take out queens, or you can just tuck it in the back of the bases. There's some awesome dead space on Death Aura. Yeah. And just wait. And every time you poke in the front with something else, you run in the back, drop a couple auto turrets, fly back into the safe spot. And That can be really annoying. It can stack up
It
damage.
adds up.
Sometimes we see like 20 kills on a Raven by like the 8 or 9 minute mark. And you're like,
Yeah,
holy
but
crap.
right, and that's the thing. It's not like the Raven goes in and gets 20 kills. The Raven goes in and gets 2 kills, and then 3 kills, and then 2 kills, and like it adds up so quickly over time. And with Special going for a second Raven, I really wouldn't be surprised if that was the plan. But there's
cool.
also a couple of really cool pushes that are a bit old school where you interference matrix the queens, and I'm a little like, I hope that doesn't happen here.
I think with the
it's
75 energy, probably not. Like back when it was 50, I think, yeah, you could like just slap it down on 3 queens for 150 energy. Don't quite need a max Raven to do so, but
if he auto turrets the third and then pushes the natural, Lambo, he can't defend both.
yeah, nice. Already getting a bit of mining time. Just a single drone here, Hellions. Ooh, there's a good Zergling count, but he's looking for the lineup.
I love this out of Lambo, though. He's trying to keep them from running AP engages too soon. He opens the door. Drones are pulled back to block the ramp. He doesn't want this running through to the main base. He doesn't want to lose too many drones either. Queens do what they can to stop this, but they're so far away.
Oh, good pullback on those drones there. Narrowly
absolute
avoid
chaos.
Steph. Yeah, the Raven didn't get to the very rear, but there we go. Auto turret's going to come in on the third. I want to see that Raven. I guess there's so much dead space to choose from on this map. This is kind of cool. The other Raven's going towards the main right now. He swapped off Hellion production, so it's just auto turrets for the next minute or so of this game.
If Lambo was going for a faster Spire or something, he could totally just deal with this, but with no anti-air, like these Ravens really do get to just tuck away. And as Pig brought up before, we're going to see these Ravens probably rack up about like 15 kills or so. Like it's not going to be a lot, but it's going to be a little bit over time. And even just pushing drones off mining to pull away from the auto turret, that's a big hit to the economy.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a BM turret, the last one, where he's like, I'm going to put this between your main and natural. That was special asserting dominance. It's the equivalent. It's not a full teabag, but it's just the initial crouch over the opponent, you know? So he's kind of just gone, all right, just showing how much I respect you. I'm going to damage your queen and 1 drone with that second auto turret just to have a bit of fun. But once the double drop starts, that's when they're going to come back in for big damage.
Let's see, those SCVs were supposed to be on gas. Took a little bit of time to get there. Even if another auto turret comes in, these queens are at least in a position to at least tap back against the Ravens. And if they get low, then they can't keep this up forever. But yeah, that auto turret can kill a queen if he's not paying attention. And Lambo! Ooh, that hurts. That really hurts.
Yeah, it's good night. Good night to that queen. 2 Ravens are up. Now the Spire's getting about halfway finished. I like this Raven slipped out from the third. It's going to join up with the double drop. And it's going to start clearing creep.
So he didn't, I was just checking out the vision. He didn't see the Spire yet. I thought, man, if he saw the Spire and started pulling back with a Raven, that's such sick timing, but this is just Special's intuition.
Yeah, I mean, he wants to join that up with the frontal pressure, I think, for sure here. No, maybe he's just kind of hidden it for now. So just going to kind of keep that Raven hidden in case mutas are almost out. The double drop is here. Lambo's got not that great creep spread, but he's got 71 drones and plenty of Lingbane. Special, nice pullback.
Drop at the main base, or rather auto turret at the main base could kill another queen. Oh, you hate to see it, Pig.
Oh, I love to see it, mate. The blood of your Zerg players makes me very happy. I think we're going to see more of that as the series continues. As I think right now we've got a big economy set up. 8 barracks is done now for Special. I do want him to. Oh, his armory's super late there. He's going to be a little slow on that 2-2 and no 4th base either. That 2-2 is so important with an 8 racks.
He just like attacked his own SCV for a second there. I was a little confused about what's building the barracks. Oh, this is tough. Every time the outer comes in, like there's no really proper way to concretely gauge exactly how many minerals are lost, but so much minerals and gas are being denied from mining through this. And I like Lambo with mutas. He's already shown today he can play well with them, but this is coming from someone who's constantly being chipped away here and there and constantly losing out on income here and there.
Yeah, snipe on a 4th is good. It's the 5th, I should say. If it was the 4th, it would be a lot more impactful. 1 Raven still alive, and the creep, I mean, it's been slowed down, but it's getting out there. There's not too many active tumors. Keeping all the queens at the back has been nice. There's this kind of roundabout way of clearing creep just by hitting the mineral lines. 86 workers, though. We're at the Zerg economy where there is going to be a big stream of Banelings coming out for the foreseeable future. 2-2 is now starting up, but not a giant advantage on that. I mean, actually, I think Lambo's forgotten his 2-2 as well. This is the let's play 1-1 Lingbane Metaverse bio agreement game, I guess. But the push is now starting. Those tanks are very valuable. 68 Marines on this map. Oh my god, that's a lot of Terran firepower.
It's also a lot of potential that the Banelings could catch clusters of them. I mean, more Marines means more things are clustered up, so the trades could go a little better. It of course, depends on Special and Lambo's handling of their units, but yeah, that's a big push out at Terran that Lambo should be respecting and fearing, frankly.
The drop in the bottom left at the same time. The Ravens back in the pocket in the rear, so it's going to start trying to throw auto turrets at some point later. A big Marine spready here. Oh, but the Lingbane flank from the right-hand side. But as that happens, the Reinforce gets here just in time. And this is going to be an okay fight for Special. He keeps that Radiant Point tank alive. He punishes so much Lingbane, and the drop on the left is punishing the base at the same time. Special, so much Marine firepower. He's just gunning his way through.
If there was Banelings here, I'd feel so much more confident for Lambo, but I mean, the mutas aren't quite cutting it. The Lings are disappearing faster than they're being made. The base was killed. The evolution chambers are here too, so you brought up the 2-2 earlier. We might not see it at all this game, Pig. This might just be over before we get to see 2-2.
And he's got to keep those medevacs alive. He actually has this tank still here and a few more Marines coming down. But Lambo, that drop on the left was never dealt with. And Special there shows his experience, throws him off with an old school build that we don't see as much these days. The Ravens just keeping him pinned back, being a bit annoying, straight up into the mass Marine push. That's like the ultimate Terran glass cannon. You're like, you know what? I've got a couple tanks, no Widow Mines, no Marauders, no Thors. It's about 80 Marines and some good spreads, and it worked out. So well played for Special.
So this next match coming up is the one that matters most on whether we have a chance or not today. Because if we don't kill this man once, he's going to kill us twice, guaranteed, if we take it to the ace match. Luckily for us, it is Rogue coming up versus Serral. Unlucky for us, there's this whole server thing we've been talking about, but regardless of that, I mean, these are two, like, actually top of the world Zergs. And in best of threes, best of fives, we could talk about, statistically who's got the better chance, blah, blah, blah. But it's a best of one. And honestly, I think they are both good enough that either could win a best of one, even though I think everybody's on like Team Serral. Like, there's no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, it really is just a matchup where, can Rogue get his abusive cheese to work or not? That's essentially how he plays StarCraft, whereas Serral is solid and tries to let his skill win the game. So see exactly how it goes, Guess you're hoping for the coin toss to work out for your player, yeah?
A little bit, but coin toss hasn't worked out for us at all with the servers, so I'm not really too faithful on that. Regardless, though, this has been, like I said,
I'm surprised, actually, on that point, you chose the server for the next match, not this one, because you got to choose the preference for one, and you chose it for the Clem Armani match next.
Well,
why not this one?
As I've been
Zerg vs. Zerg?
Oh, as I've been telling everybody, I'm not really actually in control of any of our decisions. We do voting, and then I just relay the info to Wardy. So I'm one voice in a team of 5. So in terms of
they don't trust us casters to make decisions for the 7K players. Like, what?
Oh no, I've decided not to. Like, I think the Muslim's like actually guiding his guys and stuff, and I'm like, no, boys, you probably know better than me. I'm along for the ride. We're gonna have some fun. And like, because the thing is, if you guys haven't looked at the breakdown, like for me, like if you win a match as a caster, you get like $50. And don't get me wrong, $50 is great, but like, the players are the one winning all the big bucks. I'd rather have them be the ones putting their risks on the line. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like if I lose, it's like no skin off my back. But I feel bad because if they lose because of a decision I made, then I cost them all tons of money, right? So.
Don't you kind of want? I kind of wish just like Nate or someone was just like, he's like, no, like I purposely just forced them to play the maps that will have good memes or something. And he's like, no, like you have to play Mass Battle Cruiser. And Supernova's like, well, no, actually, I was gonna play this like.
No, Supernova's like, Chief, I was gonna do it anyways. Like, you don't need to tell me.
It'd be always funny to have a little bit more of inter-team fighting going on and that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be Everdream, and it's gonna be Rogue versus Serral. These guys have some history, man. I think I used to think of Rogue as the ultimate late game GOAT until Serral came into the scene. And I was like, oh, okay, Serral is actually even better than Rogue there. But Rogue, I mean, he's known as the sexy boy. I still can't even remember where that meme came from. I think he's the cheeky boy more than anything these days. Because how many times have we seen him just do the most abusive strategies? He's the guy who will take people out with Nidus Swarmhost in Zerg vs. Protoss. In Zerg vs. Zerg, so many cheeky builds. He'll wall off, make it look like roaches go mutas. He'll do upgraded Zergling floods. He'll die to really weird cheeses from Scarlet because he even when he spots it coming in GSL, it's gonna be weird. I feel like this is very much, Serral's gonna scout and Rogue's gonna do something a little bit more out there.
Well, I hope what he does is body slam your guy. It's the only hope I got, but take it away, Pig.
Easier said than done, mate. It is, I mean, honestly, body slamming, it's hard when you're in a ring, but when you're climbing to the top of a mountain to try and wrestle this guy down, well, it is just impossible. It is, of course, the mountain goat, the finisher, Serral.
And my guy should need no introduction. Oh, with this early pull, but I gotta let my man Tempo take it away.
This right here could be a finals at BlizzCon. Clearly the favorite is the boy at this spawn. Bringing sexy back, or is it bringing sexy backstabs? Jin Air Rogue with the flex. 6-pack abs.
I love it. There's the sexy boy meme for you, but he's also gone for this early pull. And I don't know, man. We just finished talking about Cheese. He's doing it versus Serral, who's been cheesed like his whole career because everyone's trying to take him down. I don't know. I want to believe in the power of Rogue. Serral's gone for a hatchery first. There's like a little thing here and there that's working out for us, but oh, come on, Rogue.
Well, he's going to try to build a spine in the base. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to build a hatch, cancel it, and then build it, or how exactly he does this, but he's not pulling workers, so this is still going to be an economic follow-up unless he pulls drones like right now.
He's sneaking around for a spine crawler. Oh my god, okay. So this is super gambly beyond anything because it also relies a little bit on what Serral's doing. And to be clear, like the opening Serral's gone for has opened up a path for this to maybe work for Rogue. But it's not a for sure thing that Rogue wins this just because he's going all in. Like this is still something. If like I love this. I know Namshar, for example, builds like Evo chambers to body block or physically block where you can go. Some drones can also do the same thing. He wants to prevent spine crawlers from coming down.
This drone here from Rogue, it's kind of...
look at he's body blocking. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh my god, Serral says, no way, you're not getting a free 10 seconds on the spine crawler.
Yeah, like exactly. Those seconds are a huge... He puts an Evo chamber here to block this out. This is so sick. I mean, I hate Serral because he needs to die here, but these are really cool moves and you gotta respect them.
Excuse me, sir, where's your invite? You're not invited to this party. Get the hell out of my mineral line. That Evo chamber holds on for so goddamn long. Serral now decides to drill on out as his Zerglings pop. Oh, a good surround by Rogue on some of the lings, but Serral's got such a good concave with the drones. He's splitting some units onto the spine, pulls 2 low hit point drones to the right-hand side. The paradising is amazing. The spines are almost done. One of them is going to go down, though, and there's still so many units up here for Serral. I think Serral has slapped this down.
Yeah, his own spine crawlers in the back pretty much lock it in because it's going to be almost impossible Rogue to advance forward to a threatening position. I mean, he does have hits on the hatchery. I guess at least that much going for him. I love when spine crawlers hit things too. It throws them like it's just like he yeets that Zergling corpse.
Yeah, get stuck on the end, man. It's like getting food stuck in your teeth or something, you know. The spine's like, oh, get off here. It just kind of flails its head back and throws it off into the air.
What really hurt Rogue on this was like not only the timing, but also not having a third spine, like not enough minerals for a third. He risks going earlier, so he doesn't have the money for it. And you know, if he kills the hatchery in normal circumstances, that might be game over. But Serral has a natural base he can go to.
Yeah.
He doesn't lose from losing the hatchery. In fact, the hatchery is gonna probably be when the spine crawlers uproot. He's gonna get broodlings out of this. He's gonna try and break this. The spine crawler's trying to root. It's taking a long time to root. It's taking a long time to root.
Transfuse though. I mean, you know what?
Both players lose one spine here. Both players lose one. He's got target fire the other one. Oh my god. I think Serral's got. Oh wait, hang on. Wait, there's still some more circles for Rogue. Where did those come from?
It's all right. The Queen's still got plenty of hit points, more hit points. Battle of the Tentacles. Serral, he's not only good at the traditional war, but also when it's tentacle on tentacle action. Turns out bigger skill wins out in the end. And the cheesy boy Rogue doesn't quite work, mate. Serral's been eating cheese his whole life. He eats that for breakfast, and it's a pretty quick 2-0 advantage, mate. I think it might be time to start dialing that 911.
I didn't just bring tempo, I also brought my friend Owen on the broadcast. Owen 2. Feels bad.
All right. For those of you out there who thought you're not funny,
real talk
to save the day.
Real talk though, we did give server advantage to Clem versus Armani, which was a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
And then we have Deer versus Dream, which is gonna be Korea versus Korea. So I feel like we do have a decent chance, like all things considered, a decent chance of at least taking it to the ace. But my fear is like if we get to the ace, I don't know what we do versus Serral again, man.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a decent chance. I mean, yeah, it's over 12%. I do agree. So I think with server advantage, Clem does have a small chance of beating Armani. I don't know if you know this, but Armani actually plays the Korean ladder. And, you know.
Yeah, but I also know Armani lost to a guy who was drunk and doing a 24-hour stream. So, you know.
Yeah, you mean the guy that knocked Maru out of last season of GSL?
No, you can bring up last season all you want, Pick. I'm talking about recent results that matter, okay? No, in all seriousness though, because I know Armani was a bit of a funny last pick for people too. We were talking about like during the drafting phase, Special was saying I'm surprised no one's picking him up. And Armani, I gotta respect him because I've been seeing him since the days of Zotac. He's a good player. And I actually really, really do like Armani objectively, but I also am just so hyped for Clem. Like I'm Fear Dragon for Neeb bias levels with Clem. So like, I have a lot of blind faith, and I gotta believe my boy can bring it up for this one. Because if he doesn't, then it's all over for us anyways.
I like that comparison. You're the Hawkeye to his Captain America, or actually wait, wasn't Estrella Captain America? No, yeah, it was Captain America was Neeb in that. Just thinking of Fear Dragon's amazing hype videos he's been putting out there. Glad to see, of course, that the All Protoss team is actually, it does okay in best of one format. That's not all kill apparently. It's not doing too terribly, but I think
You know what? I'm not even. When we played them, I wasn't even upset. The players played really well, and what I like about this team league is, I don't think there's been a single time I've been upset about my team losing because like, oh, Protoss is OP or this player's OP. Well, just now for Serral maybe, but like this whole team league, watching everybody play, even Supernova's games, it was kind of like everyone's dark horse pick. That Nathaniel, like everyone's had really good matches. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the preparation. Maybe it's the best of one. But every player in this league has been bringing it, and I gotta be honest. If Blizzard doesn't do another season of this somewhere down the line, it would be criminal. This has been such a great event, I think, so far.
Yeah, dude, this has been so much fun. I mean, it's an awesome way to get these players playing in this time between Masters seasons. And yeah, man, Ice and Chrome coming up, TVZ, the countdown's going, man. That countdown, I can hear it ticking away. It gets me excited, it gets me giddy. And,
it's giving me anxiety is what it's doing.
This is going to be an exciting match. Server Disadvantage has struggled to close games a little bit in the past, but is so good in getting ahead and getting into good solid spots in the early and mid game. Let's see if he can close it out. We're going to be going into the next map. That countdown is complete up here in the top right hand side in the pink, representing the War Pigs. It's Armani.
And throwing it away to my guy once again, Stelpo.
200 IQ, brighter than the Big Dipper. So comfy, but he's playing in Armani slippers. He's right at home on Ice and Chrome. It's Clem, and he just might ignite some drones.
Man, makes me feel like I'm at home. Love that guy. All right, so Clem, Blind Faith, server advantage. There's a lot going in our favor. But I think what's really stressful is if we lose, I actually haven't checked the standings. I hate to say it. I'm pretty sure if we lose this, not even series, but this match, I think we're actually relegated to like bottom 3 at that point.
I mean, with the format, you need to get in that top 6, right?
Oh, I thought it was top 5. Well, whatever. The point is, we've only won one match, and this is going to be like our 4th or 5th loss. It's rough. We only have like Nate and Zombie Grub left, I think, on Sunday, and then I think that's it for us, maybe. I haven't looked at it again off the top of my head, but this, I'm just saying it because this is, everything's on the line for us on this one. Like all our players know it too. Like this is tough stress situation.
Yeah. Zerg vs Terran as well. There's been a lot of it throughout so far. And going to be some more of it here. Of course, Clem, kind of funny that the tempo, he's cheerleading there. I get it. He's on your train. He's on the bandwagon. 200 IQ. But I think there is a common perception issue where, you see a Terran clicking fast. He's clicking on the heads of the enemy units. And people sometimes think that involves brains. But I'm not 100% sure. Clem, he clicks fast, but we're going to see exactly, can he adjust, can he adapt? Because Armani actually plays the reactive race Zerg here. He has the largest brain. He's going to scout. He's going to react. He's going to adapt. He's going to use Zergling run-bys. He's going to use the F2 key. And I think he's just going to outsmart Clem. Like, I'm not sure if that young French brain has enough experience. I don't know if he's evolved enough grooves in that brain to truly stand up against Armani.
How old are you? Just curious.
14.
14. Well, okay. If you want to see your real age, that's fine. But I just want to make sure you're making fun of somebody who's probably about like half your age, right? Like, let's just make sure of that real quick before we continue.
I think he actually is. I'm 31. I'm 31. How old is Clem now? Like 17?
I think he's like 17 or 18. Yeah. I was
he
say,
could be my kid. He could be my kid.
Right. There's smack talk, and then there's just bullying. So I'm just gonna say real quick, as like a grown ass man, maybe we don't call Clem stupid so often when he's a fantastic player, Pig.
Yeah, but I mean, he's just clicking on heads, mate. Look, honestly, if they've got 2,000 MMR above you, you're allowed to say anything you want about.
You know what? That's
rule,
fair.
right?
Yeah. What's
punching
the
up,
rule
okay?
of comedy? Yeah, exactly. The rule of comedy. You got to punch up, not punch down. No, in all seriousness, though, jokes totally aside, like I think he's done really good at making a lot of his past mistakes no longer an issue, right? Like, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, like a lot of Koreans referred to him as very fast when he first got into the scene, but he's kind of reckless. He would overstim, he wouldn't split. All those things are gone. Like Clem is actually a legit top-notch player right now, and I think like as long as he doesn't try anything too weird or he doesn't like I don't know, let the pressure get to him, I think in his best of one, play it calm, play it cool, we'll get a good match one way or the other. But it's just a question of whether Clem wins or not, because of course we're gonna play all 4 games no matter what. That's just part of the team league format, guys. So even if we were to lose here, we'll still play that last match with Deer. But yeah, this is really like there's a lot riding on Clem's shoulders for this game.
Well, Armani has shown that there was no lair making it 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And I mean, I think he's wanting to make it look like a 2-base muter, but oh no, the Hellions, get out. This is not your base. Leave, Clem. Stop it. Get out.
I like the potential drone damage, always lining up too, but this is good scouting too for Clem. Like he gets a full view on what's going on. Sure, he's gonna lose the Hellions, but 2 Hellions for 7 drones and scouting, that is so cost efficient. Did he see the Roach Ward?
He didn't. And
he did not. Oh,
yeah. He seems to think it's just a weird macro build, but he saw no lair, and he saw the third was super delayed. And he's building a very safe bunker, and he's now swapping the starport for Banshee, but that Banshee's not going to be out for a little bit longer. I mean, this is as all in as they come, Rifkin, right? Armani here is going for a 1-punch victory chance, but there's actually a decent shot.
I think he knew it was roaches though before he just saw the roaches. I know he didn't see the roach warren, but he saw such a lack of lings. The bunker was a really good call. Unfortunately, those 2 depots are very exposed and probably going to die here. And the 3rd CC in the wall is I don't know if that's going to finish.
I believe questionable is the word you're looking for there,
yes.
Rifkin.
Questionable indeed.
I mean, this is so all in that killing a 3rd CC that's building is nowhere near enough, especially since he's actually sending his Hellions across the map.
I kind of like this though, because they don't have a lot of play at home. They're not going to do well versus roaches and ravagers. So if he could kill all the drones or the reinforcements, but he gets caught in these lings, oh no, Clem's chances of a counterattack shut down before they even start.
Yeah, I mean the Banshee's now out, but that bunker's just going to disappear. Not the best bio placement. Did not block the repair. Mass repair going to do some nice work. He keeps not spreading him out there. Armani stacking them all in one spot. You can actually block repair if you place those biles correctly by spreading them around the edge. But
right, and then
this Zergling's going to come in. Hellion's going to be a real pain here, though. Those 2 Hellions going to add so much splash.
Right, but the key thing was with the Ravager biles, that was the only way you're going to really deny the bunker. This time around, I think, like, this is hurting, but not that bad. Right? 4 SCVs dead? Only 4 SCVs dead. Well, the bunker breaks. This guy's getting worse before it gets better, of course. The Hellions are here to guard. The Marines are out. The Banshee's here. He's going to hold. Loses 7 SCVs at the end of the day. And as you mentioned, that was really all in for Armani. That was not a fight that needed to trade. That was a fight that needed to kill.
Yeah, I mean, but he's only down 2 work. Yeah, his lair just done. He has no tech, no upgrades, and only 3 queens. This is a disaster. If Armani comes back from here, I am saying right now, he is a wizard. He is a true necromancer. He's gonna have to resurrect himself, I think, because this is a very rough position. Don't get me wrong, I'm exaggerating, of course, a little bit, but it's hard. When you're in this position, you just don't have the queen count that you'd normally have to defend Hellion Banshee. So you're defending with just the dregs of what a normal Zerg defense would look like. You're trying to build more units, you're trying to tech up, but it's going to be a tough one.
I really liked how Armani handled the Hellion counterattack, by the way. I think lesser Zergs would have taken a lot of damage to that.
I do think so, but it did slow down the Ling reinforce, and even just forcing the disconnect between the Ravagers and Lings turned out to be enough for Clem, who was macroing hard the entire time. Queens are pushing this back for now. There's only 1 active tumor on the map, a testament to how little Queen energy there is. Trying to swap back into a Ling Bane macro game, but 1-1 already started for Clem. The Hellions being really conservative. They're exerting pressure, but not overcommitting. This is that point where you'd really love the Terran to just do a one-dimensional dive, get surrounded, throw your units away, you know, run these Banshees into the Spore. Come on, Clem. Come on. Just fly into the Spore Crawler. There we go. Take a bit of damage. A bit more, please.
Well, Micro Banshee should be able to dance around this for a while. Few kills here, few kills there. Doesn't have to be too much as long as he doesn't lose the Banshees. I'm liking this out of Clem, though. This, by the way, a lot of this we're seeing right now, this is why we chose server advantage for Clem, I think. Just like with Rogue and Serral, it was kind of a gamble. It's a tough match in the first place. With Clem and Armani, I think it was like a more of a for sure advantage this way. And I think we're starting to start seeing that influence us. I mean, Armani's keeping up on worker count, but he's way behind in the army. There's like no army left.
Yeah, he's going to try to catch up 1-1 Bane speed. Oh, man, the Queens. There was no creep connecting the main to the naturals.
24 kills on that Banshee, by the way. Just throw that. I didn't even look. I just clicked on 24 kills on that Banshee. Holy cow.
The push is now coming in at the 4th. I mean, Armani's trying to play Lingbane Muter and just go into a super standard style. I've seen players like, sometimes come back here with this. But I don't think this is a good style, particularly for making comebacks. I would have loved to see a 4-gas pure Lingbane or something like that. It's always going to be a tough ask. The Bane speed does come forward.
Oh, he's not creep, though. He turn around, focus fire. He does exactly that. Armani is like, he's like 30 seconds away from having an army that could have dealt with this. This is so important that Clem pushed at the time and he did. He's a little overstimmed right now, and that makes me a little worried, but the Medivacs are doing what they can to heal this up. He's on top of the Queens. I think he knows that he has to press his advantage. He's got 1-1. The Banelings aren't done. He focuses down the new ones, falls back a little bit, creeps here, but it doesn't really matter if he can keep that tank in range. And this is looking really good for Clem.
Of course, the 4th command center goes down behind it. Nice, Clem there. Does get that one map.
Yeah, we're fighting. We're not giving up, pig. The problem is this is still our last life. Like, no matter how you look at it, right? And this next match coming up is also going to be a bit of a doozy because Deer and Dream, well, at least we go to Korea and there's not like a big server disadvantage there. This matchup, I feel like I don't see anyone argue about balance nearly as much as I do TVP. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's cooled down though the last few months. I feel like it's more blink DTs is the one thing I think that people still get annoyed at. Like, if there's a huge disruptor shot, yes, that will kind of trigger it, right? But outside of those things, I think the EMP radius of the sun upgrade, where you pay 150 minerals, 100 gas, whatever it is, and then your EMPs literally cover an entire screen. It's kind of given an instant storm to Terran to a certain extent. It's really good at mitigating the actual storm by obviously getting rid of the energy on the High Templar. So I think the Terran players are actually kind of more the ones who are in the old Protoss position, where they're actually kind of happy to play to the later stages. They don't want to play to like 6 base versus 6 base when 20 blink DTs jump into their bases, but other than that, they're kind of okay with it. So I think it's kind of got to a different point where I feel like Protoss players are the ones who are all inning Terran more often than not.
Yeah, I think I'm just actually in my mind thinking back to the last few I've cast, and realistically, like especially through the NA Cups. Well, first off, if you guys have been watching like the Korean NA Cups or the ESL Korea Cups, they've been like Protoss. I think last week there was like 4 non-Protoss and like 18 Protoss or something. We're seeing a surge of Protoss, no doubt about it. But in terms of like this match, I think it comes down to individuals. I don't think it's actually fair to say like all Protoss are more likely to all in Terran or vice versa. I really do think it comes down to players in that situation.
It does. Very rare to see double forge or armor upgrades these days, though, right? And I think, it's definitely one where some players are more likely to go to the later stages. I think, honestly, I just think of like Zest's games from earlier today, and I was like, I'm gonna make 34 Blink Dark Templar, no matter what the situation is. And Zest keeps killing Terran players at a prodigious rate. It's like, okay, this is actually insane. Players like Trap and so on have just been doing big charge lot Archon timings, really a good aggressive play. A lot of like the Taiwanese players and stuff as well. But we'll see exactly how it goes, because Dream, he's a player who's old school. He likes to multi-drop. He has adapted and expanded well. I put Dream and DRG in the same boat. They're players from the same sort of time in StarCraft 2, DRG a little bit earlier, that have come back and somehow they've adapted. They look completely up to date and large and in charge. And I'm very happy about this pick because he has looked incredible so far. In the top left of Submarino, in the pink, it is Dream.
And on this map that my entire team hates, I'm going to leave it to Tempo to hype up this intro.
It's about to go down. Submarine up against Team Cero. Time to snub the dream, or better yet, turn it into a nightmare. It is Deer. Cheer. He's right there.
Perfect. This is a nightmare situation for us, though. I think Dream was one of the picks I wanted actually for the draft. A little unhappy that I didn't get him at the end of the day, but I'm also not unhappy. I think despite our score and performance, like almost every game we've played has gone to the ace match, and I think every game has gone to the ace match. We've had a really, really awesome showing, I think, in this team league, even though, again, for everyone watching, I do believe that this could determine whether we are just basically out or not. So our team's hopes and dreams really rests in Deer for this.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a tough one, as you said, a very short map one, which Terran players in general do tend to favor. I guess Clem being the exception to the rule there for you, your only Terran player being like, no.
Okay, every time there's submarine in a map pool, everyone's like, not it, you know? It's just, no one wants to play on this map.
I guess Clem doesn't like having advantages. No, of course it's a matter of perception. I mean, as much as Terran gets their pushes across the map faster, all-ins can catch them off. Like a lot of the time you see something, you get time to get a siege tank out to raise your wall. On this map, it's in your base before you know it. So I can understand why Clem might not be too comfortable here.
Clem just really enjoyed an advantage, though. I'm just saying the server was pretty nice.
True that, man.
Actually, do we know if I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but if this goes to the ace match, do we know which of us gets server preference?
I actually have you will, because I had 2 before, so you get the server preference.
That's if we get there. Fingers crossed. But all right, guys, it's literally like all in for us on Deer. I've got a lot of faith in him to be a good player, but unfortunately, I've also seen Deer kind of mess up a couple times to date. But those were in PvPs exclusively. I'm hoping his PvT is looking a lot better. I think this is his first PvT this whole tournament, actually.
Deer can look incredible in this matchup. He can also just fall apart and crumble and look not as great sometimes if he gets a little bit caught off guard. So for him, it's about getting a good read. But I just want to hit up there's a lot of people out there who have probably never played cross server. The difference between the two options is really not that massive. We talk about it a lot because the pro gamers do care about it. It is a slight tangible edge, but it's very slight compared to anything else. So this is not like, I guess this is a freebie. Like there is really such a huge level of skill and all sorts of other things that are still going to be going on into it. And you know what? This is the single gas proxy starport for Dream here. This is going to be a very, very aggressive build order. I mean, Deer's looking like he's building up a wall, but I don't know, man. We've seen Hellion drops. Where is the... Did he just forget a second gas?
I saw the starport of the production tab, didn't even register that was being proxied, and the elevator play is so dangerous. Like, for Protoss players, you don't usually have to worry about even microing your probes, because you never take damage from stuff like this. But I will note that we at least have a shield battery coming down at the front, so there's one in the main. I don't think that this will be crazy game-ending damage unless Deer really lets us get out of hand.
Well, the metapack's actually really a little bit delayed here. You know, the second gas was quite late for Dream. His build order looks a little odd. He's building 2 depots at once now, but it's supply blocked. He's flying the starport home. Deer knows this is coming. It appears he's well prepared. I don't think this is going to find any direct damage. Dream has to recycle these units. Oh, he's got to find a big couple of lineups here. If he doesn't, then this is not going to be worth it. Line, stack him, stack him, stack him. Oh.
He is stacking around the shield battery, so at least there's that. It takes 3 shots from a Hellions to 1 blast down the probes. I will say this did a lot of damage. 7 probes is nothing to laugh at, but I would like to point out that this was well handled by Deer too. Like this could have been so much. This should have been so much worse, to be honest, especially because he didn't see this coming.
With Blink kicking in soon, Robo already up, and Observer's on the way, I think this is really quite fine for Deer.
Oh, the starport already made it home.
A mile away. Yeah, it actually floated all the way back already. So
usually it's still in transit. So that's actually really nice for Dream, to be honest.
The power of submarine. When the map's tiny, even when you proxy it in a corner, it's still not got that far to come back.
Well, this is the question why proxy it at all, right? But he gets the tech lab cancel, walks around the bunker. There's the threat of the SCV line, obviously. He doesn't want to pull off the mules if he can avoid it. But that bunker can't reach all the way back here. It's the tanks that will eventually push these stalkers out.
Dream's tanks were blocked by the automaton, I believe, because he stopped with his 2 siege tanks in the main to kill the automaton on top of the ramp, the little bot that cleans the map.
Really? I didn't even see that. Oh my god, that's horrible.
So I'm going to check the replay at the end of this game, and I'll give us an update after, because I'm not sure, because I just saw the tail, and I was like, why isn't the tank down to the natural yet? And his 2 tanks were unsieged, killing a critter.
Please scout first. See the bunker. See the tank. If you blink something.
Come to Papa.
Actually, the top I can't get Stim. He might have been able to get concussive shells. This is so greedy going in like this, though. He knows that tank's in range. He's gonna blink. Yeah.
Okay. Good evac. Good evac. If he stayed any longer, that was gonna get real rough, man. But speaking of rough, third command center timing. It's gonna be late. It's gonna be just 3 barracks, bio tanked, and it's okay because normally you got a couple of medevacs popping about now, but he had to lift the starport and rebuild the reactor. So his medevacs are only just about to be started, and there's already Colossus and going up to 8 gateways on the way. I think the one thing here is I just would love to see Dream get a third command center and play just a long, slow, reflexive game. I think if he tries to just do a 2-base all in, yes, third command center. I was going to say, like, because Deer is almost setting up for his own attack, right? He's going charge, Colossus, 8 gate. He is not probing his third base. He's only got a handful of probes there. He hasn't built probes in over a minute. And Dream, of course, he's lacking information. The correct play, not that he knows it, is to just camp. He needs to just defend, keep building tanks, locking things down. As long as he doesn't give Deer, an opportunity to get in his base with like a warp prism filled with charge zealots or anything, as long as he just defends, Dream is in a good spot.
Oh, are you done? Sorry, I was like almost 2 minutes there for you to finish talking, Peg. You want me?
It's important, man. If he goes across with this army and commits into Colossus charge lot, I'm telling you, we're going to see that ace match sooner than I would like. I do not want to see that ace match here. I would love to see Dream just carry this out. And I really two big zealot warp-ins. I'm going to be frustrated, man.
I need a second shot at Serral's what I need. I do like the Colossus in the Stalkers. Like being able to drag back is pretty big. Dream though, I think knowing this, you see him play so cautiously, but he also gives up high ground vision, which terrifies me. Because if Deer had realized that, he could have sniped one of those tanks for sure. Oh, this is how to slow back. Not for no reason. He's gonna catch. Oh, the recall's a good move, but he's still gonna lose 2 stalkers, 3 stalkers. Ooh, middle of the map, shot 2. Deer, no, don't overcommit. Oh, the Marauders are tough. Marauders do a lot of damage to these Colossus. You see him cutting back. Force fields go down. He lifts the tank up over the force field. Dream is so back.
Sentries are falling, man. Got quite a few of the sentries there. The bio tank comes forward. And that's a good tank count right now. 5 siege tanks, hefty Marauder count. I mean, what is this army of Deer? He's got like 2 Colossus and nothing trying to delay this. The Zealots are coming forward, but he hasn't really been warping in that many of them. Still a good Zealot count if they get on the tanks, though.
And he doesn't have armor upgrades too, which is a little troubling, right? So the Zealots aren't going to be as durable as we see. And with the Vikings coming out, I don't think the Colossus have a lot of longevity. This is not a fight that I think Deer can push into. He has to catch Dream moving out.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to either. I love this. Split the drop off to the bottom left, pull the rest of your units back. And remember, after killing those Stalkers earlier, like what anti-drop does Deer have? He really has nothing. 3 Blink Stalkers. He's got Archons adding, so he's got this ground-pounding army, Zealots and Archons, +2 attack. Amazing in the next minute or two. But once Dream gets a big enough force, like those units really fall off. I'm like, I liked where this was a minute ago. And I like where this possibly is 5 minutes from now. What I don't like is where this is right now in the game. I think the one thing really going for Deer is that Observer, just having a good perv that's been sitting right out front Dream's army this entire time outside his natural. That Observer sees literally everything, and even worse, Dream builds a turret out front thinking, oh yeah, this will clear out any Observers. It doesn't see it. So that Observer is going to be like map hacks for the entire game, and that is a ridiculous advantage.
Only if used correctly, though, right? Because if you could read all this info, but you react poorly, still, it's not going to matter.
Drop came in the bottom side. Did get a bunch of probes, bit of mining time, so it's doing something.
It's a huge distraction, though, because this army for Deer, it's like so fragile and split on the other side of the map. I'm terrified, actually, as he takes a lot of damage in the main base. I don't want him to get caught out on the other side of the map, either.
Oh, he might have enough Zealots and Archons. That is a monstrous Protoss army. That is actually insane. The Archons are shredding the SCVs. The tanks, the Vikings doing some damage, but oh my god, Zealots and Archons are so powerful.
Both players are running out of steam, but Deer's got way more army supply. I'm really hoping this can push through to break. If you land the Vikings, maybe can help deal with the Stalkers, but there's Immortals, there's Archons, there's still Zealots. Yeah, Deer took a lot of damage, but Dream has taken literally twice as many worker losses here. I'm hoping Deer can close this out, because Pig, I really want to fight you in the ace match, bro.
Well, looks like you got your wish. You've got to have those tanks on the high ground and behind choke points. That was just a very wide open area where Deer was able to come in from. The tanks, too many of them were in the low ground, in the open, exposed, no buildings or anything like that. So when you recognize a Protoss is going for that massive Zealot Archon, yeah, you've got to be in a much more turtle-y position as Dream. He needed another minute or two to build up army.
Oh God, this is so like you already know. You're just like, yeah, it's Serral. It's whatever. I've got to go argue with 4 of my players now and see who wants to fight Serral the least. This is still everything on the line for us. This is gonna be intense as hell. And you guys, as fans, get another Serral game probably. I'm not gonna too much for Pig, but I mean, let's be real. It's Serral, so like he's probably gonna pick Serral. Either way, I guess we're probably gonna go to a break. I'm assuming, yeah. Cool.
Yes,
all right. Well, see you guys in a few minutes.
Welcome back, guys. It is more war chest time. It's ace match time again, because it is, of course, the war chest or ace match. The Ace Chest War Team League? I don't know what we're going to call it now. Who'd you end up picking?
I call it the first time I've been on this broadcast, you can see daylight in my room. Like this is, I have to wake up at 3 a.m. for all of these, and there's actual sunlight outside. I don't know how to handle this situation.
Yeah, well, I got a couple hours sleep. I went to sleep around my normal time. I'm a bit of a granddad. I sleep at 9 in the evening. Woke up like an hour and a half, 2 hours later to cast. So I look forward to going back to sleep. But I've got to actually start. I've got another match. 2 matches from now to close out today as well. So today was the one night of this league where I have the super rough time slot that is just painful as. But yeah, who did you guys end up choosing?
We went with Clem for our ace.
Okay, that's why I'm on the wrong server. I'm sitting here on NA. I'm like, no one's here. I'm like, wait
it
a
was
second.
tough. I think a lot of people were thinking like we want to send Rogue out, but I've got a lot of faith in Clem, man. I think he played really well earlier, and the best part about this is even though if there was a server discrepancy, our team would have had the server advantage through coin flip. This is EU versus EU, so there's actually nothing to really like. There's no inherent advantage here. I think Serral and Clem get to show off the best of their capabilities, and I think in most bigger best ofs, Serral wins these. I can see Clem taking a game off Serral. I think everyone's still gonna favor Serral, but of course, this is for me possibly our last life. I gotta vote for Clem as hard as I can, man.
I'm going to be cheering as well, man. I think we're both going to be sending our energy out there. I think, honestly, though, in this case, I'm going to be more like just a mere acolyte praying to his goat. And I don't think he really needs my prayers because...
Do you have to do blood sacrifices? Good. Or like, how does that work with Star? Like, how do you appease the god? Like, what's the...
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get too dark, but yeah, there is a lot of candles lit on top of the mountains.
A couple of shrines in you.
Sacrifice a lot of Silver League players to the goat. I mean, that is where he draws his power. You know, you can't just be like, oh, it's all peace and goodness. No. People who own the cannon rush on the ladder, we sacrifice a lot of those. We run a prison camp for people who don't expand past 3 bases.
I did not realize how dark your team was, man. Oh my god.
We're literally, I'm telling you, it's literally the Death Star right here. That is who we are. We're going into Pillars of Gold. This is gonna be an action-packed ace match to figure out how it's gonna close out. Down in the bottom left-hand side, Pink as a Pig, representing his team, ENC Esports, as well as the War Pigs. It is Serral.
An unoriginal ace pick for an unoriginal team with an unoriginal team name. Let me show you what style looks like Pig with my man Tempo.
War Pigs? Looks like we're making bacon. Body slam Serral like Jake the Snake, and you're looking at the one true ace of this match. Gotta bring it home now, Clem. You're dispatched.
I think before we get into the bias, because you and I are going to sling him back and forth, we're going to be rude to each other, blah, blah, blah. I think Clem and Serral's like the match I want to see. Like, I know everyone's rooting for like Maru and Serral and all these other things. I love watching how good Serral's been over years. I love knowing that Clem's kind of getting to his peak right now as like a fantastic player. This is one of those matches where I wish it wasn't biased for me because I would be rooting for both 100% of the way. Like, this is such a sick match of like EU Titans to me.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like it as well because I think Serral Raynor is like not really Zerg versus Zerg, right? It's Serral Raynor and it's a special match. But yeah, now whenever we see Clem match against either of those two, I think we get just as excited. We're like, ooh, because there have been times where Clem comes in and he stomps a Raynor or a Serral in a series. It hasn't been nearly as often. It's pretty rare still, but there are times where he comes out and dominates a couple of maps here and there. So he's actually shown he can dance with the big boys, and that gets me excited because I think honestly any god who left untouched, left unchallenged, like Serral has been in many circumstances, you know, can get lazy and lose his power. So this is going to be a good workout for him. He's going to work up a good sweat, putting your boy in the dust.
Well, I would like to point out that Clem does come with the blessing of Rogue, because obviously Rogue was another big contender for us as an ace player. And Rogue says that he thinks Clem's TVZ is Gosu and probably better than the ZVZ would have been, even with server advantage in consideration. So I love that it's Clem first off. Obviously, again, with me with the blind faith, but also the fact that we got Rogue's blessing on this one. Now, granted, that could be Rogue just wanting to go to bed because he knows there's no other matches to play, but I have to believe he's got faith in Clem.
Testament to Serral Zerg vs. Zerg prowess as well, backing out from that fight, realizing, of course, that, okay, 2 Lings gonna come in here. Now it's only 2, not 4, and this is always, if the Terran just quickly pulls those SCVs, good defense. But Rogue came off that 3-0 or 4-0, I should say, destruction, obliteration of DRG in the GSL semis. So, he looked like just next level, but I think it's kind of, no one wants to play against Serral in these matches. And
I think look at this. If this was best of 3, by the way, I think I wouldn't have hesitated to send out Rogue personally. It's the fact that it's a best of 1 that makes it so different. It really does. But this Reaper, it's gonna get caught. Speed, surprise, skirt. He's nowhere to run. Oh, he jukes him out. He survives, but the Lings run past. They're gonna try to get to the command center. He knows there's some SCVs here right for the picking. And unfortunately, the body block on the ramp was pretty smart. That could have been, because if he raised the depots, he would have sacrificed all 3 of the SCVs. He only loses 1 to this, and not the Reaper, most importantly.
Serral's so controlled and patient. I 100% would have just tried to kill every SCV I could. He was like, I know the Hellions are about to pop. Let's keep the Lings alive, and this way just keep some threat going. But the Hellions are hunting right now, and a good little interception. Nice shepherding here by Clem.
Yeah.
But Serral, he's got most of the Lings still alive for now, and he's droning up hard behind this.
I think what's really cool, you mentioned Serral's control. He could have chased that Reaper too, right? He could have wasted time and he would have killed the Reaper, but he knew there was an opportunity for SCVs, and that's a way better target to kill. And that is big respect points. Watching Serral's control in these games, it's really hard to break down on the fly because he does so much so quickly. But small things like that are why he's top of the world in terms of players.
Indeed, and he's going to be going for super fast upgrades this game. He's got a lot of gas off that early gas geyser here, so he's going to go mega quick 1-1, and that's a good way to get ahead in the upgrades. Since Clem has such a fast 3rd command center, economically, it's going to be tough to keep up here. Super quick spore crawlers for Serral as well. Now that I would actually argue is kind of almost overly conservative, but
there's a Liberator on the way, though.
What he's up against.
Yeah, those will work well versus the Liberator. I actually want to take a moment here before we get too far into the game, as we have a breathing moment here. People are asking if this is the last series today. It is for me, but Pig, I think you said you had 2 more, right?
Yeah, I won't be on the next one. I'm not sure who's playing in the next series, but we'll update you guys in a sec. I'm going to be playing the last series against Nathanias. So I imagine it would be Nathanias versus a Zombie Grub or a Fear Dragon. Someone else from NA, I would imagine.
What? Oh, DeMuslim. Nate versus DeMuslim. Okay. So yeah, there's 2 best of 5 still coming for all the StarCraft fans. Don't worry, there's a lot of and I'm sure they're all going to go to the Ace match, of course. But okay, Clem has started getting some aggression here. He pokes at the Queens. There's obviously those creep tumors. Let me ask you something, Pig. We saw the change a long time ago now, with creep tumors being light instead of armored. I thought we'd see clean it up like no other, and that creep tumors wouldn't stand a chance to survive in the field. But we still see a lot of big creep. Do you feel like that change was a big change to the matchup? Now that we're in retrospect?
Definitely encourages people to clear it a little bit more. I think in hindsight, it doesn't feel too bad. Oh no! He's looking for a wraparound. Oh, good evasion by Clem. Lovely grenade as well. There was no way Serral could chase that down. Oh man, he committed a lot of Zerglings to this as well. He's got 1-1 upgrades. The thing is, if you get rid of the Hellions there, Clem can't land this 3rd. That's what this build was based around. Now, all of these Zerglings, it's Serral's just built army when he would have loved to build drones, and he's going to have to just play a lower economy style. He does not have the quick 4th. When you're playing this style, which is going to be a straight to hive, Massling Bane into ultra style, you want to have a quick 4th. You want to get those 3 mineral lines up and mining, but he doesn't have that. So he's got to be really careful with the next few fights. Clem's going to have just a bigger army than him.
I think what's really cool too, before you get too far away from it, that Hellion thing, I think a lot of Terran players would have tried to stutter step away and hit the Lings, and that would have got them killed. The fact that Clem got away was so barely, because the Zerglings are faster. We all know that. It's just the distance was just enough. It's so crazy. And of course, now that we're coming up on Armory, the best part is those Hellions are going to turn into very useful Hellbats. Something we've been seeing out of a lot of players today, as I've been casting a lot of TVZs. Oh, but this tank and these Hellions, that was a very big decision from Serral to make to my player. I really, thank you, Serral. We needed that.
Ling's going to shut down these Marines, though, barely getting 2 creep tumors. and it gets immediately replaced. So no creep denial. The creep is out there. Serral controlling the map. The Spore in the main is doing well, but Serral's accidentally pulled his Queen out of the main, and that means he is going to lose some mining time. The Marines being a bit of a pain as well. But with the Liberator gone, Serral is handling. He's navigating this dangerous point in the game. He's got a big lead on those 2-2 upgrades going. Bane speed. He's going to add Hydras as well, an older style, but a style that I absolutely love to see, especially against the Widow Mines from Clem.
Yeah, I like the inclusion of the Widow Mines, but I think this is the type of game where tanks might be a little bit more favorable. There's no Mutas to worry about, and obviously Clem doesn't quite know that yet, but once he sees there's Hydras, Widow Mines will work, but I think tanks will probably be a little bit more favorable.
Right now, 77 workers, but 70 SCVs and a 4th command center almost done. Clem's macro machine is the scary thing here for Serral. As you can see, that supply gap just starting to widen. The army of Clem is going to be getting more and more out of control. There's plenty of Banelings out so far. A big flank coming in from behind here. Oh, Serral wants to just smash him.
And it's Banelings too, so he can't even just run away. He's going to split best he can, but Clem's splits as good as they are. Well, hold on. Those Hellbats are doing a lot more work than I thought they would, Pig.
That's disgusting. How the hell is his army still alive? Get out of here, Clem. This is Zerg territory.
There's like 12 kills between the 2 that lived. I'm sure there's probably more on the ones that died. That was actually a really impressive take. I thought Serral's flank was going to kill Clem straight up.
Yeah, I think a lot of players in that situation, it's so hard for your brain to kind of pass. Where do you split your units when you're getting sandwiched like that? But somehow he found space in a very cramped corridor. Oh god, the tanks are here. That's going to be a big problem. Those tanks are going to cause so many issues for this Banelings.
And Widowmine on the right side, I hope that catches a flank so bad. Serral's so well known for flanking. Clem should be predicting this. Widowmine coming in for the big hit, takes out a lot of the legs. Tanks just need to deal with the Banelings, and the Marines can push through. Serral loses most of the Banelings. He's got a weapon upgrade lead, and that's armor in 10 seconds, but this is so many Marines to deal with.
Oh no, that's too many Marines coming forward. The Queen's the Hydras trying to get on top. Is it enough? The Transfuse is going down. The Queen's the Lings. I think he might just barely have the numbers. Serral trying to hang on. He's really fingernails on the ledge right now. That army's coming forward. There's a siege tank there, a Liberator, but Clem pulls back for now. Serral barely hanging on.
That's a big advantage Serral had through this with us a 2-2. Clem's about to finish up 2-2 and get vehicle armors too. That's going to help his tanks, his medevacs, his widow mines, everything. I'm liking that Clem's, like, he took a really good fight at a quote-unquote disadvantage. Now he's going to be on a lot more uneven footing.
He doesn't have the siege tanks anymore, and he doesn't have any widow mines on the front either. The Ling run by not really going to do anything just yet, but that 4th base being up. Serral really needs another 10 drones in this game, and right now he's so pressured, he's not finding the room to do that. He's not finding the room to add ranged upgrades for his Hydras either. There we go, 11 more drones, burrow queues up. I like that. OV speed, I mean, these are all good things. I really want to see some Hydra upgrades added in as well, though.
Yeah, I really feel like the addition of Hydras over Mutas has thrown maybe a little bit of a wrench into the plan of things, because Hydras are... It's where you need numbers suddenly all of a sudden as a Terran. It's no longer a couple of Widowmine shots can save you, right? Because Mutas stack up, or Widowmines and Banelings, but Hydras are just some good raw damage dealing units, but they are, as good as they are, kind of weak too. They don't have a lot of HP.
Yeah, and they're very valuable, very expensive. So if you lose them, it's really bad. Widowmine's getting caught on the top left, but ooh, Zergling's kind of getting sandwiched as well. Oh my gosh.
We're just stuck between a Widowmine and a Planetary. Rock and a hard play.
Good dodges, hey, to split off. I was like, man, I thought all those Zerglings were going to get hit by a big Widowmine, but minimized it as well as he could. Serral here, hanging on. He's making more Ling Bane. He's got 14 Hydras out, but oh, that's a big Terran army moving down the left-hand side of the map.
Clem's been playing really cost efficiently so far. Big respects there, but Serral's also like macro lord, and he's got a lot of base, he's got a lot of creep, he's got a lot of larva, a lot of units. Like Serral's really starting to stack up here. Clem has to be very cautious. He doesn't push too far into creep like this. It's terrifying me, Pig.
Yeah, right now this is looking kind of intense. The Lingbane Hydra trying to be as patient as possible. The tank's coming forward are a problem. The flank comes in, and this is the sandwich. The Baneling's looking to trap those Marines from getting out, but Clem, I think he's going to wriggle out. Is he? The Hydras on the right-hand side have to fall back.
That one tank surviving is a big deal. Without Widow Mines, there's no easy way for the Marines to dance around the Banelings. With that tank, he can still drag back to them. And with that, he starts pushing forward. The stims are hitting hard. He's going forward. Oh, man. Boys.
Serral's just been on the back foot for so long here. I almost think he's got to give up this base and go to the right-hand side, but he doesn't. He can't do that. There's a drop down there. He doesn't have any run bys on the other side. A 5th base going up. More and more command centers going down for Clem, and He's on 85 workers. He's got a good economy. He does Serral, but the creep spread being pushed back is huge. That's what you need to allow the Banelings to close the distance.
Oh, these two Lings are doing work, by the way.
Hells yeah.
I think
Adrenal isn't there yet, but he's adding some upgrades now. +3 carapace, +1 range. He's pooping creep, burrowing Zerglings on bases. Yeah, he's finding some little bits here and there. Clem has slowed down the aggression, so I mean that's kind of good. Anything that gives Serral breathing room makes me really happy.
Well, that's the big thing too, right? Because Clem's advancing towards Ghost, but he's already done his 3-3 essentially. Serral's only started his armor. He doesn't have +3 melee weapons started up. This is something where I think this could get better for Clem over the next few minutes, but then Serral should catch up shortly after.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how he manages to do that. And,
Sensor tower, he knows he's reacting. The reinforcements pull back to deal with these Lings. It's a lot of Zerglings to deal with, though. No bunker, no Widow Mines, no planetary. Burrow. Ooh. Did Clem realize?
He wasn't watching.
That's a problem.
Come up. So that's going to be useful later on in this. Like Burrowed Ling in the top left, denying the 6th phase for a long time.
Oh,
and he's got to get rid of this army on the left. I think Serral at this point finally realizes.
Now, luckily for Clem, right, this isn't his whole army, right? This is like the forward force. Losing this isn't devastating, but it still hurts. But he does have now a good idea of like what's coming, and that's a lot. Like the Ultra transition, I don't think was seen until literally just now.
Oh, I can see Serral setting up a really good 3-pronged engage here. I mean, this is actually not too terrible for him. The tanks aren't siege. The Banelings are going to go forward. Oh.
Well, he's using a lot of energy. Tanks. I mean, those are Blind Clouds and 2 of Dogs. Like, ugh.
There's so much bio coming in, though. Banelings just can't close the distance with this bio. Those Zerglings need to unburrow. He's got to do something to pull Clem's attention away. This is just so much Marine Marauder.
I keep looking back to the Banelings, or the Zerglings. I'm like, what's going to unburrow those? But at the same time, I can understand. Serral's probably so focused on the front line, he probably doesn't have a second to spare to even go over there.
Yeah, he's going to try to come forward. He's got to push this army back. His inability to trap the bio up against the Banelings has been the issue this whole time. Finally, he's going to push this army back with that huge flood of Lings.
If he was... Okay, Clem almost just lost 3 medevacs to that parasitic bomb. That split was so clutch.
Oh, he's got to pull back. Serral's overextended here. Pulls back now, finally. And, oh man, his queen's away off creep. This is awkward. Clem's reinforces. Obscene. What the hell? This is just so much Terran coming across this map.
I don't even understand how he's keeping up the pace of this. And he's got building armor completed too. So that's actually... Building armor is big versus a Zerg player that doesn't have +3 melee.
Yeah. You're going to see exactly what goes on here. So these tanks coming forward. Marine Marauder inching their way deeper into the territory. Oh, double drops loading up and working their way across the map as well. And Serral, I mean, he's just given up this base. He said, okay, let's just give it up. There's no way we're going to hang on. He's adding +3 melee. He's got +3 carapace. I just kind of worry. I don't know if Hydraling Bane is going to be able to do this. It feels like it's trading so inefficiently.
He doesn't even borrow all the Lings, by the way. He only borrows half. Serral is so sick. Clem's like, there's no way Clem's going to scan that looking for the other 4. There's just no way. He's done a great job holding up the planetaries. As I mentioned before, there is no +3 melee yet. It's only on the way. Building armor is going to hold against any kind of run by for a long time.
No adrenal glands here. It's been forgotten. Please remember adrenal, Serral. This is such an important upgrade the longer this game goes.
Rogue forgot adrenal earlier too in my matches. What is with Zerg, dude? Everyone's forgetting adrenal today.
Oh man, it's rough, dude. Oh, look at this tank spread. You can't engage that, Serral, I don't think. He's going to try to take it out with the blinding clouds. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
He just drags the other tanks into range. Clem says, thank you very much. Neither of the tanks die. Snipes the Viper. Clem, let's go!
Oh, Serral, he feels he's got to hang on to this base, but I think these fights have just been way too inefficient. Clem here looking so good with his army against the Hydras. The Lings come in. He's going to get rid of the tanks. Serral barely going to hang on, but... Dude, the unit slot tab tells a story.
Wait, look at the resources lost in particular. I knew Clem was playing cost efficiently. I did not realize what a lead he had on Serral at this point. Not just in terms of bases, but in resources lost. This is so difficult to pull off versus like any player, much less freaking Serral.
Yeah, I think at this point, I think Serral really needs to take the fights elsewhere. Like, Clem is dictating where and how the fights happen, and that's his superpower as a player. Ever since that first push that Serral couldn't clean up right away, it's been, okay, Clem comes forward, sets up this push. Serral kind of spreads, tries to engage, but it's like the layers of the push, man. The bio spreads too far back, and these fights are so bad for the Zerg player.
Clem's been cleaning up a lot of creep, but I think he went in a little too soon. That creep hasn't proceeded yet, so there's a lot of area that Serral can still fight on, and a lot of his units get caught doing exactly that. Marauders can't fight the remaining Hydras. Clem has to fall back from this.
Okay, good hold there. Serral's going to lose the hatch on the left-hand side, unfortunately, though. But I still think that's not the end of... Oh, the Liberator, goddamn! Get out of here, Clem! Stop it!
Oh, yes! I don't want to get too ahead of myself. This is looking so fantastic, though. I expected a good game. I didn't expect a great game, Pig.
Yeah, I mean, this Lib on the right, the drop bouncing up and down on the left-hand side. Oh, God, it redrops the mineral line again.
Oh, Station 5. Clem! Run it! Yes! Yes! We took down Serral! Yes! Forget the ace match! It was Serral! Yeah! And we survive a little longer in this tournament. Oh my God. GG's all around, man. I was on the edge of my seat that entire game. I know my camera's not on. Guys, my hand was like, I was doing this the whole time. Clem is the man.
Holy shizzle fizz. Well played, man. Well played.
I am so happy that we survived. Pig, I thought we were going to lose to you straight up. We all talked about this in our team chat too. You've got one of the strongest, scariest, and obviously most well-performing teams, you and Roddy, right now. So this was a big win for us after taking some losses. Thank you for the games, man.
What can I say, dude? You know, we planned our defenses around a larger Korean Zerg assault. We weren't planning for a small, French Terran to come in. Our defenses weren't ready, and they managed to take out the Death Star in the series. So, well, stuff happens. It is, of course, a great series back and forth. You said we have a chance. You were down 0-2. We have a chance. Closed it out, man. GG, well played. We're going to be back with more series. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Well met, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the War Chest Team League. It's your boy Nate Dogg up here with Benny D and the boys. How's it going, Benjamin?
It's going well, Nate. It's going well. You know, I had that feeling that you're familiar with earlier. Defeat, Nathanius. It was brutal. But now going up against your team, I think my lads are ready to bring the fire. You know what I'm saying?
I certainly think it'll be an exciting match. You've got one of the tougher teams, Benjamin. You got one of the tougher teams. Before we start slinging our excrement at each other for the next hour or so, I do also want to say big congratulations on the news. I was really excited. That was some heartwarming stuff to see. I'm terrified at what your kid could become, but honestly, I'm really happy for you, man. I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. And to get right on into this game, spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, playing for Benny and the boys, it is TY.
These guys are really bad at picking the colors, by the way. He's I know we're supposed to be the teal ones. In the top left, we've had our blue Terran player, our ringer. He is Supernova.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, Supernova's stolen our color. What's this about?
No, mate, you stole my color, okay? Obviously, teal is the superior color in StarCraft, all right? I'm just saying. That's like the de facto Terran color from the campaign in StarCraft 1. At least that's why I think about it.
So, like, you know, I've kind of asked every caster this just to find out, like, what their choosings are. Because now that, like, we're playing, all the mind games, if there were any of, like, picking maps and stuff, is out of the way. So how did you realistically do it?
The maps this time? You know, this was so we were actually the reason why the lineups got announced so late, because I had an idea of how I wanted to do it, and I was like, all right, I think these players will be good on this map. I want people to look at my lineups and think that it's predictable, so that I can do things like what I did to poor Rotterdam the other day. But truth be told, it was actually Hero Marine that pointed out, he's like, you know what, I think it's time for us to mix it up a little bit more. I think it's time for us to maybe do a little bit differently than prior. And Supernova was actually one of the players that was like, because, you know, I think they were talking about this in the last match, but nobody really seems to want to play Submarine from what I've been hearing. I don't know if your players have been like, I don't know if TY was like, please give me this map, but everyone was like, yeah, we don't want to get pushed through. Hero Marine was like, please don't make me play on this map for like the 4th time. And I was like, okay, we can mix it up, we can move it around. But Supernova was like, you know what? Says screw it. It's like, I'll take the map that nobody likes, because, you know, I think he kind of recognizes a little bit that he's definitely the underdog of our team when it comes to being able to pick up a dub. So he's like, I'll take the bad map for everybody else so that everybody else has a higher chance of winning their games. And that was basically the logic it came down to.
Pretty solid logic. By the way, I just got to talk a little bit about what the players are doing. Like, I'll get on to how I pick as well afterwards. But TY went for like a SCV scout. They both went double gas, but TY kept every worker on gas. So he's mining an insane amount, and he skipped the first unit entirely and went straight to reactor. Now pumping out double reactor Reapers. So it's going to be some crazy shenanigans from him very soon.
Yeah, this is definitely an interesting strategy to be bringing out. It's okay. So as another Terran player, I'm just gonna be super direct about this. Man, anytime I try to do shit like this, that's like the game where the guy's proxy raxing me, like 100% of the time. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go reactor first. I'm gonna try this cool build TY did, and then boom, there's 3 Reapers in my base while the reactor's like halfway done or something, and I'm hating life. But TVT to me just feels like, weirdly enough, still like one of the most scary matchups to play, just because of how many different builds there are. And I can easily see this just being like a bop it, insta-kill type strategy, because as good as the Cyclones are, oh my god, he's going to be out on the map. Well, as good as the Cyclones are, I was going to say, they're very easily overwhelmed by large numbers of small units like Reapers and Hellions.
I am a bit scared about how this is going to go for Supernova. And
just go straight in. Well, there it is.
But on the other side of things, like, TY doesn't really have anything to defend. I mean, that CC on the low ground is going to be cancelled, but oh my gosh, this is going to be a massacre.
I mean, he's going to lose everything he has. The Cyclone's going to try to get the medevac while the rest of his units get inside the main, but I think with the support of the SCVs, we are probably going to see that bop it. We've got 11 workers to 22 now. I think the only thing that Supernova has going for him is he does have the second orbital, so a lot of the SCV losses can be somewhat mitigated. It keeps the Cyclone in the main base alive, but an 11 worker lead. I mean, I guess he could try to go across the map and try to do something about the command center that's only just started, but this is already an awkward game. I'll tell you what, though, Benjamin, the last time Supernova lost all of his SCVs to a couple Reapers and Hellions was when he almost pulled off that pretty sick win against Euthermal. So God knows what could happen now.
That is true. That is true. So this guy, this is the second time this guy's lagging out today, and it's going to be a full-time lag out as well. I am not enjoying this guy.
It's hard.
Yeah.
I got nothing to say. If you want to pull the camera onto us or something while we're waiting for these types of things, that's okay as well. I'm like, I don't know if people just want to stare at this, but the
well, they don't want to be staring at our ugly mugs. Let's be real, Nathanius. You know, we're sat at home in our gym jams and what have you.
Our tank tops, Benjamin. I'm gonna have to hook you up next time I see you. I want to bring a present. I want to bring a present for everybody next time I see everyone. Since it might not be for another year, I'll be able to save up enough pennies to make it happen.
You know, you get me a tank top, a really nice one, by the way.
I'll get you a good one. I'll get you like a StarCraft. You know, there's good StarCraft ones. One of my favorite ones is just like a Marine holding up his gun.
That's pretty solid. I was thinking of a nice fruity one like you've got on right now, like the rainbow-ish. Like that's,
yeah. Oh, I could do these. Are easy. These are a dime a dozen.
Yeah. Also, I'll just get you some marabou, you know, just something kind of nice and spicy.
Yes. Oh, good. You're charming me. Is this the victory you're going for? You trying to get allied victory on here?
I think we'll get you some like half salt, you know, half salt as they call it over here. Oh, by the way, I'm okay. As bad as it was early on for Supernova, what's happening right now, even though TY is continually dealing damage, that is. Oh
he can cancel this pretty easily. I feel
easily.
Like, he's gonna lose a handful more workers. That Cyclone could kill the Viking, but there's not really anything here. Like, it's really siege tanks that stop this type of play when it comes to multiple Cyclones. If you can get units onto them, then they're very powerful. Then, you know, they're gonna be not quite as good, but I think we want to back up here and just try to lock. He should try to lock onto the command center and not press his luck.
Yeah, like TY's gonna have the tank out pretty soon, which will definitely shut this down. You can tell that TY is really committed to being like, oh no, don't lock onto my command center.
Well, that's how you can lose this game, though. Cyclones die real quick to tanks. I can't believe he didn't lose it there. But that should slow things down, though.
It will slow things down for sure, but I think he wasted too much time not locking onto that CC, right? Like,
oh yeah, no, he should have just locked it immediately. Trying to go up the main ramp, like, Cyclones are just not very good at killing SCVs. If he had 2 Hellions and 2 Cyclones, I might change my mind, but nah, there wasn't ever really anything he was going to do inside the main base unless he caught the tank as it popped out, and that's asking for a lot when you've got a free command center you could kill on the low ground.
For sure. 6 minutes in, and it looks like we're only 3 minutes in-ish.
Thanks for the Raven, though. Trade a Raven for a Cyclone? I'll take that.
That's a good trade, yeah. What is Supernova going to go into? Like, this is a very unusual build that he's doing by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's like he got what he wanted initially out of the, like, he wanted to get Magfield Cyclones. Obviously seemed like the focus of the opening, but with how much economic damage both players took, neither have made like the crazy fast jump up to whatever comes next. And we're still in that early game Marine tank, maybe some Vikings, maybe a Liberator to harass phase, where I do think TY has a pretty dangerous army, though, because obviously if he's able to siege those tanks in a good spot, Cyclones are just going to be completely useless against them. And Supernova needs to make sure he does not lose with an inferior tank count to an early attack.
Supernova's got a nice bit of like scouting going on, but in fact, is he just ignoring the middle scout? Like, so TY's army's just kind of barreling through.
Nice. I thought he killed something over there.
Yeah, he picked off a Liberator at the top. But the army through the middle has been totally unnoticed. He does have a decent amount to defend, though. I think Supernova's actually playing really well this game.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing is that Supernova, I think, is a lot more talented than people are willing to give him credit for, because he's not as much of a popular or known player, but he gets into these decent positions, and then you kind of see where it gets. That's where you start to see that skill gap a little bit. You know, TY's got a date with stats tonight for a reason. You know what I mean?
Oh, those Cyclones, they were all kind of grouped up there, so they do take quite a few hits. Almost a second one as well. The CC getting scarily low.
Yes, it is. Oh, it's over bad. No, okay. Bueller.
Oi, that tank on the high ground. Oh my gosh.
Oh, turret de la Atto. But for the love of God, man, repair your command center. If these 4-3 Marines somehow kill this thing, I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna rage quit this cast. I'm gonna walk away right now. No! Okay, there we go.
He's repairing.
Again,
He likes to keep you on your toes, doesn't he, your boy?
He does. Well, you know, that's the real reason why Supernova's on the team, is to just give everybody anxiety attacks, because we're like, should TY ever lose to Supernova, especially considering, you know, TY's current form? The answer is 100% no, right? But that's what makes every single little moment where Supernova makes a good play, everybody there just immediately clenches hard enough to forge diamonds, right? So that's a bit of a part of the strategy, getting inside people's heads, hoping for the underestimation mistakes. We got a little bit close. He got a good max out setup going versus Raynor last week. Couldn't really hold on against the onslaught, but that's kind of the fun part about having Supernova on the team, is the expectations are so low that really it's impossible not to enjoy the games, because he does play a lot better than people are willing to give him credit for, even if his opponents are obviously on another level for the most part.
I love the way that you talk about him. Like, your expectations are so low that any outcome is probably going to be better than you expected. So we're always happy, you know?
Well, I picked Supernova because he's the guy I steal all my builds from, and I want to give something back to him. So I haven't been pretending there's any other reason, to be honest with you.
This is cute, and this is a nice way to make use of that mag field, because it's going to work.
Oh, nice.
You could definitely say, though, TY, why did you have it on the edge like that? That was kind of ballsy, but Supernova, he's getting quite a bit of damage done, and yeah, TY a little bit too slow to realize what's happening here.
I will take that. I mean, he is loading up the double drop, and there is not really much there. He's going for bio, so he'll have a handful of Marines, but TY's already got a really good setup for these Marines, stim and combat shield, and I think as much as this poke is nice, yeah, TY's going to lose some stuff, but I do not know how he's going to save his main base right now. He doesn't have the upgrades for the bio. He doesn't have tanks pre-siege. He loses combat shield, and if he loses this position, he's going to have his stim canceled as well.
Yeah, this is looking really gnarly. He was also just going for one engineering bay here, like skipped the third CC entirely, so he was looking like he wanted to do some super all-in kind of situation, but I don't blame him, because he kind of was a little bit behind. But this is gnarly. He's doing a good job of just making sure he doesn't lose too much, but TY's a master of killing people.
Yes, he is. And like the biggest thing about this type of setup is that, you know, Submarine is a really small map. So while yes, it's not that hard for Supernova to get across the map early on with that push and deal some damage, I feel like he should have tried to, you know, cash that check a little bit earlier and back off so he could prevent himself from taking the damage. But at the end of the day, he's down 7 workers. TVT is going to boil down a little bit more to the plays made with the siege tanks. So if he can get some good engagements, anything is still possible. Gets the eyes on those medevacs, which is nice. It's not like his army is terrible. If he runs into these siege tanks, he's going to be dead. But I don't think he can take any straight up fight right now. He's got 1-1 in combat shield and stim.
Yeah, I mean,
Supernova lost his engineering bay.
He's super far ahead, right? Like, these armies, even though they look like they're within 20 supply, they aren't at all, and TY immediately starts up 2-2 as well. So the longer this game goes on, the worse that it gets. So TY's kind of in this position where he's ahead, and he's trying to force his opponent to do something. But when you're so far ahead, every move feels like the wrong one when you're Supernova.
Yeah, I think, you know, weirdly enough, despite the fact that we do see a lot of Marines out here for the mech memer, he's basically going to be forced to play this game a very mechy way, where he's just trying not to die for a long period of time while he builds up the army he needs. But TY is not going to try to give him that opportunity. And in a Marine versus Marine fight, the upgrade discrepancy means goodbye third base. And the game looks a little bit more bleak if you can get darker than pitch black.
It certainly does look bleak, and I mean, I'm smiling a little bit right now, but the early game definitely had me worrying. I was impressed by Supernova. It was a very weird opening. Wait, what a shot. Okay, it was some tanks, but oh, there's a Liberator in the natural. Nice play by TY.
Yeah, he's getting the side harassed on it. That's just, you know, that's a symptom of the lack of the economy too. He's not playing mech where it's like, okay, my gas goes to the tanks and then I can put minerals everywhere else. No, he's building Marines, but this big drop's going to come inside the main base. He doesn't have an army on the other side of the map to try to force the base trade, so I don't really see any scenario where he dislodges this force to Muslim.
No, I mean, he's getting prepared to Doom Drop himself. Oh my gosh.
No, I think that just about says it all. GG.
That wasn't Yeah, that was one of those moments where it's like, oh no, please don't. But then also at the same time, please do. Very nicely played by TY. But also, Supernova, he wasn't a slouch. I think if he did lock onto that CC earlier on,
could have been a very different game.
Yeah. Because being up a base entirely, even if you're down in workers, like then you force TY to be making the moves as opposed to the other way around. So, yeah, cool start to the Clan War. Very happy for my lad.
Hell
He's had a bit of a rough trot so far, actually, in the team league.
Yeah. It's weird because people are really trying their best. I think we can see that a lot. My game has decided to crash on loading out of the game, so I'm going to restart that real quick. But yeah, we've been seeing some really interesting performances out of folks. I'm going to be honest with you though, Ben. I do like opening with Supernova just because I have noticed a lot of teams send who I would say is probably their best player out first. And I don't know if it's just like trying to establish dominance or get momentum, but I'm happy that TY, who has probably been practicing a lot of TVP, does not get to play the first match against SOS, for example.
You think a lot of players send out, or a lot of teams send out their best player, like in order kind of thing?
Not necessarily, but I feel like a lot of teams try to open with one of the stronger players, is the impression I've gotten from the matches.
I wish I knew your thought pattern was along these lines, because like in my head, if I could have like perfect lineups, I'd have put Hurricane against Supernova, right? Because I do feel that like that'd have been absolutely perfect. So I wish that I knew you were thinking like that. Honestly,
of course.
When it comes to the seeding for us, I've gone a lot with maps. Like I get the players to tell me what they like, and they give me a top 2 for each clan war, and then I kind of work with that and then pop them down. So I've only, and about Submarine, only one of my players has said that he doesn't want to play it ever. I won't say who that is because I got a few more clan wars lined up, but yeah, only one of them has like kind of made a mention of not wanting to play it thus far, which yeah, I'm totally okay with that.
I'm just playing server roulette real quick because I didn't know where exactly we were. I have this thing where my account I have like 5 different accounts built into my account now, so I have to re-sign in 7 times every time I reboot the game. Sorry about that.
So you're the holdup, eh?
I am. Every time I try to log in, it says, do you want to log into EU1 or EU2? And then no matter which one I pick, it puts me on the wrong account. I'm actually still on the wrong account, but I'm going to join the lobby with it regardless.
Just get on in here, Nate. Get on in here. You know, we've got a really cool matchup next. Will be your guy, SOS, against my boy, Hurricane. Now, this actually, I saw them play against each other very recently, which was pretty awesome. Like, it was very close. It was a game on Death Aura. I don't know what it was even for. There's so much freaking StarCraft these days. But I think SOS edged him out, but it was a very close game.
Yeah, man, watching all that stuff is really hard for me to catch, to be honest with you. Pretty much everything is on so early in the day. I think I was only able to catch a few of today's matches. I think I missed the first one because it starts at like 3 in the morning for me. So I'm like, it hasn't been quite as easy to stay on top of everything, but I am really excited for this game. Pillars of Gold is not a map that I like a ton for the Terrans, so I was like, okay, SOS, you're not gonna have to play on Golden Wall or anything today. We're gonna give you something a little bit different, give you a bit of a more open map. I'm excited to see what he brings to the table as we are loaded in, ready to rock and roll. Introduce your boy, Benny.
Okie dokie, spawning in the bottom left-hand side, playing as Brown by the looks of it. It is Hurricane. I have no idea what's going on. So
because
you
Teal'c's... I get.
So you made him stay.
Well, I think they probably just compared their esports earnings, and SOS said, "Bitch, please." In the top right, that is my boy, the Teal Tank Top Toss SOS.
You know, I feel that this disadvantage that I'm already at is it's something that you actually need, Nathanius, with your tank toppers, because us, Benny, and the boys, we're looking for a top 3 finish. You know, like that's our goal. That's our aim this season.
You guys have been doing pretty well. What's your guys' match score right now?
3-2. We lost against Rocky's team and Maynard's team.
That's fair. Well, I did find myself some good success against Rotterdam's team, so I'm not going to say that it's going to be super easy for you, Benjamin. I like your team though. I feel like you got the you got the Austin Eckler of this year's fantasy draft with the pickup on DRG suddenly blowing up, right? Because he's been performing super well, and people weren't necessarily expecting him to be one of the heavier hitters as far as your roster is concerned, having guys like TY, who's still in it. I'm excited to watch that though. That's Fridays, the one day that GSL is on at a watchable hour. Feels good, man.
Feels good, man. By the way, this is already lining up to be something a little bit juicy here. So your lad, SOS, has gone for One Gate Nexus, and this is one of the largest maps we've had. The natural is very, very secure. It's upper ramp as well. So, and I have spoke with a few Protosses in Europe. This is the one map where like Nexus First is a possibility and such. So I'm looking forward to see how this goes. SOS is searching around for that proxy pylon for any kind of danger, and Hurricane, he has it right there out in the open, and SOS spots it as it goes down.
The 200 IQ for our Protoss boy. So he knows what's up, and he did go for that greedy build, but I tell you what, my personal philosophy, Ben, and one of the reasons why I'm a terrible player, is that I enjoy making people try to kill me. So this is going to put all the pressure on Hurricane to try and kill him, and if he makes one real mistake against SOS at this level, he's going to be in trouble. And also, shout out to the Maximus Black probe in the back of Hurricane's base. I'm looking to see some warp-ins inside his base, some Metalopolis smoke area warp-ins, if you know what I mean.
That was beautiful. In fact, who was that in the group? It was against Huck, right?
Oh, yeah. I think that was literally what every single Protoss in the entire world did every game on that map until they got, I think, probably to Diamond, where people like would scout that spot.
I just remember, like, I think Artosis did it. Did Artosis play in that tournament?
He played in all the original tournaments, yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I guess
pylon.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Oh, he can't get the
really
kill.
Oh, Warpgate has not finished.
Well, I like the wall off. He does have the pylon, by the way, inside of Hurricane's base. So I think with the shield battery finishing up, it's going to make it a little bit easier. Of course, he's still going to have to deal with the Prism and the Immortal inside the main. I don't actually have anything to actually do with this. Okay, Big Daddy Immortal is out. Not afraid of them Stukers.
No, but everything else has to be. So the warp gate is finishing. He had to make another pylon, by the way, at his wall because it didn't cover the other warp gate there. Oh, now it's an immortal without a warp prism. This is actually really bad for SOS at this point.
Yeah, he's going to unpower the robotics facility, and he doesn't want to pull probes. He recognizes it's like one base versus one base, and he has two adepts warping inside of Hurricane's base. So his strategy here is going to be to try to hold on to the one base that he does have while he kills all the probes on the other side of the map. Here are the adepts for SOS. Some adepts are going to warp in back at home for Hurricane. He's got that probe to help try and obfuscate the AI just a little bit. And he's going to warp in two more adepts inside of his base. So he has, as long as he trades, he's going to be able to get a little bit more work done over here. Keep killing those probes. SOS, cut down that economy and find a way to get something going inside that main base. Also, he's going to need to take some assimilators if he wants to get gas at some point too. But he's kept the probe count healthy. He needs to get rid of this attack that's in his base.
Yeah, he certainly does. Like, Hurricane's down in probes pretty significantly, and SOS did a lot of damage there, but Hurricane's actually got an army. He's killed the Robo as well. He's actually got the Warp Prism as well available to Micro here. Running into a shield battery, though, is definitely a ballsy move, and the overcharge has gone. Does the Immortal? It dies! It dies! Oh my god, Hurricane! Oh, you legend! You absolute ledge, mate.
Well, that's unfortunate. Okay. All right, here are Marine and Maru. I believe in you guys. Let's go. Let's get it done. He took out our ace players, so I'm not gonna lie. We're pretty boned right now.
I am so freaking stoked about that because I was Hurricane. I'm not. He's won one map so far in the Team League. Maybe he's won another, but this obviously a lot of people definitely probably bet on SOS here. in this matchup, but Hurricane's been playing unbelievably well. So if you can go back and watch games of PvP that are really sick, him against Showtime on Eternal Empire was amazing, but he ended up losing. But it was like 35 minutes back and forth, Tempest Disruptor, you name it. So I'm really happy to see him take a very decisive win here.
Yeah, this is. I mean, that was a pretty good play by him, to be honest. I mean, SOS had all the information he could have needed at the start, but losing with that first stalker, losing that pylon, like you kind of have to cut it by a needle's edge. That's me, by the way, saying this is Nathanius. I'm gonna say the word
dirty barcode.
Frankfurter. No, it's because like I said, my account's just like bugged and I have to re-sign out like 7 times.
I'll get on with you. I'll be like, this is Ben.
I have like a ritual for when I stream where I'm like, all right, I booted up the game. Right now I have to sign out. Right now I have to switch regions and then sign in again. Now, okay, now which account do I want? Okay, and then it asks me which of the accounts on that account do I want to play. It's I don't know how it happened, but yeah, when I think it like the last patch broke it and made it worse somehow.
So, you know how you kind of rearrange things and Hero Marine moved map kind of thing? Did he actually want to play against Zest, or like what was he gunning for here? Or was it just to avoid predictability?
I think it was to avoid the predictability a little bit.
Right.
At least that would be the best assumption that I could make about the situation. But I think it also just has to do with people probably not wanting to play the same maps every single time, or feeling like they can do a different strategy on a different map, which also makes sense. At the end of the day, I think Rifkin might have actually said it best earlier when he was like, I'm not going to argue with the 7K MMR players about what maps they would play better on or what strategies they should use. But Hero Marine has been a pretty stable option for us. And I'm just going to say that even though I think a lot of people would obviously favor Zest for many good reasons, with the power of playing on the US Central server so that everybody involved has 300 milliseconds of ping, Benjamin, anything is possible.
Anything is. And like, from what I remember, yeah, Big Gabe's done some pretty good stuff for you. Like, he took out Bunny, ending up in the win against Roddy's team for you guys. He's taken out some other names as well. Like, he's definitely one of the more stable and consistent players to have in your lineup. And yeah, the fact that you've got guys like Maro and SOS as well, you got some big hitters. Like, your meme team actually has some big hitters.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, you know, at the end of the day, you're also trying to have some fun with it too. So I'm hoping that we can keep that big stability out of Big Gabe. And then I can't say that putting everything on Maru's shoulders for the 4th map would be the worst thing that could happen. But we do have to get through this one first. In the bottom left, the teal tank top Terran, we have Big Gabe.
How do I follow that up? Anyway, I'll try. Spawning over in the bottom right-hand side, he is handsome as hell. It is Zest.
You've got that sexy British accent, Benjamin. You know you don't need to follow me up.
Yeah, there was a funny meme going on. Like before I got this new microphone, people were like, "Hey, why does Ben sound the way he does? Like, he needs a new mic." And then people were like, "Oh, it's not the mic. He's just British. He just sounds weird." Like, which I was like, okay, that's one take on it, I suppose. But golden wall between these two guys. Like, I know that Zest is a cheeky sausage. And, you know, he's pretty brutal, right? Like,
a sausage in particular, though, right?
Yes.
Specifically,
yes.
Okay.
Specifically a cheeky sausage. Like, once he gets going and he starts throwing the DTs at you, the zealots and stuff, there's anything that I would dislike less in would like less in the world than going up against Zest in the late game. So I wonder if that's gonna come into Big Gabe's plan here. Oh, second depot starts before anything else. Interesting. So he really wants to deny scouting here.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite things about Hero Marine's performance so far in the team league for us has been that while he obviously seems to take it seriously, I do actually appreciate that he's not trying to do too different of a weird thing to prevent being like specifically studied or countered against. And that might seem counterintuitive, but I almost feel like some of the builds that Supernova has thrown out are because of the expectations about what his strategies would be. And I think on those games, like the 3 racks that he did last week, I do think that there would have been a significantly higher chance of him pulling out some success just sticking to his guns on it. And obviously, I wouldn't say that to him, right? Like he's free to choose the strategies that he wants. He can be unpredictable like that. But there's always that conversation people have about practicing, the one kick 1,000 times versus 1,000 kicks once. And I do think that players who can really stick to their guns in a high pressure, stressful situation like Hero Marine is what makes them valuable. So I do think he's going to try to break out a good, strong, solid macro game. Maybe go for a 2-base Marine tank push, since that is like probably the highest win rate build in this matchup right now. But we'll have to see.
So he's following this up with a 2-1-1 while expanding behind his base, like through the minerals. So we mine those out. So it's a little bit later than normal, but he's opting for a 2-1-1 follow-up. And one of the things about this for Zest, which is pretty damn cool for Big Gabe, is the fact that Zest has no idea. And Hero Marine going 2-1-1, like, you don't really want to be buying a bunker or making a bunker just because the build's so tight-knit to try and get out as many Marines as possible. And expanding like this, you don't need to, because you have control of the high ramp already. You already have that wall off and everything.
Yeah, it kind of removes a bit of the, I guess, the guesswork involved with making sure that you don't get hit by something like that fast, the depth going behind your natural and, preventing it from being finished, etc. But I do really like, as you pointed out, the information can be a little bit trickier too. I think the Hallucinated Phoenix just made its way in, but even if your opponent wants to do like 4-gate Blink Stalkers or something like that, being able to make them get that sentry a little bit earlier than they would have otherwise normally wanted to, since they can't scout otherwise, is nice.
Okay, so Zest actually gets the scout off there. So he actually knows that he's not up against anything really crazy anymore. He's actually up against a guy that expanded at the back. I was really worried for him then. He kept poking into the main, being like, okay, what's going on? What's going on? But then he got the confirmation that there is actually a CC in the back there. So he can kind of relax a little bit. He's also expanding on the bottom, by the way, taking the third down there. So interesting to expand towards your opponent as the Protoss.
Yeah, this is... I actually don't get it 100%. I think it just shows, if this will make even less sense as I say this too, but it almost makes it feel like he wants to be more aggressive than he otherwise could be. Like he's taking this position so that he can attack that natural, and Hero Marine can't just send drops out and be like, oh, you can't get me because I'm behind like this giant wall that you have to waste time getting through. And Zest is like, no, I'll open it up. I'll fight you here. That's fine. We're going to take that option off the table. You're not going to have this comfortable, safe, tucked in base. Especially considering that, the way that a Protoss economy ramps up, he's not going to be able to drop him very easily now because Zest is going to have a big setup on the south side of the map.
Yeah, I don't hate it, and technically it is closer to your main, which is kind of your main priority for defending, right? So yeah, having this nice little triangle, I guess, is kind of cute for him.
Even this, sorry, send that this Widow Mine. Zest is able to see it. Does he get it?
Oh, too clean, too handsome.
Widow Mine, he's going on a journey. He's going to run to the opposite corner of the map to try and bait him, but unfortunately not able to do so. So that double mine drop is still coming. He's going to have to get over a couple of Protoss buildings and be spotted before he gets the unload. And it looks like Zest's just going to do a big charge lot attack with this too, with this Prism coming in. Here's the mines. Come on, Gabe.
Okie dokie. Very nice defense.
Not very cash money. Not very cash money there, unfortunately.
Okay, and that's holy crap. How many sentries does he have? That is 5 sentries, 7 stalkers. It's a really weird army, right? Like, he's not getting a forge at all. He's just committing entirely to like units and low tier units too.
Yeah, I mean, well, I feel like the strategy here is he's going to leverage the three saturated bases that he's about to have with this War Prism, with the charge, with the blink. I guess the Immortals are because he wants to have like a bit of a more solid anchor point, but with the large amount of bio that is going to be making its way towards the third, I feel like the Prism probably could have tried to warp this in a little closer, but my guess is he's trying to just pull him apart while he moves out for the attack.
Better safe than sorry, with that Warp Prism. Now he starts a Forge. Charge is soon finishing, makes the army significantly stronger. It's good of Gabe to deny Vision here, because Vision is power, but Gabe wants to be able to attack. Like, is there a third CC on the way? It's just going to be a big 2-base push.
Oh, he's pulling the boys. Well, while his charge lots get warped into his main base. I mean, this is that's going to immediately push this into just full-on base trade mode, and suddenly all those sentries that you were asking about, Benjamin, make a lot more sense is he's going to get the crap force fielded out of him if he tries to force this ramp. And even if the sentries were to get caught, yeah, it's pretty easy for him to force that. Elevatoring over like this is... Well, that's just insane. I guess he's feeling confident because there's no zealots here since they were all warped inside of his base. I actually felt like he could have chased there and gotten the rest of the sentries because the third base should be forfeit, but that's not going to be enough for Hero Marine. He has to get inside the main and kill Zest right now. But unfortunately, the siege tanks, all the rest of the units backed up, kind of shooting those pylons. He needs to get everything else in position. 4 shield batteries are warping in with 2 cannons in that main base. The medevac count is good. He has +1 attack to shoot through the zealots. He has to kill the whole army right here, right now, though.
He certainly does. This is getting real dicey. The Zealots in the back actually doing a really good job. Zest was supply blocked for quite a bit. That is an Artosis pylon. All those shield batteries are unpowered, pulling all the probes here. This is getting so close between these guys.
Go Gabe! Go Gabe! Come on, buddy. He depowers a couple of the shield batteries. The power overcharge is a bit gone, but that photon cannon's adding in a lot of extra damage to help anchor this, as well as that immortal. The amount of warpins is so low right now, but the bio just doesn't have the energy left. The medevacs don't have the energy to heal them, and a couple of these last units are starting to die, but there is still that natural expansion mining for Zest, so he still has money to keep building stuff. Meanwhile, that Liberator only just now cleared out the last Zealot from Hero Marine's base, and I guess the story of this game now becomes, how busted do you think mules really are?
Oh my.
2 Marines in that medevac, literally 3/4 of his army.
Yes, like look at this. This is a fight after just battering each other. We've got 2 stalkers against, oh my gosh, they're microing everything that they can. What a crazy game. To be really fair to Gabe, though, he almost made that work, and that looked as bad as it could have possibly been. Yeah,
that was as close as it could have gotten, but I think at this point now, even with even with everything that he did, there's still 3 Nexi. Even if there's no probes in the third base, he's going to have the extra energy for an overcharge if he needs it later down the line. He has the chrono boost he can use to get the production going. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. Well played match, Benjamin. We couldn't bring it together today. A couple of cheeky builds just did not work out for us, and I do not see any possible way that he's going to be able to, even if he could kill this army, actually win this game on 1 base versus 3 base Protoss.
Look how well Zest has been like re-establishing his economy. Like the 3rd Nexus didn't die, remember? So all 3 bases are almost fully saturated again, which just goes to show that he's in super control here. And I appreciate Gabe's big fighting spirit here. And it was a really cool build to whip out. It was so damn close, but he ran into the exact build that countered the crap out of it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. The Observer is still in its OP mode over that basic, so it can see literally everything all the way to the back of the mineral line. And these Stalkers, they don't even matter. They don't even matter. He could kill all of this stuff, and then by the time he gets across the map, there's going to be 2 or 3 more warp-ins. So all he can do is maybe try to get another tank, pull the SCVs again, and then, well, Zest, okay, Dark Shrine is like you're completely boned because your entire economy is mules now.
I feel like Zest doesn't realize how bad Hero Marine has it, or he's literally just going with the, hey, I'm really far ahead. I'm going to kind of just solidify my position and just go with the same thing that worked out so well the first time. That Warp Prism is at the top, Blink Stalker's at the bottom. This is a fairly scary push by Hero Marine, but he's got a freaking mountain to climb here, does he not, Farnius?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's warping in Zealots again into that base. The SCVs didn't come with him this time, so they're going to be able to sit here, and he is going to try to defend that base with the handful of units that he has there. But with the sentries on the ramp, so many Stalkers, nah, it's not going to happen. GG, well played. Well played, Benjamin. I think we still get to see that 4th map for the lulz, but...
We do get to see the 4th map for the lulz. I was in your position earlier, Nate, and it doesn't feel good. Like, I won't give you sympathy. I won't give you fake pity and stuff. I'm very happy, but it's very obvious that quite a few of these matches could have went either way. That one especially. SOS as well could have absolutely been able to take out Hurricane. But this is the match that I was really excited about. Because when I saw these lineups, this was the one that I was like, holy crap. So I love Maru, right? The only reason I didn't pick Maru, because I got to pick before you was I felt that TY's been in good shape. I feel that when it comes down to playing for your team as well, he's always kind of willing to. He always seems like a very nice guy, doesn't want to upset. I feel that Maru's more of, I don't give a crap what you think, kind of. But I love him regardless. So the fact that he's going up against Domragoo, and Domragoo's looked so damn good in this matchup, I think it's going to be an awesome one.
I hope we at least get a good game out of this. Obviously, the match is out of hand, but getting one more map win would still be nice for us. Going into today, we were the only team that was even in maps, 9 wins, 9 losses, keeping things perfectly balanced as they should be, Benjamin. We're looking for a middle of the pack finish here. I'm not gonna go for such grandiose claims as first or second, but I'd be happy to get a solid fourth, move up, and get a real shot in the playoff bracket, ideally. So Maru picking up a map here would be really nice. I hope he still takes this one seriously, even though he knows that this one is obviously over. I assume he's aware of that. But we'll have to see. And we are actually in the lobby for this one. If you guys ever want to know if like the easiest way to tell if we had to do like a replay for some reason or not is the casters will just be worse because we can't follow Wardy's camera. So
Yes.
as long as we're actually in the game, I've just been following Wardy's camera for the last few games. I don't have to click around or look at anything. It makes it a lot easier. At least that's my tell.
You know, I saw some streams that was like, oh, it's all casted from replays anyway. They know the results and stuff. And I'm actually very surprised with how little replays there are. I've casted 2 replay games out of 6 Clan Wars, which, I mean, is a minimum of 4 games, a maximum of 5. So you're talking 2 games out of 20 potentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, like this is live. We're seeing this firsthand. Domragoo against Maru. Domragoo's been sweeping the floor with innovation recently. It's been brutal, actually.
He's looked really good.
Maru's a different beast entirely, though. Let's be real. Like, I would still. Maru is pretty much the best Terran when it comes to TVZ in the world, or at least one of. He's the guy that won 4 GSLs in a row. He's an absolute beast. In fact,
4
take it away,
GSLs
Nate.
is pretty good. 4 GSLs is pretty good, and he is that man with the 4 GSL wins in the Southwest. The teal tank top Terran. He is Maru.
It would actually be hilarious to see him in a tank top like that rainbow one that we were talking about. Anyhow, spawning in the top right-hand side, playing for Team Benny and the boys, it is Domragoo.
I just need to get a good tie-dye tank top with tank toppers on like the top center chest or on the back, maybe like a jersey. And I just bring 20 of them next time we have any event, whatever it is. I don't care.
It's gonna be so fun when we all.
I'm willing to make
again.
that. Exactly. I can't wait, man. I miss hanging out with everybody. I did not realize, like you would think with playing video games and doing all that stuff that it's like, oh yeah, people are fine to just sit at home all day. I'm like, no, man. You know, I absolutely go crazy if there's no events for too long, and it's been too long, Ben. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a right proper riot wherever we end up after all this stuff is over. I'm sure of it.
Nerds gone wild, you know, like we're just gonna, yeah, it's gonna be amazing once we can actually start getting back to places again, and hopefully if things keep getting good, keep going in the right direction. I mean, the rest of the world's doing well, not so much America by the looks of it, but hey. So Maru's actually going to go for a scout here with the SCV, as well as, so he went barracks first, meaning he's going to get a Reaper and then most likely a Marine follow-up, getting a CC. I like that he respects his opponent with the SCV scout.
I think it's, I really like it. I feel like there are so many games that are lost on just not doing that scout. Like the resources that you would have otherwise gotten off of it, I feel like are rarely worth not knowing if your opponent is doing a fast pool or some sort of insane roach cheese or whatever. But being able to get that quick confirmation, he doesn't even go into the main. He's just like, all right, as long as I'm not getting hit with like a 1 base, I'm fine. Could actually try to bring the SCV for poke, but he's going to let it go home and send that Reaper out while the drone does go to the 3rd base. And I like that he hugs the Vespine Geyser. So even if the Reaper was to go over there, he's not going to lose it. And his hope is to just distract the Reaper long enough to start the hatch with no difficulty. And it does seem like he'll be able to do that.
Interesting choice, by the way. Like I always think about things like, okay, if I send out a SCV, what's the maximum utility I can get from it? And on this map, I think it's pretty obvious which 3rd Zerg want to take. So the fact that Maru didn't actually go for blocking it later on, you know, after he initially got the scout off, I'm a little surprised by that. But I mean, he's one of the best Terrans in the world, so there's obviously a reasoning behind it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a question worth asking, though. Considering that's, as you said, that's a pretty popular spot to want to put it. I mean, being able to mess with the Zerg's flow at any point, in my opinion, is always going to be worth it, because I feel Zerg is just such a momentum-based thing. Once it starts getting rolling, like as soon as they get any sort of momentum, then the creeps everywhere. They've got a million drones. You're hating your life, right? There's 20 mutas poking your refineries, and you can never leave your base. And then you finally step out onto the field, and there's 60 banelings waiting for you with speed. But he's going to get an armory, so he's going to try to bring... It's going to be one of them Hellbat with a couple of marine attacks onto what I can only assume is going to probably be that third base area.
Yeah, or like, I don't know where he's exactly going to attack. Domregu does have Overlord speed, so he will be able to scout. Even if you're seeing this number of Marines without like a tech lab and stuff. Oh, the Zergling also poke. I think he's going to be sniffing this one out, right? Unless there's like a second starport somewhere. So he is producing quite a few queens. He's producing even more queens now. I'm okay about this, but whenever Maru does something like this, I'm always very scared.
Yeah, these types of builds are where you expect that control that Maru's known for to come in and really add a lot. Spinecrawler at that point is going to be an anchor from if he were to push the third and then go over. But if he goes straight to this place, Spines take a year and a half to build to Muslim, so may be able to get the damage done that he's looking for. There is no Baneling Nest, and you've got Marines backing up those Hellbats, so it's not quite as easy as just trying to kill everything that's there as fast as possible. He's got the healing, he's got the sustain. Through all of the queens, very low. One does just barely finish over there, but good control has kept the Hellbats alive for the most part. Almost all of the queens have been killed. More Hellbats rallying across the map to assist with this push. That medevac absolutely putting in overtime here for the Terran player.
When you do a Hellbat attack and your medevac before it dies actually runs out of energy, that's when you know you've done it really darn well. Maru just playing really darn well. Just went for the absolute throat there, going for the natural. Drones are now just starting to fall. Oh my gosh, that is a ballsy drone hug. Hugging a Hellbat. Not sure if you want to be doing that one, Domregu. But
yeah,
Domregu
drones versus Hellbats. Oh, by the way, Liberator in the main. Keep all.
Oh, Maru. He slaughtered my boy. He slaughtered my boy.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good at the game. Appreciate you, Maru. You know, I'll take the one map. I'm going to need that later down the line. You're not the team I expect to be coming out on top against, Benjamin. So consider this an early present for you and all your good fortunes in life.
Tip of the hat for you, sir. Tip of the hat for you and all that jazz. You know, it's very hot over here in Sweden, but I can walk away a happy man now, Nathanius, because I know that your team can absolutely do damage. And I didn't take it lightly, so I absolutely told all my boys to just relax, get your water going and all that stuff. But yeah, Maru just playing impressive as always, and I'm really happy some of my boys performed today. Like I'm really happy with my team, actually. Really happy.
Yeah. No, big upset by Hurricane. I think I did not expect that. I was pretty sure Maru and SOS were going to pick up their games and they couldn't. So all I'm going to say is well played, man. I think we're going to go to a break before we jump into the next match that's going to be coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you in a few. You're watching the StarCraft 2 War Chest Team League. We are back at it again. I know you thought, man, I've been watching StarCraft for 7 hours. I need more. Don't worry. We've got you. I'm Nathanius, joined here by Pig. More War Chest Team League action coming up. Last match of the day. Pig, are you feeling squiggly, iggly, wiggly, perhaps?
We're a little bit jiggly. We're the War Pigs, right? So we're basically, we thrive off the military-industrial complex, and you're just a bunch of hippies wearing tie-dye tank tops. So we're ready to butcher you. So yeah, I'm ready for it. I was
gonna say that's quite an unusual role reversal, considering that I'm the American in this scenario. But I do think that we've got a hell of a match coming our way. And honestly, you might be onto something there. You guys do have Serral. Speaking of, as we load into this first map, it could get funky. It could get funky, Pig. I'm not gonna lie. This is a scary one. This is a very scary one for us.
Indeed, I hope his scouting's on point, because he's up against a madman down here in the bottom left, representing the War Pigs. In the pink, it's Serral.
And spawning in the top right as the teal tank top toss, he is SOS. I've got bad news for you though, Pig. SOS has only ever lost one map in 1 day of playing in this team league though. And he's already lost in the last match. So that means, indubitably, the cogs of fate turn. And Serral is but another cog in the wheel.
I see that cannon
is going to cannon rush the ever-loving shit out of him.
Yeah, it's a Forge back at home. Probe's coming in. He's thinking about pylon blocking that ramp. It's the classic, the old classic. Oh, SOS. You dirty boy.
There we go. All right. Inspire some panic, inspire some fear. I don't mind that.
Only 5 drones pulled. You can get 6 on that pylon. If you're going to commit 6, you've really got to commit everything. In the past, I've always wondered why more people didn't cannon rush Serral, because I've always felt this was one of his weak spots. Oh, the cancel on the pylon as well. Okay,
this
is getting up for sure. I don't know exactly what Serral's going to do. He's trying to force a lot of money. I think he's got to cancel this hatch. And you actually cannot go Ravagers properly on this map because that gas gets denied. So I really think he needed to pull way more drones initially and just bust his way down through this.
Can you feed pigs a diet of entirely of cheese though? That's what I'm wondering now, Jared, because maybe we just need to do this for the whole match. I like how he's building to second gateway. He's building a second gate.
Wait. That cannon's not powered?
No.
Pull the drones! Pull the drones! What are we doing, Sarah? We could kill this.
We could kill this right now. The natural is gonna. That gate's not powered either. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? Build the pylon. Build the pylon before the creep. Before the creep. Can he not build it? Oh, thanks.
Okay. Oh my God.
Well, you know, being able to deny that gas for another couple seconds would have been pretty freaking nice, but I guess SOS is he's getting a little lost in the sauce of his own cheese, I suppose. But denying one of these gases is really big, because I think if you do any studying of Serral, you should know that his #1 response to any build like this is to just go straight for the Ravagers. He pretty much never does anything else. Like the Spine Crawler, of course, is going to be nice, but I think making sure, I would be willing to bet that he probably very deliberately wanted to isolate one of the extractors specifically to prevent that from being possible, because he's got 2 Stalkers being chrono boosted out now, so it's not going to be all about the cannons. It's also going to be pretty heavily reliant on the follow-up too. Gets 1 cannon back at home, and he's created a good zoning opportunity around these gateways. SOS, I will forgive you for every dumb build you do for the rest of your life if you manage to clap Serral here. That would be a great thing to start my day over here.
I'm a little bit worried about the Overlord on the low ground as well. The Zerglings do force a cannon at home, which is something, but oh man, we're going to be biling these cannons down. 3 Ravagers out. He's making more Roaches and Ravagers one at a time. Every bit of hit points on these Ravagers is so valuable.
Yeah, it can get dicey very quickly if he's not able to get himself into a position. Getting the shield batteries down will be nice, but he could bile those as well. Throws the bile between the cannon and the battery, trying to kill both of them at the same time. Cheeky play. Does make me nervous about putting the buildings next to each other, and he's also not getting warp gates, so he's not thinking about anything beyond this phase of the game, which, frankly speaking, is a little bit terrifying as that Ravager count continues to grow. We know that this is what Serral likes to do, and he doesn't just do it because it works. He does it because he's good at it. And with 2 Ravagers so low on hit points,
The spine moves forward, though he's going to get rid of that high ground pylon. With that, the cannon goes down. It's depowered. One gateway gets depowered. I think Serral may have held on. Oh my god. I always feel like the situation's so awkward and bad, but he seems to find a way out of this a lot. One of those Stalkers still barely surviving. The Ravagers, one Ravager going down, only 3 left right now.
Now, it seems that Serral is starting to get himself into some good footing. SOS continuing to invest in the aggressive shield batteries, putting one in the natural with that very exposed pylon. I don't know what exactly he thinks is going to happen there now that there's a spine on the top of the ramp, but I mean, he's going to have to go home. He starts the robotics facility. He still never started Warp Gate, so I'm guessing his plan is to just try to get a Prism and Immortals and go for an attack as soon as possible as a follow-up.
Not a terrible idea. Shield batteries being forced on the high ground. I'd love to see Serral take an expansion and then another expansion. He's going to pull off gas and put on minerals if he's going to do that, though. His drone count is very low. Serral is now focusing on the droning. He's making more Ravagers. I guess if he can get over there... losing that Overlord sucks. So now he can't kill the Cyber Core. Otherwise, he would have been able to snipe that from the low ground, and that would have been awesome. Whereas if he tries to force his way up that ramp, I was going to say could get force fielded, but there's no gateways, Nate.
Yeah, well, the Robo is only just finished, so it's going to be the Prism first. But I think we all know the keys to success for this type of defense usually rely around what's going to be in the Prism that comes out of the Robo as well. So he's going for a Robotics Bay, which makes me think he's not thinking about Immortals, which I do find scary because I'll be honest, like if I was thinking about what I want here, it would probably be 2 Immortals and a Prism, especially with how low the drone count is. But Disruptors are a bit more of a bold attempt, shall we say, to go for.
And just casually building an Observer? Okay. I mean, Stalker Drop's not a bad move. He can micro to dodge the projectiles of the Ravagers quite well. But it's going to take a lot of micro, and he doesn't have an expansion. He's on 1 base. Oh, he's going to go for the top left corner. Cheeky boy SOS. I mean, this is so obvious. He's forced base
trades in almost every map that he's played, that he's won, actually. So I'm liking this. As little sense as it makes, it actually increases my confidence level in him because he's done that in every crazy match that he's won, especially against the best players in this league. So I'll take it. I'll take it. Whatever you think you need to do, buddy. I believe in you. Oh, he's lifting the probe down, too. And he showed it, too, as well. For it.
That's such an important move. I mean, just taking the Nexus there to pretend, now Serral won't check the corner. I was about to say, it's so obvious taking the corner here because you're on 1 base, but he ferries the probe down just to give the illusion.
Ooh, Changeling.
And that is incredibly smart.
He needs to deny that Changeling. He does, but yeah, the Overseer, and there's no wall. Or excuse me, there is a full wall, so he can't actually go into the main to try and kill that Overseer, and he actually does start the Nexus, so he's going to let Serral feel like he canceled it. But I do think that he might be wondering why he built the pylon down there before the Nexus. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
The Disruptor, the Zerglings. Prism takes a lot of damage on the other side of the map. Good movement on the Queens. War Prism speed, not going to save it. The Zerglings, a lot of them go down though. And I just feel like Serral might be buying this story. He's going for a quick Spire. Did SOS see that? Yes, he's got an Observer sitting right over it.
Well, that's pretty nice. I'm not gonna lie. Glad that he's aware. We've seen SOS get up to 30 Phoenix. I think it was the last PvZ that he played. Of course, that was on Golden Wall. But tell you what, if that corner base goes unscouted, he can't keep getting away with it, right? Like, did Serral watch his other games? He's literally taken a ninja base at every possible opportunity, especially on this map.
Yeah, it's very, it's so powerful. Ooh. If you force the right situation, it could be really good.
Okay, but do you think that Overseer just saw the recall? Now he's got to know now, right? Did the Overseer not see the probes get recalled? I think he had vision of it. The Nexus and the Natural wasn't done, so he couldn't have recalled there. Oh, but he might not. He might have just thought the Natural finished. But if he sees no probes here, this has got to sound some alarm bells.
Yeah, it really should. Serral, he's got to know. He sees Phoenix production.
He's building
Corruptors.
What the hell is going on in this game, Big? He never built... Oh, my God. He never built more than a gateway, too. Like, he's just like, yeah, I'm going to play Protoss Mech. So I've just been watching a lot of Rotterdam's Twitch, and that's how I'm feeling right now, while these Disruptor drops try to kill Queens.
Which they aren't really finding anything so far. I mean, Serral's in a good position. He's adding drones, but he's got to... Oh, I don't think he realizes, Nate, with the recall and stuff. SOS's probes on the high ground derping out, by the way. They're not trying to rally out of his main. Just gonna finally break his way out. The shield battery doesn't turn it off auto heal though, so.
Oh, you can right-click the ability to turn off the auto cast though. He could. He technically could have. He technically could have done it. I don't know that it matters unless he dies over that shield battery with no energy in the next minute. I guess it doesn't really matter, but having 18 probes on the top left base right now, completely unabated, that's pretty cash money. I'm not gonna lie. Also, the fact that he went for Corruptors to deal with the Prism, he does get the Prism, but I did find that a bit interesting too, because the Prism did have the speed upgrade, so it should have been able to shimmy and shake a little more than it did.
Oh man, I think Serral is just not thinking about the corner base right now. He's so confused, and I think it's like you're playing a player where they do so many things that are so far outside of the realm of the established norm. You start going, I don't understand this, but that's just this player. And it's like, no, dude, you gotta check the corners. I think it's okay economically. It's just he's
taking the gas on that corner base now too. Well, I will say this.
What does SOS do? What's the next step? Like,
even with the +1 air, even with the +1 air peg, I feel like the next step is what's missing though. Like he's adding some gates, but he can't contest the Corruptors without getting a fleet beacon here. Even with the +1, like you're not gonna overpower the Corruptors if they're all able to shoot every time that you're engaging. Because Corruptors, well, we know they're literally like one of the most tanky units in StarCraft. They have 2 armor by default.
Yeah, and does he go charge here or blink?
I have no idea. I mean, you're asking me to like try to figure out what SOS is doing, man. I don't even think SOS knows what he's doing.
Yeah, so charge Immortal Phoenix. Is this Legacy of the Void 2016?
Can I ask a question? Why did he not just kill the Forge and move it somewhere else? Because I don't think the Immortal can actually go down his ramp. He's going to have to build a Prism to move anything from the main down there, unless he goes into Colossi. Oh, he found the 3rd base, by the way. Goodbye,
yeah. Big damage up there. So finally, that does get caught. And you know what? It's almost good that it gets caught now, because it actually is massive investment, right? Catches 12 probes, 13 even, gets the Nexus, gets both gases. As long as you do find it at this point, you know, I think another minute or 2, maybe 3 minutes, and it really pays off for SOS. As it is, Serral, he's up 60 supply, 11 Corruptors.
Oh yeah, without that base, this gets bleak fast.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do, right? Like 8 Phoenix, you need to have like 14, 15 Phoenix now. Anything less than that is useless.
He's killing the Cybercore instead of the Forge.
And not making upgrades still. I think Serral's gonna just wrap up.
Yeah, no, that'll probably do it. The Lings also have +1 melee. Even with the overcharge, he's just gonna file that down, and then the Phoenix are useless because there's a shit ton of Corruptors here, so they're not gonna be able to contribute to this fight very much. The Banelings are gonna try to roll past straight into the probe line. He doesn't have +2 on them, but yeah, there's absolutely no way you could possibly stop this with the units that he has on the field right now. It's a bit of an adventurous choice, but going into double Stargate, I mean, it feels more like Serral actually baited him than anything else, with scouting that Spire so early and then forcing such an extreme investment into Phoenix for mutas that never came. That was pretty well done.
And I mean, remember that cannon getting depowered at the start. I really wonder if Serral if he saw that and just pulled his drones, could he do it? Or was he worried that SOS would simply build a new pylon, wall in the cannon on the low ground, and he would waste too much mining and delay his roaches? I mean, what I'm wondering is, did Turkey, Dano, Printef, Grim Reaper, did any of these guys sign up for the War Chest Team League? Because, I don't know, maybe they could have done a better cannon rush than that, Nate. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not sure.
You know, I think of a legendary cannon rush. I think one of my favorite cannon rushes of all time was in like a WCS America qualifier. It was a guy named Wiedemans versus a guy named State. And he got a full pylon wall in like the unkillable spot that instantly wins you the game, but he forgot to build a forge back at home. Like, he got the sickest pylon wall, the casters were freaking out, and then he just GG'd and left, and everyone was like, what? If he starts a cannon here, like, there's literally nothing that State can do. And they're like, no, you don't see. The only reason he got the wall that fast and well is because he had the extra minerals from forgetting his forge.
Wow. I love that. I was actually rewatching the Zest Cannon Rush versus Trap in the final Pro League ever as well earlier today, which is like It's like one of the most average cannon rushes you've ever seen. It was such a bad way for Pro League to finish.
You can
it was
tell
like
when people are doing builds.
Oh.
I feel like you can tell when people are doing builds that they don't do very often. You know,
Yeah.
just not having power for your first cannon in a cannon rush. You know, that could be the difference between 1 or 2 extra larvae that overwhelm your stalkers, right? But that was then. This is now. We're in another game. Let's see if we can bring things back to equilibrium in the Northwest. The teal tank top Terran. He is Supernova.
Well, I hope he thinks highly and can dream big, because this man down here is an absolute monster. He's on fire right now. He's looking so damn good. It is, of course, Dream.
That's a pretty cool logo thingy that they have. Unless I have like the wrong logo pack installed, the one that was under Dreamspace. That's just a giant bear with is it a bear and a wolf and an eagle?
Yeah, Brave Star Gaming. I think that's like an old school clan over in Korea, I believe.
Maybe it's more like a mountain lion. That looks like more of a cat on the right side, right? Am I crazy?
Well, yeah, it looks like a mountain lion on the right, an eagle on the left, and a bear in the middle. Maybe a cougar on the right. I'm not sure. It could be
cougar.
Yeah.
The weird thing is there's actually a bunch of different terms for certain types of large cats that are apparently the same that I didn't know about.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't remember which specifically it was. I know I could look pretty dumb trying to bring up examples right now, but I'll do it anyway. I think there was something like there's like I don't know if it's like a panther is a cougar or like a mountain lion is a cougar or something like that, but there's like a bunch of interchangeable words
that sounds
for it.
correct.
But apparently it's one of those regional things where people just have different names for mountain lions, really. I don't know. I don't know what the massive differences are other than, I guess, the size of the cats, but...
Yeah, isn't it like ocelot and stuff and like...
Yeah.
There's so many different varieties.
I think the only consistent thing is that you don't F with them or you're dead, basically. Don't try to give one catnip if you see it in the forest, because it'll probably rip your face off.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, you look at a little house cat and it's so agile and it jumps so high and it like just messes up birds and stuff, and you're like, oh yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Now
then you see like a lion.
Pounds.
yeah, you're like, how is it still so agile? How does it still like climb up trees and just like leap on things? You're like, okay, this is actually terribly frightening. This is so goddamn scary. But speaking of scary, looks like we got that Reaper is going to be poking in on both sides, denying each other's expansions, trying to get an SCV and then get out. Dream with a very nice sign is going to get two SCVs. He's going to get a
second one. Ugh. Yeah, that's painful. That's unfortunate. The Guts just sending that Reaper straight across super fast, and Supernova's Reaper comes in just late enough that not only is that command center totally fine, but he actually runs into the second Reaper of Dream, and Dream's first Reaper tries to help isolate it. He may catch him in the bush over here, though.
A Reaper in the bush is worth 2 in the hand. I have heard that saying, but Supernova, I don't think he has. He's not going to be able to catch them. The Hellion joins up.
Oh, it's gonna even out. It's gonna become a micro battle now. He's lined up, unfortunately, a little bit too much. Hellion is able to get that pick off, and that means it is time to get the hell out of there. He is building the reactor in the tech lab, so he's going to be limited on the number of units that he has. The big vulnerability of this opening, and he needs to distract and buy a lot of time, or he is going to be in a lot of trouble if these units get straight across the map. A Cyclone alone is not going to defend it. I mean, this feels like one of those TVT build order losses, honestly. I
think if Supernova split the Reaper off there, I mean, he's going to lose build time on the command center, but I don't think that's the end of the world, right? Just pull your Hellions back.
That's a lot of momentum that's going in the favor of Dream, though. I feel like almost any TVT when this happens, you're kind of dead.
Yeah, I just think that's like the move when you're outnumbered like that, where you backstab with the Reaper because you know Dream's building add-ons right now. And you actually could have killed like 3 or 4 SCVs there and equalized it all. So the extra SCVs, I mean, it's looking pretty damn good for Dreams.
I like that we're becoming Team Ninja Base in the corner.
Team, oh my God.
That's what it's become. You know?
I'd love to hear Artosis's analysis of your team strategies in the series.
So, well, you see, Tasteless, SOS, he builds his stuff in the corner of the map because he's crazy. Supernova built stuff in the corner of the map because he's bad, and Maru built stuff in the corner of the map because his main base got destroyed because they both cheesed each other. And then Tasteless goes, "Oh, you're so funny, Dan. Oh, I love you." That's the analysis. I got you. Don't worry. And now this medevac's going to show up with a siege tank, and he's He's gonna, well, I mean, his cyclo control is probably been the saving grace, but if he doesn't run into this medevac mid-map, he's gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Magfield and Fusion Core, of course, for anyone who was ever wondering why Nate picked Supernova, this is why.
That's
he's
it.
gonna play the weirdest styles. Wait, what is... Oh, he's elevating everything. Okay, I thought he was leaving the tech for a second.
But it was so hot and cold on Supernova's move out, though, that he found himself in the middle of the map. He didn't try to do counter damage. And now with the siege tank there, Cyclone loses half of its health, gets one tap. There's really not a whole lot that you can do in this situation because this factory has been isolated and he has a siege tank preset in his main base. So I don't know how he thinks he's ever going to be able to dislodge this with another drop making its way with another siege tank towards that main base. He could actually cut off a little bit more of the production if he just puts it behind on the bottom of that main cliff.
Wow, this is looking a pretty good start here for the War Pigs. So many units going down. Another Helene. Oh, Cyclone tank drop.
GG.
Oof.
Well, that went about as expected, to be honest. I think there's not many worse ways to stretch your resources as thin as humanly possible after you lose 2 SCVs to the first Reaper than building a third base in the corner of the map and getting a fusion core. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, Pig.
That is, man. That is the way it goes. And I think, honestly, these matches were somewhat favored looking at the matchups for my team. So we're not going to count my chickens yet, but definitely off to a good start. I mean, that cannon rush, I was like, man, I honestly did not like the look of that situation. The corner base goes unnoticed.
I had faith. I had faith for a good bit. And then I remembered that Cyril is like the god of Ravagers. So in the early game, at least, there's very few people that are able to kill him if he can at least get them out. I like the gas isolation. I'm like, could he cut it off? But then the first cannon did nothing for 35 seconds, 40 seconds, and that's an inexcusable mistake when you're playing at this level.
Indeed. So the next match is going to be really important. It's going to be Hero Marine up against Special. The final match is Armani versus Maru. So the War Pigs want to win here.
I'm counting on that one. Yeah, I'm counting on that one. This is going to be pretty similar to the last series we just had against Ben, where I'm expecting a close game here between Gabe and between Juanito. But as much as I love Special, I'm going to need Hero Marine to claw this one out so we can get to another ace match and get down and dirty. Down and very dirty. In the mud, down and dirty. Perhaps.
Well, we're good at mud wrestling, mate. And, I think Hero Marine strikes me as a bit of a germaphobe. He's like, oh, I don't like to get too dirty. There's some mud under my fingernails. I cannot micro. But, Special, on the other hand, he embraces it, man. He's been all around the world.
Have you seen Special mud wrestle? Have you seen him mud wrestle? I've heard in official competitions, they don't use like actual filthy mud. You can have clean mud, Jared. I don't know what kind of places you've been mud wrestling in, but it is possible to sanitize a mud bath. I don't know if you've ever watched.
I go to the ones with illegal gambling. I like fun.
I'm just saying the halftime show is a good time. That's all.
Well, you can go to like the spa, the nutrition, good for your skin mud, or you can go and get some awesome gambling going on with the mud wrestling, and that's the kind Special enjoys, man.
The illegal underground mud wrestling mafia. Okay. Well, you know what? I respect that. That was the best answer you could have given me, and I will give you that point. In the top left, trying to keep us in it, we have the teal tank top Terran. He is Hero Marine.
Oh, he may be big, but this man's skill, his MMR, and most of all his preparation is intense. A master of Terran versus Terran, representing the War Pigs. It is Special.
Yeah, I definitely say that's the biggest challenge for Hero Marine in this series. He has played extremely well in his TVTs, and as you said, he had a really good match against Bunny last week where he clapped him on this map with this spawn set. So he should be feeling comfortable, he should be feeling cozy, and thankfully, although Special can sometimes be, he can throw out the cheese a little bit more than some of the other non-Korean Terran players, this map is pretty big and doesn't really lend itself to that as much, so we already know that that's not happening. Hero Marine might scout for it, but it's something that you don't really have to think about as much, like I said here.
Yeah, interestingly, Special already queuing the depot.
Yeah, I'm staring at that. I wasn't sure if I was going to bring that up.
Yeah. And obviously, the Reaper, the Orbital, the depot goes down. So many people have been walling off to try and deny scouting in the Korean meta. And we've started to see high ground command centers come back in, right? Where you're like, oh, I'm going to actually just do a normal expand build, but I'm not giving you that information. And that's been a cool adjustment. Of course, you know, if Special was planning to do that by building the factory so close to the ramp, and SCV could just see it anyway. So the super quick second depot achieves literally nothing. But he was going to need it later anyway. Why not use the SCV to build it while it's standing there? That way you don't lose the mining time from pulling off the minerals.
It's the fun question of mind games, right? Hero Marine actually did the fast second depot in the Golden Wall game of the last match. And it's like, it's stuff that looks really smart when it works, but 99% of the time when it doesn't end up having an impact, everybody's like, well, why didn't you just build his command center 7 seconds faster instead of getting this depot for no reason, right? But there is value to it if your opponent, you know, tries to make that read. And it's possible that your build could have its flow kind of based around the timing of your supply structures like that a little bit more tightly. Since you have a bit more freedom, you're not going to get blocked in your build as much, but life goes on. And we have Hellions coming out for Hero Marine. Hellion opening reactor. This build always feels really risky. You know, the way that this lines up against what like Dream did last map, you could almost like die instantly if you're not prepared against this, because those 2 Hellions will come out against 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers. You need to be really cautious. He doesn't have those Hellions yet. Now they've finished, but he's lost 3 SCVs.
Don't think that's enough damage though for Special. Losing the Reapers, you now lose control of that area. And yeah, there's actually water coming behind this.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the okay. This is one that I occasionally see on the ladder. This one's not as popular, but it's basically like an FU build to people who try to use Cyclones. You get the Marauder with the concussive shell. That's going to be a massive deterrent for the Cyclones naturally. Most Terrans do not try to open with Magfield and TVT. Not in these days, at least. So if that Marauder tags the Cyclone's almost never going to kill it in time, because there's also other units. But the big power behind it is that, of course, the Cyclone can't kite if it gets hit by that, and it can't really try to engage that easily. So there is a window for this before stuff like tanks and whatnot come out. But I do like this build by Hero Marine. It's very strong. Cyclones are pretty crap against lots of cheap units.
There's not as much buffer, you know, losing the 2 Reapers, losing those grenades that can slow down the advance. I want this Banshee. I mean, it's going to be a big part of this defense. Nothing shoots up for Hero Marine. So as long as Special just keeps that Banshee at home, keeps his Cyclone safe, I think as long as his Cyclones stay up there on the high ground, he's okay. The problem is he might get baited down here very quickly. As soon as he sees the medevac, he's got to pull everything back.
I think he's going to just try to speed boost the medevac to drop the Marauders over the Cyclones is what I would try to do. Here come the SCVs getting pulled. He needs to get a couple of big shots on that worker line to make this worth it. The Marauders do drop. He's trying to do some pick up and drop micro to kill the Cyclones. He's not able to get them, and only 4 SCVs. Not going to lie, a little bit of a disappointment there as far as the results of that opening. He was looking for a lot more. Not only did he only get 4 SCVs, but he didn't kill any of the important units that Special already has. And he could try to get map control with the Cyclones if he wanted to, but he's going to use the Banshee for that instead.
Yeah,
Special's going to get Magfield.
The Cyclones can poke back out. Yeah, he definitely wants to play mech here. Banshees for harass, Cyclones for map control. And I think this is about as good as the opening could go for Special with this matchup of builds. He's got a much quicker 3rd command center. The Raven's obviously out, but I don't think there's much anti-air here for
He's got a Cyclone. He's got a Cyclone in the main. I think he can deny the 3rd base for a second, but yeah, then he's going to have to dip. 3 Cyclones are going to try to push the front, though, but there's Marauders in a tank, so... Nah, concussive. There we go. Thank you. Boost. Get him. Get him.
It's a brave chase there, knowing the lock-ons are on cooldown. Gabe takes the high ground temporarily. So Hyperflight Rotors already. Ooh, there's going to be lots of Banshees flying around this time. That gets me very excited.
This is actually really awesome versus Bio, though. Like, if this type of build is... there was someone I saw do this recently. There was a good Korean Terran that did this in like an online tournament recently, but it's the amount of pressure you can put on because the Bio player always wants to try to get out on the map. Like, if you don't open with Vikings for that 1.5, 2 base push opportunity, then the Banshees could actually just come in and poke you to death forever. Because the Cyclone, people don't hold on to that forever. People don't try to rush with a bunch of missile turrets. And the opportunity for these Banshees to come in and get catastrophic damage down the line is going to be massive.
That Banshee
He doesn't get lock on.
Oh, and the Banshee above the gases is going to start picking off Marines and then SCVs as well. Nice bits of harassment. Anything to slow Big Gabe down and just pick away here while Special gets set up on 3 base. This is an incredible start. I am feeling very good about Special's situation so far.
No, this is about as good as it could be. He's a mech player who has his 3rd before the bio guy. Mind you, there's only 1 finished barracks. Stim is halfway done. He doesn't really have a standing army. And these 5 Cyclones with Magfield, there's no small contingent of forces that will be able to deal with this. And if he gets caught, then it'll be catastrophic. But as long as he keeps his eyes on those Cyclones, he can do a lot of damage. Losing 2 like that, though, with the tank still alive is disconcerting.
Yeah. Ooh. Picks off, 3 Marines, it's something, right? As long as he's picking units off, it's okay for Special. Oh, he's got to watch out for the siege. Oh, man, that
another Cyclone.
Dude, that
he doesn't have tanks. He doesn't have a backbone on that 3rd base. If Hero Marine can get his army over there, then there will be opportunity. But 3 Speed Banshees are making their way. Thank God he built some missile turrets. He won't be able to deny Stim, but he could put a lot of other pressure on here.
Yeah, just barely not being able to get Stim. But he's going to take out
tanks.
Quite a few units. There's not a lot of bio here. These Cyclones going to find a few more lock-ons.
He locks onto a Viking. Very glad he doesn't lose the tank there. Cyclones are getting low. He can try to drop auto turrets onto the tank. Onto the tanks especially. He could also try the interference matrix. I like auto turrets for the anti-air support against the Banshees as well, but he's going to try to lock onto the Ravens to remove them from the equation. One of them does get picked off, but he drops a few of the auto turrets. Can he get rid of the tanks of Special? That's going to be one of the most important things right here, so he can keep pushing this. He does get them, but the Banshees coming from the back, and the tanks of Hero Marine are going down.
Those Banshees just coming in huge, man. They were sniping the tanks from the very start of that fight. And that was a really big hold there for Special. That's the scariest moment, defending your 3rd against a bio player. But at the same time, Hero Marine reset the unit count. And that is powerful because the bio player wants scrappy, small engagements. He wants to be dropping in the back. Special here, he's like, I got 3 tanks and a couple of Hellions. Like, he's trying to do something with these Banshees. He wants to keep Gabe at home, but it's a little bit scary. And dude, wow, 3 Tech Labs, so much Marauder production already.
Well, he's looking to really force the issue with the pushes. I think the most important thing since the Banshee production has stopped is get rid of them. Killing 1 is actually so nice already. Once he has +1 armor, the Banshees won't 2-shot anymore. But just not being able to use those 2 Banshees like that is big. Hellions do get into the natural, but there's no blue flames, so just the number didn't pop up, so I'm gonna guess he killed 1, maybe 2 if the overlay isn't on, or like the game heart extension. You know what I mean?
No, he killed almost nothing there. They couldn't get in behind it, and a little bit wasteful. Banshee, a few Hellions, right? Those things are good to keep back the Terran bio player, but it would be so much more powerful if they ran in now, right? When you see the army move across the map, that's the moment where you want to be doing run bys. Special here, his 4th base gets slowed down, his tank count, 6 tanks, 5 Vikings. Okay, the Viking control, if he can take that, that will turn things around a little bit.
He's going to hold position of Banshee over the natural gas, but that's not really the biggest focus right now for Hero Marine. He's got that big push that you were talking about. He's getting closer to that 4th base, but that's a really hard 4th to crack. There's 1 single choke point that really kind of feeds into it. It's on even ground, which helps with pushing into it a little bit, but if he can get the meat of his army in front of it, he's trying to play a little bit of like catch me here, catch me there. But with 5 siege tanks now and the rest of the Vikings showing up, I don't think he can push the issue here.
But he's got the 4th up now, Special does, and a 4-base mech player is a scary mech player.
That's all you need. That's all you need to get a maxed out army with mech. You can get pretty much everything after that. As long as the bio player doesn't bleed you out and you can trade efficiently, you should be able to get the 5th base. That's probably the harder part, but he's got such a good setup here. And the Banshee still, he has to constantly think about that.
Yeah, the 2nd and 3rd starport coming down for Hero Marine, so he knows he's not going to do anything big here with just bio tank. It's going to transition heli and run by, finds its way in, finally getting a couple of SCV kills, but not quite finding the money. Just 2 SCVs and a lot of bruising.
Yeah, he's trying to posture for some type of attack, but this map is phenomenal for that mech style in TVT for that reason. Against Bunny, he got a lot more damage done early on. That 4th base was never really secured, but Special, as you've put it, one of the biggest things that we've always talked about throughout his entire career is how good he's been in TVT against Koreans, because, you know, for the most part, people couldn't really beat them for the entirety of StarCraft 2 up until like the last year or so, but he was doing it back in 2014 against guys like Tasia, and Hero Marine finds himself with quite a difficult nut to crack.
Ooh, the Vikings coming very far forward there.
They drop the main. He does squeeze something by. That's what I like to see. Guten Gaben get in there, get some kills. Don't let the Banshee clean everything up, and we should be okay. He's got to get something done.
Oh man, what a YOLO move. There's a barracks and a sensor tower up there, but he distracted Special, and Special caught completely off guard by this. And he's going to push through the middle at the same time. The tanks are exposed. Oh no, not like this.
Drop it like it's hot. Onto those siege tanks. Brings the Vikings. He lands them. Recognizes they are pretty fantastic versus that mech. The one Banshee on its own won't be enough, so would rather have everything on the ground. Tanks are going to siege from inside the main base, but he's gotten a lot of damage done here. He just needs to make sure that he maintains his economy. He cleaned up a couple of Hellions that killed 3 SCVs back at his base. And look at these Vikings kill siege tanks. They're actually one of the best units in the game versus mech because of that. They absolutely clap siege tanks like nothing else.
Oh, he's going to push it back now, but not before lots of damage was done. Tech Labs gone off factories. Gas has gone in the main. About 25 SCVs going down throughout the midst of that. Special definitely annoyed at that. He wants to go counter push, but actually Hero Marine's already got another big bio army in the middle. He's going to ambush this.
Yeah, I really like this. Being assertive, getting out on the map. You know, the biggest weakness, of course, the siege tank backbone is very slow. The rest of his units that he actually had left over on the right side are going to make their way back over towards the 3rd base. He isn't able to snipe the command center, but he's at least going to get some worker pickoffs, possibly kill some valuable units as well. 8 SCVs. I'm not going to complain about that. He's at 80 workers to 57.
Oh man, and Hero Marine still holding on to this speedy zone that he's in. Special gonna start to siege forward here.
Ooh, he needs the vision. He needs the vision for the tanks. He's getting kind of caught over here. Those Liberators are going to be a bit of an issue if he just tries to rely on leaving tanks out there. I do like this spread, though. He's going to try and hit him from multiple angles. He's got some Liberators of his own.
All right, yeah, that bio, it's building up. I mean, the army count is catching up here for Hero Marine. He's got a few Liberators of his own. The Viking count so close here on both sides. Whoever wins that air war is going to have a big advantage in the positioning.
Now, but Special is getting that big tank count closer and closer and closer. Gets a Dorito cannon so that his Vikings can try to do something. I wouldn't even mind if he tried to send the Liberators to fight those Vikings now. With that negative armor that the Vikings have, they're going to take 2 extra damage from the Liberators and opposing Vikings. That's going to enable Hero Marine's Liberators to siege up over the tanks. Of course, he doesn't want to do that, so he's going to siege anyway as the bio is coming in. The Liberators are there to help support, and these tanks are all going to die.
Oh, that is brutal. He lost every Cyclone. He had no anti-air based on the ground. No Thor, no Cyclones, no Widow Mines. And Hero Marine pounces, grabs the air control.
Go, Gabe! Guten Gabe, and get that Liberator shooting at the siege tank. Keep pushing. Deny that 5th base. Get it done.
Special's just got to get home. He's just got to get home and rebuild. He's got to go back to turtle mode here. I think the push was good, but he just overextended a little bit. He's got a 5th base up on the top right. If he can hold on here, this will be massive. Oh, he's got to get rid of that lib.
Oh, yeah, careful you don't bait yourself too much. You're going to try to drop the Viking on the siege tank. Actually, don't mind that play at all. Gets the kill on one of them, brings the rest of the Vikings over. He's just going to land them here. Carefully don't overextend yourself too much. Hero Marine, that 5th base is done. He could check that into a planetary and start muling it for the rest of the resources to try and rebuild, but maybe he's done enough damage. I'm not entirely sure. I'm always scared.
Yeah.
Special might be down 40 supply, but if he gets enough tanks to hold an attack, he could rebuild the army.
Yeah, I think with 3 starports though at this point, and you've also got advanced ballistics, the tech is actually there for Hero Marine. It's not even bio versus mech anymore because you've got air advantage and you've got air production advantage. You add that to the economy advantage. Bio is almost the support at this point, right? It's the scary thing is how he can rebuild that Viking count, use range libs to dominate the ground, and Special has to respect the bio so much. He's desperately got to rebuild his tank count, but then he'll get overwhelmed in the skies. So suddenly Special finds himself in this terrible position. He's trying to balance up defending the bio and the air at the same time.
He leaves 2 Marines behind that mineral line to block while he sends the rest into the main base. He's trying to distract and push away here as those Hellions were cleaned up, trying to push into the third of Hero Marine. And does have a single Marauder in here, so the Hellions are going to be a little bit slow to clean this up. I'll tell you what, though, I'm happy to see him building Thors, as that's going to make a great juicy target for those Marauders to blow up.
He actually, the Thors is great, but you know what? Hero Marine's gone into pure bio. He feels like he reset Special hard enough. Special's building Cyclones, Thors, Vikings. He wants to win the air war. He's only got 2 tanks. And that's
what I
not
love to
going to be
see.
enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He actually, those 3 starports you're talking about, he was just cranking out crap tons of medevacs because he's, as you said, he wants to play that big bio game. And without a large siege tank backbone, the Mech Terran right now only has 2 tanks. That's not going to get the job done if he's able to get a siege on one of his bases.
Oh, this 2-pronged pressure. Special getting pulled out of position. And once again, Hero Marine diving into the production. Oh, this is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, he's going to get that big drop. 4 medevacs inside the main base. Threatening that Terran production is always one of the best ways to get it done in this matchup. I almost like to see him just try to evac the medevacs, let the rest of the units try to do their thing, but the 2 tanks do finish inside the main. One of them gets killed as it attempts to siege, and I think the other one is going to help clean this up. But that planetary fortress is now under assault.
Yeah, he's going to even stim the Marauders forward. Mass repair goes down, but losing these SCVs would be a disaster. And a good spready from Hero Marine mitigates that splash damage as much as he can. A lot of SCVs go down in the retreat as well.
Now, this is the hard part. This army is incredibly low on hit points because of the lack of siege tanks. The Thor kind of helps to balance it out, but they just don't really do a whole lot versus Marine Marauder. They can try to help anchor, but without tanks to deal the splash damage, it's not quite enough. He's trying to push up into the natural ramp. There's only a handful of units here. Next rally of forces is coming up for Big Gabe. Vikings are going to land, though, to push the rest of what little is there back. But GG is called. Ooh,
Nice
okay, I needed
play.
that.
Very nicely done. That cheeky doom drop on the right into the main base opened everything up. Felt like everything was going great. And then, 2 turrets, a center tower, a floating barracks. You think it's the most defended area. Who the heck is going to doom drop there? Big Gabe, kind of defying his image as a very defensive player, found the opening. So, hats off to him there. That's going to be a frustrating one for Special. I felt like he was in such a good position up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe, I was pretty concerned with that early attack, but it's something that you don't think about maybe all the time, or maybe some players don't think about it enough, but getting that Dorito cannon onto Lanito's Vikings really elevated it, because like I said, when you use that, the anti-armor missile, the -3 armor helps so much because it can push you into negative points. So your Vikings are going to die in 1 less hit from basically everything minimum.
Yeah. It's powerful, man. It's a tough one. And now we've obviously got Armani versus Maru. It's going to be a tough match for us. But, I mean, Armani's looked very good in some of his matches in the past. He's going to be playing Ice and Chrome. It's a big map, but Maru is just such an intimidating player to ever be fighting against.
Yeah, I have all confidence in the world for Maru to be able to get us to the ace match with this play. If I had to say anything, this I'm giving myself a bit of the pump up right now, because I tell you what, my confidence got shattered a little bit in that last match, and seeing Hero Marine playing to keep us alive 0-2, as much as I love him and trust him, still makes me nervous. So I'm just glad we got to this point right now. Big, we're in this mud wrestling shit you're into is really, really, really scary.
Some people think it's a little bit gross. I think it's exciting. Everything on the line as we get down. I'm hoping you can avoid the ace match. Come on. Time to punch up. Time to punch big. Representing the War Pigs, it is Armani.
And our boy in teal in Northeast, our Terran player to try and close things out, bring us to that ace match. He is Maru. I like Wardy's camera work with my, he did a good job of getting that swerve and zoom in right with it. Try to keep the intros predictable in case the observer wants to have some fun,
Yeah, he's got the ability to just intuit it, to kind of go with the flow, adapt. Might start replacing us all, you know, not just Mapu. He'll build the first casting, observing, and running the production team as well. Like DreamHack and ESL have got to watch out, you know. If we look at EPT, man, it's going to be the W.
You say that. You say that, but man, the deep fake stuff you know, that's out there on the internet already. Like, how far away are we really from using samples of our voices for an AI to just read what's happening on the map, right? You never know, dude. You never know.
There's just one guy in a control room. He's like, we need to turn up the charisma 7%. And you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm like, that's what I'm waiting for. That's the inevitable future. People are like, yeah, we want to have classic StarCraft casts from those guys that were there at the start 100 years ago. They're like, don't worry, they all streamed enough except for Tasteless to get us voice samples to recreate all of them.
Well, it'd be funny as well because we're still around. But they're like, oh no, we don't want old Nathanielson Pig.
No.
We'd like them when they were young and, you know, had passion and energy in their bodies. Yeah.
So we want living on food stamps, like very hungry to get out of living in a basement, basically. Nathanius, that guy had the most energy. I'm like, okay, well, the rights to that one are a lot more than the rights to normal Nathan.
True that. Well, it looks like the potential eBay block on the third or bunker block over there. SCV's hanging about. Armani just chilling for now. Pulling 2 workers off gas, not the whole 3. Drone heading over very late, actually, for Armani. Oh.
This one gas right now is actually quite interesting. There's something odd about this build from Mara that I can't quite put my finger on, to be honest. The Reaper getting the poke, though. Always love to see it.
Just a quick third CC, right? Is this the one with 2 Marines? So it's just going to be delay the Hellions a little bit, get the CC, and
that's what
try
I'm
to
feeling.
Hunt the Overlord, maybe?
With how late the reactor is, right? He's going to only have time to basically try to build one Hellion and get the stupid fast third command center.
Oh, Armani did a pig. He left the Overlord out.
Get her done!
No,
that's my boy Mario.
Oh, his third's delayed, and he loses the Overlord.
Roachwarren, where is it? Roachwarren, where is it? Bailey Nest?
Dude, when you're playing against a player who's this strong, like, you need to have a smooth opening. You know, you can't have any little mistakes like that cropping up. And right from the start, Overlord gets forgotten. Drone goes to the third a little bit late, so he couldn't even threaten there and fight the drone, which obviously would put a bit more pressure on Maru. Maru comes in, sees drones popping out, and that's all he wanted to see. He, you know, hey, are you saving lava for roaches right now? Is there a roach horn? No. Oh, drones popping out of eggs. Okay, you're building economy. And that's always the most useful thing. Reaper survives. So that second gas goes down in the natural now for Maru. Ooh, what do you think this is going to be?
It's interesting the way he's doing it. He doesn't want the Overlord to be able to see anything that's going to be like definitive, I guess. It is a Viking. He has the barracks on the tech lab, but I mean, if he was going to fake it, this is how he would do it. So, all right, you could just be committing to this, though. It is Maru. I don't expect him, even on Ice and Chrome, to try and break out a mech build. I did tell him, I'm like, if you want to do something that you don't think is that good, that feels better for your arm or something, go for it, man. Like, don't kill yourself playing this match for us. If you can do something a little bit different, take it easy. But we are going to see those extra barracks start up, so it's going to be that big bio play on Ice and Chrome. Off of a very greedy opener, might I add. Very greedy.
Yeah, this one explodes. I mean, it's the double drop hits, and then the tanks and the mines come in behind it, and it's very hard to staunch that flow of Terran units across the map. Now, it's going to be the very quick double upgrades for Armani. Already has Carapace on the way. He's trying to drone on up, get that second gas. So he's going to go straight into melee, and then he's going to start a lair, a Baneling Nest, straight into Bane Speed. And I think after a slightly awkward start, like Armani said, I would love to see just the Pureling Bane style, do a lot of run-bys, counter-attack, stay super low on gas, like maybe even only 3 gas geysers. Like, definitely don't go 5 or 6, and just have an abundance of Zergling Baneling. Because I think what you want to do here is you want to try and pick fights where Maru is not looking, like pull his attention around, threaten run-bys, and only engage on the front when he's really deep and overcommitted. Don't let him just like set up on the edge of creep, fight into him one directionally where he's expecting it, because Maru's micro, that is where it shines.
Yeah, that Zergling, by the way, one Happy Ling makes it all the way to the main base mineral line. Does not get an SCV kill, but at least confirms everything that is happening. And, the only thing about this that I do find interesting to think about is like how much the Zergs lately have been liking those quicker spires. And without being able to put any pressure or do anything, like Maru is going to be allowed for the most part to do whatever it is that he wants to do, which is a scary thing to think about, because even if Armani's being greedy, you're still, you haven't done anything to really disrupt the flow of one of the scariest Terran players on Earth. So assuming that Maru is able to bring his A game here, I feel very confident. Just as, being able to see that he's getting everything done at the pace that he wants to. For me, that's the most important thing to happen for my players.
And already that first double drop I was talking about, with Hellions and a tank coming across the map. Oh, he's trying to build Ling Bane, but he's gone up to 6 gases. This is where I wish he had a handful more Zerglings. Okay, he's going to get a backstab going. Very important. Armani's going to do that to buy time. Bane speed is not even started, though. He's starting +2 carapace, but Bane speed is actually the most important thing right now.
Yeah, I would have loved to see him kill that last active creep tumor. Denying that, especially before speed is done, is going to be huge. Getting a 4th base denial in general will be absolutely massive. Kind of glad he doesn't have those lings that he sent towards the 3rd. Only gets a handful of SCV kills for him, and it's Maru. If he can't kill all these banelings individually, then I don't see. I don't think it's actually Maru playing there, if I'm being honest. So I think he should be able to get it done for the most part here. The Lings and the Veins are going to try and come. Siege Tanks tries to get that big shot. For some reason, that attack was very delayed. But he gets the tank cleaned up. But he still has the majority of his forces here. Not a lot of Banelings left. If he could kill that 4th, that's the big target. That's the goal. That's the end game.
Oh, another tank coming in. That's too much. Still no Bane speed anywhere even started. The Queens are out of juice. They're out of transfuses. The Band-Aids have run out, and they've all got grazed shins. This is not looking good for Armani.
There we go. And that for the most part, is all we needed, baby. Gets that 4th base kill. Still has a big army. He's going to keep on trucking. A couple more medevacs do show up. He needs the energy on them. The first 2 are completely dry as they have been working overtime. But he's going to go for a massive Ling counterattack, too. Wild.
Yeah, he's going to get in as well. 2 depots lowered. A bit of a mistake there from Maru. Nice wrap around. But Maru, of course, just thrusts in on the other side. Bane speed still not done at 8 minutes. Oh my god.
He waited a while to start that. And by the way, the Baneley Nest is right there too. I'm like, you can go for the base, you can go for the drones. Wouldn't even mind if he just went for the Bane Nest more than anything else. And the Siege Tank actually cuts off the ramp here too.
Oh man, this is Maru. The moment he's got momentum.
Thank you, Daddy Maru. That's what I needed.
He just looks unstoppable if you give him that momentum, man. You give him that control. That's why I'm like, dude, after that start, I was like, you're kidding me. Really? I was like, no. I was like, oh no, the drone gets locked. Oh no, the Overlord goes down. I was like, I'd be upset if this was, Serral or Rogue or whoever playing on my team, but for Armani there, that put him in a very difficult position. It was always going to be a rough uphill battle from there. So hats off to Maru. I think we had 2 kind of, I think the special Hero Marine match was probably the one which was most kind of up in the air here.
Yeah, that was the most decisive one, I think. That was really big. That was really big for us. Now we get to go to our ace match. Very, very excited for this one. Pig mixing it up a little bit on my side, but we're gonna see what we can do. We're gonna see what we can get done. There was a bit of discussion that went down to determine who our ace player was going to be because of stuff like latency and whatnot. So we made our pick based off of that, and we got an absolutely terrifying match that would be almost impossible for pretty much anybody to win.
Yeah, this is going to be cool. Of course, we're bringing out Serral on my side, as to be expected. The GOAT. I believe that's 8 out of 8 matches so far. He's come out, or 7 out of 7 that we've made to the ace match, where he has come out. Maybe we should be a little more unpredictable. Maybe we should embrace a little bit more TVT, but that's the way it goes. And I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, basically nobody on my team really wanted to try to play TVZ bio with 300 MS ping, so we put Hero Marine out to be our ace match players so that we can have a bit more of an even footing, at least give somebody the opportunity to punch up, as you were describing earlier, because I think you said this pretty well yourself earlier. When it comes to just right-clicking Zerglings into mineral lines and A-moving Banelings, the ping doesn't really matter.
Well, we're going to be going into Golden Wall, and Serral has said this is one of his most frustrating maps to play on. It's he says he can win it quite often, but he always finds it annoying and frustrating to play on. We'll see if he can overcome that here. He's got to close it out for the War Pigs.
Please be frustrated. Be very frustrated.
Well, in the not quite hot, but nonetheless rather vibrant pink, representing the War Pigs, is Serral.
And spawning in the bottom right, I put the team on the back of this man so that he could be the one to save us without the ping disadvantage. In the teal, the tank top Terran, he is Hero Marine. It's funny because we were actually talking about this match like 2 weeks ago, like even before we got into the whole who's going to play on what map situation. Like we were just like, yeah, everyone's like, look, if we get into this type of place, we need to be ready to have him go out. In the word, to quote Maru, I will literally quote word for word from our private chat. He said, Hero Marine Gosu, no ping, go win. So I believe, although to be fair, that's an easy thing for me to say because literally nobody on Earth is favored in a match against Serral except for Raynor when he's like in peak form, I guess.
Yeah, we talk about everyone's like Raynor is his kryptonite. I'm like, doesn't kryptonite always beat Superman? Yeah, like isn't it like 50-50 with Raynor like in Serral? You know, at this point, I don't know what the head-to-head is, but it's kind of funny that that is the case. It's a fearsome match. I mean, Serral did lose an ace match to TY. Was the first map he dropped in this team league, where it was 2-1-1 into double battle cruiser.
GSL semi-finalist. Oh God, he lost to him. How bad? What a scrub.
And reigning champion of GSL, who did a 2-1-1 into a double battle cruiser build. It was a true Nathanias build. It was like
it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was like incredible. It was like one of those moments when you witness something so holy, so powerful that like your eyes just like melt out of their sockets and you turn into a skeleton, like you know, Harrison Ford style. Because for some reason I can remember his name and not the names of the Raiders of the Lost Ark or whatever.
Yeah, Indiana Jones. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
All you need is to be live somewhere and basic information becomes impossible to recall.
Yeah, this is my life as well, mate. I am gonna see no Zergling tax just yet. Get out of here, Marine. Leave.
Get him. God. Get him. Clean him up. Get that drone kill. You earned it, baby. You deserve it.
And doesn't get a single kill. No Zerglings
I like
or anything.
this though. He's going mega greedy.
Oh my. That's damn, that's a quick third CC. OV speed on the way here. I want to see that cancelled after he sees this third CC. Overlord. Oh, it's not going to quite see it, is it?
Well,
the starport timing, does that's
a weird angle. He doesn't want to check the gases in the main. He doesn't want to lose the Overlord, so he won't see it because of that. I don't think the starport timing says it though, because he didn't build the tech lab pre with the barracks. I think you can still pretty smoothly get it out because it still lines up with the build time of the factory.
Well, he delays the Hellions, right? That's where he gets the minerals from, but he starts one Hellion as the Overlord spots the factory anyway, so it still looks like a normal Hellion build because you see the factory spinning. You see sparks coming out of it, and you're like, oh, okay. All right, dirty boy, you've hidden this well. And
well, he's got Overlord speed. I think that's been one of the defining things about Serral's gameplay. And weirdly enough, there's still Zergs that don't do this, even though Serral is literally considered to be one of, if not the best Zerg player in the world for a long time. But that Overlord speed clearly has a lot of good value to it because one of the best, actually, he's one of the best players ever. Loves to use it pretty much every single game. Those Hellions get their first poke. Serral's not going for anything crazy aggressive here, so Gabe gets away with this stupid fast third command center. But that also means that whatever attack he could possibly want to go for will also be greatly delayed.
Yeah, I think this is a situation where Serral, I think he gets a bit frustrated by these builds always coming out so often because he's very purposefully mixed a lot of all-ins and aggressive builds into his play. But people still will just unashamedly, you know, do these exceptionally greedy builds where it's very hard for them to like scout or, you know, see a Ravager Ling and stop it coming their way or anything like that. But these are the risks people take. You know, when you're that good, people always want to take an edge and they want to take it for free wherever possible. You know, if they can flip a coin or cut a corner or anything like that early on, they will take it. And it forces Serral to often be in this situation where he's like, cool, I've done a clean opening, but I'm on equal workers with a Terran who's dropping 3 mules at a time. And that is not a comfortable position as a Zerg.
Yeah, no, that's what I like to see. I mean, I still favor Serral for this game, even with the current circumstances as they are. But this is the best position I think Hero Marine could have gotten into, other than winning the game instantly with a proxy Rax that I don't think would have happened if he tried it. So I'm hoping he can get a little bit more work done. I really like the activeness of these Hellions to be trying to at least deny the creep spread. He's hunting down those drones. There are no Banelings yet, and I feel like he's got that number of Hellions that he can try to put on a decent bit of pressure here against just the Lings. As long as he doesn't go too far on creep, I think he can still get a lot of work done here on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a
Queen.
queen in the top, which is really annoying. Serral has to build a lot of Zerglings. Over 20 Zerglings out now. The Hellions are going to come in and get even more workers.
The
the Lib killing in the main as well. Oh, no.
Well, this might be why Maru was talking about Ghost of Hero Marine trying to get him on here. That queen is dancing with it, but 8 drones have died. Excuse me, he's going to grab another one rallying out. The queen in the main should be able to kill that Overlord, but or the Liberator, excuse me. But I do like this position quite a bit. I'm quite shocked that Hero Marine has put himself into this place. Although between you and me, I'm still favoring Serral. I can't, even against my own bias. I'm too much of a Serral fanboy.
The Hellions dying, I always breathe a sigh of relief because those Hellions make the next push so much stronger if they're still there. And it just keeps Serral in an awkward position. But now that he's shut the pressure down, his creep is unstopped. He's got the 4th hatchery. Doesn't have a macro hatch yet, but
The tank's stuck, by the way, in the main. As soon as it pops out of the factory, he's gonna have to play some Jenga there. Oh, builds the depot between. That's a good way to fix it too.
The SCV might be trapped as well, but not nearly as important, of course. It'll stop future tanks from being trapped. Overseer still scouting everything. This gold base giving a big mineral boost, and well, yep, already up to 5 barracks. Wouldn't be surprised to see 3 more barracks go down for Hero Marine here as well.
Keeps the medevacs and most of the Marines alive after he kills a queen, burns all the transfuses from the rest of them. And I think the biggest thing that I've got my eye on now is I like the wall he's setting up here, but the biggest thing that's always going to be a difficult thing to deal with against Serral or Raynor, right? Their defining characteristics in these mid-late game situations is going to be trying to throw Lings into your bases. So Hero Marine just needs to focus on not leaving any opportunities for Serral to backstab him while he tries to make these pushes happen.
The elevator tank push, of course, golden wall. It's get the gold base, off a super greedy opening, and now drop tanks behind the wall. This is going to be so annoying to deal with this elevator. Serral, he's going to have to just be very patient. This puts him in an awkward position. He's building 4 more queens right now. He's going to have to pull all of his queens up into the main. He's got to put damage on those medevacs. He's got groove spines on the way. He'll be able to add hydras, but they are a long way off.
Ooh, well, one of the Banelings does get a decent connection with the Marines, but as you said, the Queens have to come over and try to focus down those medevacs. If the siege tank can get the Banelings, that's what's going to let the Marines do work. Kills the medevac with bio inside of it, unfortunately, and needs to unsiege this tank if he wants to keep it alive from those Queens, or maybe not.
Yeah, this is so far so good, but the double drop on the far north. He's so focused on this. Serral spots it with the Lings. They
spanking that queen in the main over there too. It's on hold position. Serral's just taking it. It's going to burn an extra transfuse out of him as the rest of the Ling Bane comes over to deny this medevac. He loads them into the weakest one and it dies. That is unfortunate. He's got a massive Ling counterattack on the northeast, but that double drop you were talking about, Pig landing in the northwest. Quite a few Marines for Big Gabe.
I think if that Ling run by can find big damage, it'll be okay, but there's so much happening all over the map, and there's too many Marines.
Beautiful defense.
Oh no, if that 4th goes down, it's going to be a problem.
Get the Overlord. Get him. Get her done.
Oh man, this is so annoying. Just how stretched thin you are. You can't shut any of this down.
I'm sorry, I can't believe what I'm saying out here. This is win or lose. This has been a hell of a game already played by Hero Marine. Absolutely giving it his all. The teammates, SOS and Maru, put their confidence behind him, and he's got a 40 supply lead 9 minutes into a game against Serral. Didn't think it was possible, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's coming out here is an interesting choice. It's such a big map, and you got so much creep. It would have been amazing, but now that creep is already so far pushed back because of this momentum shift, and he's making Banelings, but they're not ready just yet. And oh my god, look at this YOLO push so deep on creep, but the Banelings aren't ready.
Yeah, well, the tanks aren't all sieged either, but as they do siege up, big opportunity for Big Gabe. He's getting a lot of work done here against Serral, currently sitting up 60 supply Banelings, not able to get close enough. Lings are going for the backstab. Siege tanks are going to start to blow each other up, but it is just Hydralisks and Queens left as the backline to hold on to this. Serral actually doesn't seem to have what he needs to make another big flood of Lings. He's only got 10 in production, and Gabe with 2 more siege tanks and a big wave of Marines following up could possibly close this one out.
Yeah, those gold minerals coming in huge. There is just a ridiculous flood of Terran coming across.
Holy shit! Sorry. Oh my god. I love you, Pig, but that mud wrestling fight, let's do it again sometime. Whew.
Good for the skin. Not so good for my bank account, mate. I'd bet all my life savings on Cyril in that one. I thought he had the ability, but no, it was a good game there.
Marine just beat Cyril. Oh man. Oh god.
Damn.
Wow. Holy crap. You know, it's only 10 a.m., but I'm gonna get my White Claw when we're done with this, man. Oh my god. Today's a good day. I'm so sorry.
That's it, man. You know, I think we got punished. I think we should have gone Dream for that one. To be honest, just Golden Wall, man. It's a tough map. And Hero Marine played that perfectly. Shout out to Big Gabe.
I can't believe it.
That's really nice.
You know, sometimes a player can really rise to the task. And I feel like that's always actually been one of the harder areas for Hero Marine to punch up against the top guys. But man, what an absolutely fantastic, well-played game. Really left everything out on the field today. And you know what? We got to keep that map score even. So shout out to my tank toppers. Shout out to everybody. And everybody send some love to Big Gabe because that was a hell of a game.
Oh diddly damn. Yeah, an impressive series. And that's going to bring us down the standings a bit, push you guys a little bit further up. And I mean, this is so cool because this team league is just everyone's getting so close at this point. We've still got 2 more nights. And I believe this is the end of the broadcast, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're done. We are done. We do have, of course, the next day of games is going to be played on Sunday, I believe. I think you can already set your reminder on YouTube to get notified when the next day of matches begins. I know I'll be playing then again. Very excited for it. But I think that's just about it. So unless you've got any last words, Pig, I think we're done here.
Yeah, just much love for having me, guys, and yeah, keep cheering on your best teams. We got two more days coming up, as well as the finals day after all of that. So it's going to be sick.
That's right. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you on Sunday.